When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. I was running from my brother and his friends. I tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it, made friends and lost them through the years. And I've not seen pouring fields in so long. I know I've grown. I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving down the narrow country lanes, into tiny dancing up this way you make me feel it's real. Watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. 15 years old and smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. Running from the horse to the backfield and getting drunk with my friends. The first kids on a Friday night. I don't reckon I did it right. I was younger then. Take me back to when we found weekend jobs, when we got paid. We got cheap spirits and drink them straight. With our friends, but not grown up for so long. Now we've grown. I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving that 19-hour country lanes, into tiny dancing up. That's the way you make me feel it's real. Watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. One friend left to sell clothes. One walks down by the coast. Lost his kids but lives alone. One broke or overdosed. One who already on his second wife. One's just barely getting by. These people raised me and I can't wait to go home. Now I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes. And we did not know the answer to life. It's the way you make me feel it's real. The sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill.
Hey, Denali. Good afternoon.
Hey, good morning, Tara. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. What's going on with you this morning?
Oh, I'm sick, but
Are
I
you
just
wearing a
want
mask?
yes, sir, I am.
Okay, good, because I can't afford to get sick. So
No, I know that's
whenever I
right.
talk to somebody and they're sick, I got to make sure that they're wearing a mask so I can protect
Well,
myself.
this stuff is going around. It's like bronchial and all that nonsense.
Denali, stop.
I'm having to take amoxicillin, albuterol, and a nose spray. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
okay. Wow. I guess you got the flu.
I've got, yeah, they said it's the flu and sinus and bronchial.
Oh boy, I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right, Denali. I mean, I'm taking and trying to get myself well, so. But how's your morning going and everything?
Everything's going good. Everything's going good. I'm late, but I had to get mentally prepared.
I don't know if you noticed, Denali, I've been really trying in your live.
You've been what in the live?
I've been really trying in your live lately.
Trying what?
Just being kind and being respectful and
Huh?
towards everybody.
Hmm. Okay.
I really
That's
had
good.
a, I really had a change of heart.
You did.
Yes,
Was
sir.
it something in particular that changed your heart?
Just that, I don't want to be bitter with anyone.
Okay.
I want to be able to love and not have the hate in my heart that I have that is nonsense and it's only hurting myself.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Would you like to answer the question?
Yes, I just see from that picture, I see nothing but love and him opening his arms to everyone.
Hmm. Beautiful. I'm sure you would say we need more of that.
I believe we need more love from everybody.
Hmm. Why do you think that we don't need, but we're not getting it?
I just see like on a lot of things, a lot of biasness towards people, hate, division, and I don't see no reason in that anymore. I
Mm.
really don't.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
but to me, I think you're going to get a lot of things off the picture, and but if they could just see the whole outlook of the picture,
And you see love.
I see love and opening arms to, like I said, everyone.
Mm. Why do
And
you think we don't have more of that? People not living this way.
I don't know, Denali. It's the way they choose, the way they want to live their life, and they have that right.
Hmm.
But you know me. I've always been a Christian and always spoke up for it. But you know, I just hope it shows to other people what I see.
Hmm.
I see beauty in it. I see love. I see welcoming. I don't see nothing other than that.
Okay.
But you're going to get some.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a lot of people that I hear in your live that is, not for that, or in other lives, well,
You think they're
there's
not for love?
yeah, there's controversy around it.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay.
And I'm learning to accept people for the way they are now and not for to go against because you're not going to get anywhere going against.
Uh huh. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. More
Yeah, I
love.
mean,
Well, you listen. I don't think you're wrong that the world does need more love. And there you got somebody. You got the picture, opening arms, peace, and things like that. And the world does need more of this as we embark on President Trump's inauguration. This is my second prompt here. Where is it? Let's just go.
and Denali, while nobody's in here, I've seen. I want to apologize to you because there was a night where I got heated and defending, and I want to apologize because sometimes that still comes out in me.
You want to
And
apologize? Who do you want to apologize to?
well, I said some things in a comment to you, hoping you would see and understand, and it just it that night it was heated in here already. I could tell.
Mm. And are you apologizing to somebody in particular?
No, sir, I'm apologizing to you.
Oh, to me. Okay. Okay.
Yes, because I get heated in the conversations, but I'm actually learning, since I've been in here, what to say and when to say it, and it's actually helped me a lot with my disability right now. So,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and I
you
just want,
shared with us the other day that you had an accident and
yes, sir,
you're
yes,
recovering.
sir.
Okay.
And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be in here because it does really help and it opens your eyes to a lot of things.
Okay. Yeah, no, I accept your apology. We're all a work in progress. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You know what I mean? So we all are working to be better. At least I think I should be. I know I am trying to be. I work towards trying to be better today than I was yesterday.
And you know what's hard though, Denali, is when you see heated people, and I see them in this live all the time, and it just gets you triggered. It gets you like right back in that mind frame,
Hmm.
and it's a place I do not want to be.
Okay. Well,
But
that's
I'm
good. You're trying to work on it. That's fantastic.
yes,
Good stuff.
I want to give you a lot of praise, and I know I do give you a lot of praise, but you're the only one that, has understood, that has allowed me to stay in here after being angry and heated and all of the above.
Uh huh.
And I'm not trying to impress people, I'm actually just showing you mad respect.
Okay. No, I listen. I appreciate your voice. As I said, it's tough. It's easy to point fingers, but we all can use more work, and hopefully, people are always trying to be better. Like I said yesterday, than they are or today. Yesterday, than they were today. So, we're getting a divorce. Michelle found out the wrong. Oh my goodness. Is that true, Mr. Larry? The Obamas are getting a divorce? What? Breaking news? Breaking
Wow.
news, the Obamas are getting a divorce? Oh my goodness. Come on, stop it. Anyway, listen, we got 3 days left of the Biden administration, 1201 on the 20th on Monday. 1201, he's officially the president. Um, and there's a lot of things that are going to be happening. He's got a slew of executive orders. By everything I've read, it's 100 executive orders that he's going to implement. 1201. He's also the mass deportation. Tom Homan, the border
Hi man, I'm
czar,
a
said he's going
Democrat and I'm
straight.
a piece of shit.
Oh, you are?
What?
I tell you, the trolls, I come out early in the morning or whatever.
Oh, you should see them in other people's lives. They're 10 times worse. I'm like, oh my word.
I don't know what's wrong with
Hi,
people.
Kim.
They don't have
Good
anything to do
morning.
but cause trouble. But anyway, um,
Oh, did you see where
Hi,
they closed
hi,
the
Tara.
DEI?
Hi, Denali.
Hi.
Hi, Tara.
hello. How's that?
Please take that picture down. Not another day of that.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna send you a better picture.
What's wrong with the picture?
I feel like I'm at Catholic church.
Really? Is that not
Yeah,
is that not pictures that are in churches around the country, world?
yeah, but we're not in church, Denali. It's making me uncomfortable.
Hmm. Well, what is the first thing you see when you see that? What's the first word that comes to your mind when you see that picture?
Fake Jesus.
Fake. Wait, say it again.
It's a imitation of Jesus.
Imitation of Jesus.
Hmm.
Okay. He said you can tell you voted for Kamala. Oh, I don't know why you said that. What's his name? Free
Because
Free Diddy
because
said.
Jesus does not look like that. If you look at the description in the Bible, sir, he was not a white man with blue eyes and silky straight hair.
He didn't have a perm.
No. Ah,
A Jerry curl.
He didn't have a perm, Kim.
no, he didn't have a perm. His hair, the Jesus I see in the black church, his hair is like white and kind of like frizzy, and he's like a bronze color.
A bronze
Hey
color.
Kim, how does it feel to be a piece of shit?
Wow,
Excuse me?
sir. What are you doing, sir?
Your mama's a piece of shit.
What is wrong with people? What is going on?
Denali, when he posts this, all the freaks are going to come in.
Really? Well, I don't know why. It
Yeah.
should bring more love into the room. I don't know why. Jackal, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Got it.
At the end of the day, man, I'm waiting for the 100-day report. Unfortunately, we won't be here to discuss it, because of a TikTok leaving. But it would have been nice to be able to see what he does or doesn't do in 100 days. That's the
Hmm.
truth. That is the truth of the matter.
Who did you vote
Once
for, sir?
I voted for Trump, man.
Okay, so you're happy.
I'm just happy to hopefully see the changes and to see if he does it. Now we gotta wait to see what he really does. At the end of the day, that's what it comes to now. Is seeing what he does.
Hmm.
That's the truth of the matter. You vote for what is best interest, and hopefully things get better in this country. So we'll have to wait and see.
What state are you in?
I'm in Florida, man.
Okay. And did you vote for Trump all 3 times?
No, I didn't vote for him the first time, man. To be honest with you, I thought he was just a TV celebrity, and I didn't care for Hillary really. So I didn't vote. I didn't vote that election. So I said I had to shut up during that term. But I felt that just a working guy. Things were better for me, and I didn't see the homeless problem and the people that after the years being kicked out of their home, not being able to afford things. So as a working person, I saw a lot of things. I saw a lot of places closed because I drive by and I work for food companies delivering food,
Hmm.
for restaurants and small businesses. And some of the small businesses that I will go to have closed down. You get to know these people that buy the food and they tell you people are not coming and spending the money. So, you know, the economy. I saw the economy where I'm at go bad, and the homeless situation down here in Florida get really bad.
Mm.
So I'm hoping things will get better. I didn't vote for anything else than that. So it's what I saw, and even some of the people that voted for Biden where I worked were mad. And at the end of the day, uh, that was the reason why. It was no for none of the other reasons. I know people say get up here for this and that, but hopefully for a better economy, and we'll see what happens again.
Can I ask him a question, Denali?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so sir, do you know that the first 2 years of the Trump administration, we were still under the Obama economy, and that's why it was doing well. And then
Well, people say that when Obama when Obama was president for the 8 years, I could tell you what, Obamacare was garbage because it messed up my health insurance. When I went to the emergency room because I had problems that I had to go, my insurance will cost me for emergency care 150. I'm gonna tell you what Obama when he did that insurance would have cost me. And like I said, I'm a working guy. I'm not rich or none of these. I'm a working guy. Will cost me $150 to go to the emergency room, maybe $200 bill. When Obamacare took over, with all the changing policies, that cost me $1,000. That's what Obamacare did for me. So no, I didn't really care for Obama, and I don't think Obama did anything
did you have
good for me.
insurance? Did you have insurance,
Working, I
sir?
had I had company insurance, and
Uh-huh.
and my insurance, all my things went up. Everything went up.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. My medical costs went up dramatically went up under Obama.
Well,
So
okay.
people saying that Obama did this, I heard it before. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
If he did, what did Biden's administration do? Biden's been in there, and it's been
Well,
horrible.
I wasn't finished with my but
Go ahead,
well,
go
for
ahead, go ahead.
one, when you talk about the insurance, what it did was it gave people a choice. It also allowed, before that, people that already had pre-existing conditions, if they were not working somewhere that offered insurance, it allowed them to get insurance, which was very important.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
so
yeah,
so hold on. Let me finish. When I land my plane, then you can
go ahead, go ahead.
gladly say whatever you want to say. But we were still under all of Obama's policies and tax plans. Trump had not done anything, so we were still riding on his economy. And then, as far as the homeless it goes and people losing businesses, a lot of that had to do with COVID, the pandemic. So you have to look at the whole the whole thing.
Kim, can I ask you and Denali a question? And Kim, you can fact check this because I'm not sure what it means. But why did they close the DEI yesterday? Isn't that for equal opportunity? Just
There
curious.
because the Republicans want to get away with that. They
No,
don't want they don't want
because
that.
it's nonsense. That's why.
Well, maybe because you are not.
Because it should be
You
about
are you.
qualification. It should be
It is.
about
It is. Well,
qualified.
sir, it is about qualifications.
Yeah.
But minorities in the country are sometimes overlooked because they are not white men. So
Well,
that's what it do. It
when you
helps.
put,
Excuse
yeah,
me. Excuse me. It
well,
helped
you
women.
rated your plane. Can I talk
No,
now?
No, I didn't, because she
Yes,
just
you
asked me
did.
a question. She asked me a question. She asked me, and I'm responding to her question, sir.
All right. Okay.
It helped women. It helped minorities that have the same qualifications. It does not mean that you're less qualified, and that's what people have to understand.
Then that, man, come on, man. Come on, man.
Go ahead. Okay, James. Do you have a rebut to what
Yeah,
Miss
I
Smith
do.
said?
I
Go
do.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yep. It's because of situations like this. When you put somebody like Kamala Harris in a position to run for president, when just because she was a female, a woman, or whatever the case may be, she should have the no. The bottom line is she wasn't qualified, and that's the bottom line. No one had
Hang
a
on,
problem.
James. What are the qualifications to run to be the president?
I mean,
What? Hang on. That's a question. What qualifications do you need
okay,
to be
I'll
run
tell
for
you.
president?
Someone that can actually speak
No.
publicly,
No.
right?
No.
I mean, you can't.
No.
Denali, yeah,
No.
yeah.
The qualifications are you have to be a natural born citizen and over the age of 35. Those are the qualifications to run for president, sir.
Oh, okay. So anybody can do it then.
Sir,
Yeah.
the Constitution says
Yeah.
those are only two qualifications.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Then
Hang on,
she was
James.
qualified then.
James, you didn't know that?
You know what I'm talking about, Denali, when I mean
know what you
qualified.
said. Listen, you're responsible for what you say.
You know what I mean when I say qualified, though. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Let's go here. Why was Trump qualified? Because he ran a company?
He was qualified.
Yes.
Because
give me his qualifications.
He knows economics. He knows business.
So, okay, all right, great. He knows economics. Okay, gotcha. Is that the only qualification that you think in your mind to be the president, to know economics?
Doesn't even know that.
Please don't interrupt me. Is that the only qualification to be the president in your mind, Mr. James?
I think you need to have leadership qualifications.
Okay. Now, the fact that she was the district attorney of San Francisco, does that mean something? And also, she was the U.S. attorney of California, leading an office, two offices in the justice system. Does that disqualify her in your mind, or qualify her?
I think it's. I don't know. I think it's got nothing to do with it. She just led people from the street to the joint.
Sir, I'm saying the fact that she was elected to be a DA, district attorney, and then also she was elected to be the U.S. attorney, meaning she ran two offices to convict people and things like that. Does that qualify her in your mind or disqualify her?
I don't think it disqualifies her, but I don't think it qualifies her either.
Okay.
You know?
How about her being a U.S. senator? Statewide in California, she won. People voted for her. Those three things, does that qualify her or disqualify her in your mind?
I think that's a good qualification.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, so when you say that she wasn't qualified in your mind, would you like to recalibrate that statement?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean recalibrate it?
Well, you said that she wasn't qualified, and you said Trump was because he knows economics. I just gave you she ran three times.
What I mean is that, like, based on what she showed me.
Well, what about her qualifications? I'm saying, because what her history, Trump's history as being an economic guy, You say that qualifies him
She
to be
wasn't a
president.
leader. She wasn't a leader. She
Well,
wasn't a leader.
hang on. She led 2 offices. She led the district attorney office in San Francisco, and she led the U.S. attorney's office in California. That means that she was a leader of people that were working under her.
Yeah, but not on this level though. Not on the
Not
economic.
okay. So what level do we need? Now,
We,
was George Bush the son? Was he qualified?
I don't know because back then I really wasn't even into politics, so I
When did
wouldn't
you
even.
get? When did you get into politics?
When Donald Trump,
Okay, Donald Trump, 2015. Do you know there were politics going on prior to 2015?
of course,
Okay. Do you think you have a good historical context of who's qualified and not qualified if all you have is from 2015 to present, 10 years?
yeah, I have a good idea. Yeah, George Bush was a terrible leader.
Okay. Who in your mind was a good leader?
Donald Trump.
Is that it? The only one?
Mm, yeah.
Okay, listen, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I would say it's a little narrow because
Okay.
there are other great leaders other than Donald Trump.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There definitely are. There's other great leaders out there for sure. But
We got to know that the only qualifications that a person needs to run to be the president of these great United States, a natural born citizen and over the age of 35.
I get you. I got you.
He was qualified on those things. And listen, I would say also she ran 2 offices and she was a US senator and then she was the vice president. She was a heartbeat away from being the president.
Thank God she wasn't the beat.
Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. All right,
Yeah.
but I can't make it the James show. I got other guests that I need to move on to. Okay, James, you're my guy. You're a little wacky, but that's okay. You're a little wacky, but no problem. All right, so let's go to who's this right here? Queso. Queso, my guy down here in Georgia. How you doing, brother?
Yo, what's up, Denali? I'm doing
Good
all
to
right.
see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Likewise.
What would you like to add to the conversation?
4 days until Trump is sworn in. Please share your thoughts. Man, I can't wait. I'm happy. I'm ready for it. I think
Okay.
we're about to go back to normality. Things that before these people became the people in the White House. That everything. I'm 32 years old, Denali, and I ain't really have to question. A lot of things that I'm questioning now is we're ready to get back to normality, bro.
Okay. Your thoughts are that when Trump comes in, we'll go back to normality. How
Yeah.
have things been abnormal in the last 4 years, according to you?
What hasn't been normal?
No, how have things been abnormal in the
Because
last 4 years, according to you?
we got people honestly thinking men can be women. We
Mm-hmm.
got people honestly thinking
I guess he got a phone call. Let's give him a second. Thinking men can be women. Okay. Okay, so you there because you're on mute. Did you mute yourself by accident? He's not on teacup, but he's on mute and he was talking. So
He said be right back in the comments.
oh, okay. All right. Let's go ahead to officer. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
What would you like to add to the convo?
I don't know. For a lot of craziness so far. I think it's wild that Republicans are like super obsessed with trans people. I don't think I think to ignore the abnormalities that Trump has caused is doing and will continue to do, and some people that are in his orbit is wild. I think if you think the only abnormality is trans people and like price control measures, like you're insane. 4 days till Trump's in the White House, though. It is what it is. I wish the best. I mean, I'm a citizen here. I would hope that some of my deeper concerns don't come true, although I think that they are. I've been very rarely wrong, so we'll see. But, I wish him luck. He's the president, and I live on American soil, so I'm not going to wish for the worst.
Okay.
That is actually the best response I've ever heard. I know it's not my turn. I just want to say that was awesome.
Okay. Your name is hang on, I can't.
It
Miss
doesn't have to be my turn. I just could. That was
Miss
just so
B.
good.
What state are you in? Who'd you vote for?
I live in Colorado. I'm a teacher. My name is Miss B. That was
Who did you vote for, ma'am?
well. That was so
Who
well
did you vote
handled.
for, ma'am?
Oh, I voted for Trump.
Okay, great. And you got 4 days. Do you have any particular thoughts on what's going once he takes office?
Um, there is substantial things that I'm looking forward to.
Mm-hmm.
He has a lot of things on his bucket list. I know
Mm-hmm.
that. And I want to pause again and say the last guy that talked before me, what a way to handle yourself, even knowing that you didn't vote for Trump, and then just saying that this is still my president.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody also needs to realize that as well.
Right.
Like, we get to have a vote, and we're lucky to do this, no matter our color, even before our color, before our gender, even before that, it was hierarchy and how much money we made. So we were all like waiting in line to put in our vote. So I just think he handled that really well. Um, I'm looking forward to something that he talked about with in-home education, that he will give a tax break, if you will, like almost like a stimulus check, but for parents that are deciding to teach their children in home. And he believes in the education so much that he wants you to do it no matter what, to the point where even if you still wanted to do it in your own house, he's going to give you a stipend, if you will.
I didn't see that in his plan. Okay, I didn't know that. I have to look that up.
Yeah, a stipend, if you will. It's not substantial by any means, but I like the fact that he is also thinking about in home and teaching in home, and it's to provide the pencils, the paper, etc.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's just one of those. I know everybody's going to go out here and do whatever they want, but you know how I'm thinking in my teacher brain, I'm picking up on different things. I'm not going to go, holistically on just women's rights or the border, because everybody's doing that. It's my right as a teacher, and not my right. It's my responsibility as a teacher to say he's also thinking about us.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's
I don't understand this love. What is this lady's person name? Lone Wolf. He says, Miss B, if he's so interested in your education system, tell me why he had bad grades in school. I don't understand what that
Because
is.
he went to Democrat liberal public school system.
Oh,
It also doesn't matter. The grades that you earn in school do not
Ruby too.
actually justify the brain, because sometimes people, especially higher intellect people, they actually have lower scores in school because they're so bored. They are so bored.
Mm,
They just don't even do the work because it's not worth it to them.
it's not challenging enough.
It's not challenging enough. And up to the teachers, and he was well before my time teaching. It's called scaffolding. So we're taught, but sometimes they're children that just excel and we can barely keep up with them, and that's why we call them little shits. And I guarantee Trump was a little shit.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Guarantee it.
Let's that's interesting, Miss B. Okay. Let's bring in the Candid American. If you're not following the Candid American, please give her a follow. She does a great show. Let's see what she would like to add to the conversation. I'm gonna Miss Candid American.
Um, hey everyone. Good to be here, Denali. Thank you for allowing me on the panel.
No, you're gracing us with your voice. So I was wow. So go ahead.
Mhm. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to Trump entering into the office. I'm very much so looking forward to Pam Bondi. I think she's a badass woman. I love the way she handles herself. At the current confirmation hearings. But I'm looking forward to what him and his new administration, name by name, respectful positions, what everyone is going to do to turn our country around. I did vote for Trump because my confidence is in God, and I believe that God has appointed him for such a time as this. Not saying he's a great hope or leader, just a leader that the prayers
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the American people have entered up into the sky, and he has given us what we prayed for. So I'm very hopeful. I love the fact that he is going to work on categorizing the Mexican cartels and all these smug cartels as terrorists, because that's what they are.
I like that.
um, and I love it. I 100% love it. And getting their behinds out of our country. I love the fact that um, Tom Homan, I think that's his name.
I'm
He's
hoping
not
border
playing.
star.
Yeah, he's not playing any games with anyone, blue or red. He's about his business, and getting our country back together, the illegals out, and the safety of our country. So I really honestly, Denali and panel feel like we have an all-star team that's coming in and is about to help us score all the points we need to get our country back to winning again. And I'll land my plane there.
Okay, Miss Candid American coming in hot. Love it. Thank you, Miss Real Lady. Don't forget, tap the screen. Let's go and get up to our first goal. Excuse me. Of
I
15,000 likes.
just,
Give me a second, Tara. Tap
yes,
the
sir.
screen. I'm sorry.
I said yes, sir. I was giving you.
Okay, great. Don't forget the Heart Me, the Daily Heart Me. You too can become part of the team by hitting that star above my next to my name. Don't forget to share the live with 10 to 15 of your favorite people so more people can hear your voices and become part of the most inclusive show here on TikTok, okay? Don't forget about the panel. Follow them and also gift them if you're liking what they're saying. I think that's it on that. And I want to turn it over to Tara. You wanted to say something?
Going off.
Oh, I didn't know
But
you had a
She
bird.
Candid,
I thought you were
Candid
playing
is.
America,
D&D with the birds.
Is she
I
voting
have a
for Trump too?
cockatiel.
I'm sorry?
I have a cockatiel, and she likes to join the lives.
Oh, okay. Cool. We have to see her one
um,
day.
yeah, I can show you if you want me to.
Well, not right now, but I mean one day when it's not as big as
Okay. I agree to Candid, but I just want at this point the country to strive like we
yeah!
were
Right up,
striving,
Cowboy! Let's go!
and
Mr. Denali XXL
basically,
is in
so
the
for
building!
everybody
Let's
can
go!
have a part in making this happen. That's what I see, and that's what I would want at this point.
Yeehaw! Right up, Cowboy! Let's go! Mr. Denali and family's in the building! Let's go! Let's light up that screen! Let's go! Sorry, Tara. I get excited with those gifts, so go ahead.
I know, but Denali, I'll show
Yeah,
you a picture
right
of
up,
her.
Cowboy. Let's go. Mr. Denali is in the building on his big ass Friday in 2025. Let's go. Let's light up the screen. Sorry, Tara. I get excited with those
Oh
gifts.
no, go ahead. I love it.
All right. Let's let's go to Good Nurse, my good friend in North Carolina. Good Nurse, how are you?
I'm fine, and thank you for letting me come up. I enjoy your getting excited about the gifts. It's so funny.
Thank you.
your, your live is so good. I mean, you allow everyone to express their opinion, whether
Yes,
you
ma'am.
agree with it or not, and I like that. But
Thank
what I
you.
want to say about the incoming administration, I
If
don't
you could
didn't
just,
vote
because you're a
for.
little muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit. Let's try it.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on, but anyway, I'm excited about. I'm not excited about the new administration because I don't think he's knows what he's doing. But I think that the Congress does, and that's what I'm looking for. And I pray that the Constitution will be the first thing that they look for, and I pray that the congressman will not be biased. And I do know that, and I'm hoping that they pay attention to what the people really want. And even though we don't, everybody doesn't look alike or agree alike or live alike. I think that every person that is American has a right to think and do, as long as it's legal, what they want to do. And I do want him to succeed. Not him. I could care less
Absolutely.
whether he succeeds or not. I want the country to succeed. Now that's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely.
I really don't care about Trump, but I want the country to succeed.
Right.
And then that's what I want to happen. And I want everybody to, and I'm not going to sound like we'll get along, but I do want people to start quit disrespecting each other and the country can come together. And like I said, I'm looking at Congress and the Senate. I'm not paying any attention to Trump because I think that the Congress, this is the way I look at it. Trump's done. He's got 4 years and he's done. But some of those congressmen and senators are young, and they need to. And I think once they go home and think about it, they'll realize that, and they will do the right thing. Thank you.
I think you already had it right though, where I think a lot of people forget that is the fact of we're just here on American soil. We're all Americans. And the debate is only happening because we have social media. This didn't happen 50 years ago. This didn't happen 100 years ago. It was just like that was your president and you just accepted it. But also at the same time, we are still Americans and we're still in this together, no matter who you voted for. This is still our American soil, and have some respect for that.
That's right.
Have some respect for your president. For the last 4 years, did I vote for Biden? No, I didn't. But was he my president for the last 4 years? Yes, he was. And did I respect him as much as I could do?
Right.
Just be a fucking American for once.
Got it, Miss.
It's just so appalling, when just people just go back and forth and back and forth. It's just at some point in time you have to understand the vote was already made. There is a president. There was a president, and now you enter in your new president and be grateful. Be grateful for your new president.
Absolutely.
Well,
Ms. Good Nurse,
Grateful to live in America.
Good Nurse, did you want to add anything else to your statement,
no,
ma'am?
I was just saying I respect the position, and I'm sorry, but and I'll ask God to help me get to, but I would never respect Trump, but I will respect the position, and I respect, as I said, the Constitution, and I respect the senators. I think those senators, I do believe.
You don't have to like him
Ma'am, you took over her time. Let her finish landing your plane, and then I'll allow you to finish up. But Ms. Good Nurse, I want to hear what else you need to say. Thank you.
Well,
Good Nurse.
no, I was just saying that I
You
do
want me to go
think
get it
that
now?
I don't agree with most of what Trump said, but I do respect the Constitution, the senators, and and I believe that they will do the right thing, and I just do. And call me crazy, but I do. But I don't agree with what Trump is doing, but I respect him, and that's all I had to say. And I want the United States to run like your show, Mr. Denali. Can you go tell him I said that?
I'll definitely let them know. Let's go to, okay, Ms. B, did you want to add something real quickly before I go to Mac? Ms. B? You're on mute. If you could unmute yourself, that'd be great.
No, I'm good. I was just, I loved whatever she was saying, so I'm good. Move on.
Thank you. Mac.
Hi, my name's it's McGilvery. I guess I know it's hard to pronounce it. So there's a lot of McGilvery. Yeah, it's a Scottish name like McDonald's. So
Okay.
before I get into what I was going to say, I wanted to put it to you. I'm from Canada, and I want to know if you have any questions for me about, because I pay attention to both Canadian and American and UK politics,
Mhm.
and I wanted to ask you if you have any questions for me about Canada and our relationship to what's going on with Trump right now.
Are you in the government?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've been involved in political parties. Like I for the last 7 years, I was in like a. There's more than two parties in Canada, and it was involved in one of like not the major two, like not the blue or the red one.
Okay.
So yeah, so I just thought I just put that out there if you had any questions for me, but if not,
Yeah,
I guess I'll say
I
my
think
bit.
I mean, okay, what's the sentiment? What is the feeling about Trump in Canada? I mean, I don't know.
It's varied. I mean, like I think like a lot of countries, in Canada there is a rural urban divide, which I think there also is in the United States, and that becomes a big part of the politics and how they work. Like so we have like some provinces out west that are kind of like our like Texas, and they're kind of like our like they tend to be more socially conservative. They tend to be heavily rural and agricultural. And so I think there is more of a receptiveness to Donald Trump's messaging in general out there. Largely speaking, like Canadians are like proud of their country too, for the most part, and are not interested in sort of becoming the 51st state or whatever. And I think that at least in terms of the political climate here, that our politicians feel like they have to assuage Canadians by taking Donald Trump's threats seriously, but they kind of know what sort of political animal he is. Like this is a he's a bargainer, right? He's a person who is accustomed to trying to position himself in a negotiation, and he is anticipating negotiations forthcoming. And so he's trying to make whatever he's about to ask for seem reasonable by comparison to the things that he's talking about now, which is like annexing Greenland and turning Canada into the 51st state. So like I think people in Canada are concerned about it. I think politicians sense that. And I think that they are at least saying, like, they're now saying that it's the most important political issue in Canada, which I thought was notable. And we have a big affordability crisis in Canada, the same way that I think maybe you folks do in the States. So,
Are you
yeah.
ready
So I
to
mean,
become the 51st or 52nd state?
what's that?
Can I say
Yeah.
something to that
Are
afterwards?
Yeah, I
you
think
ready
that's
to
a great
become the
idea.
51st or 52nd state?
I
Do I
think
think we
it's a
should
great
be?
idea to combine classrooms with
Listen, how
Mexico
can
and
I
Canada.
ask my question if everybody's going to talk over me? My question, sir, is: are you ready in Canada to become the 51st or 52nd state?
No, absolutely not, and it's
You're
not going to
not?
happen. He doesn't plan for it to happen. This is the thing. Like he's saying all these outlandish things.
It was a joke.
He's calling
It
the
was
tune now. You see how people are all
a
kind of like
joke.
responding to him now, and
It
he's
was
driving
a
the news
joke.
cycle.
No, listen, don't worry. We're not going to put our troops in Canada. So,
Well, that's the thing. Like
it's
that's
cold
that's
up
I'm
there
not
anyway.
worried.
You
That's
don't
the
want to be
thing.
cold like that.
I
And
do.
I have
even
friends from Ontario that I speak to every night, Mace Guy living, and they, for one, are happy about it if it does become. And number two, they didn't like Trudeau. Number three, they can't stand health care. So I think there's a whole lot of side of different opinions for different Canadians.
I do have a question though. So
Go
for
ahead.
for the Canadian, I know that the Liberal Party recently pressured Trudeau, and he's stepping down.
Yeah.
I don't know where your guys' polls are at. I thought when I last looked, Conservative leader Pierre is slated to have a good shot at the office. But regardless of whether it's the Liberal or Conservative Party, how serious is Canada on? Because I only have what I read through the American news, but since you live in Canada, so I'm going to ask you, how serious are your parties about, one, throttling the energy exports that we get from Canada that are like vital for us, and also like retaliatory tariffs? Is Canada like seriously looking at that as an option, or is it more so like is like bargaining chip rhetoric from your guys' politicians?
I think that's the substance of the whole discussion is bargaining chip rhetoric. I mean, that's all of it is, really. Like, I do think that at least the foreign affairs minister, Melanie Joly, of the current government, has said that sort of quote unquote everything is on the table, which, up to and including cutting off the electricity to New York, or cutting off oil. And the oil, apparently, that we sell to the United States is kind of like a special kind of oil they can kind of only either get from us or from Venezuela. So if we cut that off, it would just be like the thing that he's suggesting would be disastrous for both economies, and he knows that. Like, he's not saying that he's going to do these 25% tariffs because he actually plans to follow through. He's contextualizing, it's a negotiating tactic, and he's contextualizing the discussion that way of like, he's got everyone scared, he's got everyone reacting to him. You know what I mean? It's a tactical move on Donald Trump's part. Like, I think like Donald Trump is best explained by a book called the 48 Laws of Power. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this book, but because his behavior, like, I feel is like poorly understood. Like, people like and he seems to do things that don't make sense at times. But when you kind of take a spin through that book, and you like it starts to make a lot more sense, especially the unpredictability. That's part of the way that Donald Trump wields power, and so that fits into the pattern of what he's doing right now, where he's like sort of like spreading chaos and saying outlandish things and like. But yeah, I'm not personally worried that he's even going to do the tariffs. I'm certainly not worried that he's going to try and annex the country. I think this is all sort of like positioning for negotiations that he is anticipating that he will be doing in the new year, in this year, I suppose, where he's going to have to like reset some of these relationships with America's trading partners. And so that's what it looks like to me. I think that's what it looks like to people inside government, but because Canadians are concerned, because if he followed through, it would be disastrous. That's true. So I think there is concern on the part of Canadians, but yeah, I don't think that that there's an actual danger of it happening personally.
Okay. Well, we'll see you on the playground. Welcome to America, and I can't wait to visit Canada. Like, I can't believe I've never been there.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful country.
Miss Ruby Doobie 2. Unmute yourself, ma'am. What state are you in, and who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
What state are you in, ma'am, and who did you vote for?
Arizona.
Okay, cool. What would you like to add? What would you like to add to the conversation? Thank you, Yo-Yo.
I'm just really excited. I'm Gen X. I've seen some things, but I've never had a more miserable 4 years in my entire life as the last 4. Right? Just an absolute nightmare. And white knuckling it there around 2023, it got a little crazy. But yeah, not only do they owe him a term, right? Because they cheated him out of the first one. So they owe him a term.
What do you mean?
And then, he needs an extra term.
Ma'am, you made a statement. You said, who owes him a term?
The Democrats owe him a term.
Wait, why do you say the Democrats owe him a term? What does that mean?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but yeah, basically they owe him a term, so he's going to get this one and another one.
That. You said, hang on a second, man. You said that the Democrats owe him a term. Can you?
Yeah, they owe him an extra term.
Why do they owe him an extra term? So you want him to be president?
Well, he's going to need it, right? First of all, I mean, just logistically.
What, ma'am? I need you to ma'am. I need you to focus. You said the Democrats owe Donald Trump a term. Can you be specific as what you mean by that?
Right. Well, see, he's going to need time to prepare Candace. See, Candace Owens is going to be our first woman president.
Ma'am, please, I need you to focus.
Yeah, he's going to need time to prepare Candace. She's our first woman president.
Do you hear me talking? Do you hear me talking? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. You said the Democrats owe him a term. Can you be specific what you mean?
Well, like an extra term to
Why
fix
do they owe him a term?
Like by the term, the presidential term.
Right. How do the Democrats owe him a term?
Because he's got to clean up their mess.
Ma'am.
And it's a big one.
You can only be the president for 2 terms right now.
Host.
Well, yeah, but he's going to need an extra one.
But why
Host, I have a question. How do we mute and drop people? I'm just curious.
You want to have the power to mute and drop somebody?
Yeah, just her in general. Like, how do we do that?
Oh, calm down, princess. Calm down. You'll have a turn.
It's $1,000 to drop somebody.
Oh, okay, I got
Not
you.
so much,
I've never been on a live before. That's why I'm asking.
Hang on a second. Is that a reasonable price?
No.
Well, you don't want to do it? You're going to have a change of mind?
Yeah, let her talk.
Okay, how about $999?
No, he doesn't have no money. He likes being broke.
How about $999?
He likes being broke.
We'll let her talk. I thought there was something I could mash a button and do it.
It is something, $1,000.
He hates rich people.
You hate rich people?
Patrick does. Yeah.
Wow. But ma'am, you said that the Democrats owe him a term. Are you saying that the Democrats stole a term from him?
Well, you don't put words in my mouth. You're the one that said that. But yeah, that's a whole radio show, ain't it?
Interesting.
But
Okay.
yeah, he's gonna need extra time because this is an extra big mess.
Oh.
I mean,
and what's the biggest mess he needs to clean up according to you?
which part of the last 4 years is the biggest mess? I would think all the
Come on, what should he
closed,
start with?
small, family-owned businesses. You know, I would think people that have been damaged by an experimental Fauci experiment might need some compensation. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed.
The president's lady.
Ensuring that that never happens again. That's the biggest job he has, isn't it? Just to make sure that that never happens again.
No one listens to my stuff, man, I tell you.
That's your time. Twilight Zone. Do you remember that, Ruby?
No, I'm just reading the comments, see if there's anything of any substance.
Why are you reading
anything
the comments?
of any substance or just...
Why are you reading the comments?
She's crazy. She's misinformed.
Why are you reading the comments, ma'am?
She's your people. Lady, what? Mute
Is it
her.
okay
She's
if I
crazy.
just talk over this lady?
She said
Can I
that.
just talk over this
Wow,
lady?
you
Is
guys
that
are so
okay?
intelligent and so interesting to have conversation with. I don't know. I'm just expressing my opinion and everybody just lost the plot. Can we get back to a grown-up conversation? I mean, that's just my opinion.
Okay, we'll get back to it.
I didn't know it would have that much impact.
Ruby, can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you read this out loud?
Trump is my daddy and he's yours too. So say
you're
it.
Trying to be cute, man. Please read it out loud. What you
Trump
see.
is my big bad daddy.
I'm going to ask you one more time,
too.
Ma'am. I'm going to ask you one more time. You've been very rebellious since you've been up here. Are you going to read what's on the screen? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
If Kamal Harris tried to serve me greens out of a bath.
I dropped you on your head.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Who's next? Patrick, you had a lot to say.
Oh my man, boy, where to begin? Where to begin? First thing I'd like to say is I think everybody should write down what they want to say because I feel like there's a lot of filibustering going on. They just babbling and carrying on and on about nonsense.
Now you're babbling.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to tweet to the point.
What state are you in? Who'd you vote for?
Trump, and I'm 49 and I'm Florida.
Okay, what would you like to say?
Okay, and then the second thing I'd like to say is that people come up here and defaming the best president that we've ever had is kind of insulting. Biden has done nothing but great things for everybody, and he's getting no recognition. And that's all he should be getting. Okay? And now Trump coming in, everybody's saying that Biden wasn't your president, but that shouldn't matter. If you're a true American, you voted for the president that's in office. I voted for Obama. I voted for Trump. I voted for Biden. All my candidates went into office. Okay. So if they did a little bit of research, they could actually find out who is going to win and be an American like the rest of us.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Real lady? Real lady, unmute yourself.
Hey, I'm here. I was trying to make sure I cut my mama thing because it's gonna start beeping.
Okay, great.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm okay, y'all. Hello, everyone. I'm just so damn tired of hearing about the last 4 years. I want somebody to please tell me what has been so bad about everybody. I don't want to hear nothing about no eggs and no damn milk. And knowing we just went through a pandemic, he gave y'all all this stimulus money. He gave out all these PPP loans. It was just money on top of money on top of money out here these last 4 years. And I'm trying to figure out why do they keep saying that? I just want somebody to make that make sense. What has been so bad about these last 4 years?
All right, hang on. Let's see. Miss B, would you like to answer what? Give me two things that was bad about the last 4 years of Joe Biden.
Oh, it's me. Oh, hello. Okay. What's the question?
The question is, give me two things in the last 4 years that's so horrible under Biden.
Under Biden. So under Biden, my wages were significantly lowered, and gas went up, and fucking food is skyrocketing.
Okay,
I'll
Miss
tell you
Real
that.
Lady, her wages, gas, and food.
I know, but that didn't have nothing to do.
How
Well,
did
if you know,
how
why
did
are you
your
talking?
wages why did your wages go down under Biden?
Well, I'm privately working, but when I went back in to look at what I was making for the same positions, my hourly rate went down.
What we're not going to do is just make stuff up and blame it on the
That
president.
sound made up. Yeah, it do sound made up.
That sounds like you
Okay.
have a problem with your
You have
employer.
to, if you please.
Okay.
Miss B is talking to Real Lady. I like for Real Lady and Miss B to have this dialogue. Don't interrupt.
I make it make sense. Oh, you now repeat that again. Let me see if I can make sense out of it. Your wages went down cause of what now?
So between 2022 and further on, my wages went down. I was a private teacher, so I was already making a wage. And as I'm working, I look at the going rate, and the going rate was going down.
Okay.
I
Okay.
did that on my own
What did
accord.
Biden have to do with that? How did he cause that?
Well, you guys are just. I was asked the question, what happened to me?
Well, I guess what Miss Real Lady is saying, why are you blaming Biden for that? What did he put into place that made your particular wages go down?
Oh, I can't blame an absolute person. It was just, that's just what happened during that time period.
Okay.
And that was the president that was sitting there during that time.
Okay. All right.
All right. Anybody else want to take on Miss Real Lady? Because she's ready for it.
Obviously.
Nobody else?
No, they don't. Cause cause it's BS. It is BS, and they just
So
want Trump.
I'll tell
They
you,
just
right?
want Trump,
Wait,
and
hang
they
on.
want Trump to be their president, and that's it.
I'll
Miss Real
tell
Lady,
you.
I think Miss Candid, the Candid American has something. Miss Candid American?
I do.
Yeah. So censorship, as Miss Precious is saying down in the comments, censorship really limited the amount of information and transparency that Americans received from local and state governments all the way up to our national government. Race relations in America got worse within the last 4 years than it had been in my generation, my time, my experience of life than ever before. Inflation did have an impact on people, but I got money, so it didn't really affect me the way that it affected others, and I'm grateful for that, that I was able to have my head still above water during these times. So I never use that as an excuse.
I just got an
Um,
email. I just got an email. All of the loans that I have for my teaching degree have been determined as I'm no longer a borrow.
They've been forgiven?
They completely took away all my loans.
Now,
Thank you, Biden.
who credit do you give that to?
Gotta be Biden.
can I
be
finish
Biden.
before we get into that conversation?
Say it.
Yeah, so
Thank you,
Wait,
the
Biden.
interest
What?
the interest rates were also high.
Hang on one second. Okay, Miss B, who do you give credit to for your student loans being forgiven?
But who did I? Well, I went through like most of us.
No.
FSA.
Because you blame Biden for your wages going down. Who would you like to give credit to for your student loans being forgiven? Can you say how much? Is it over under 100K?
My way.
I'm sorry?
I was paying it my way. It's well under 100 grand. It's
Okay.
only
Now
like
let me ask you a question. The fact that
less.
they've been forgiven, will that help you financially?
It's just nice that maybe I can buy
Question
a
is,
home.
since your student loans have been forgiven, will that
Yeah.
help you or hurt you financially?
Yeah, my credit score is going to go up.
Will it help you or hurt you financially?
Help me.
Okay. And who would you like to give, who do you think you should give credit to for that?
Not always just the president, because the president doesn't always control everything.
Okay. Well, you just blamed him for gas prices, you blamed him for grocery prices, and you blamed him for your wages going down.
Yep.
But you
Yes.
don't want to
But
give him credit.
he's not in charge of the federal income. He's not in
I
charge of
know, but I'm
federal.
saying you blamed him initially on those 3 points, and now
I understand it.
you
I
just
get
got
where
an
you're coming
email.
from.
You just got an email that says you got
Yep.
some great news
And
on this
I
big
get
ass
it.
Friday.
I
You
understand where
just
you're
got
coming
this.
from.
Please don't overtalk me. You just have got some great news on this big ass Friday in 2025 that your student loans have been forgiven, meaning you will have more money in your pocket at the end of the month. Is that correct?
Well, I wasn't paying on him to begin with, but sure. It's like
Well, at some
five
point you would have to
grand.
start
Mr.
paying.
Denali,
That's
Mr.
money.
Denali, may I ask a question, please?
Miss Mary Catherine?
Yes, because I actually worked in the student loan business. So let's
Give me
go.
one. Just give me 1 second,
Okay.
Miss.
Well, and give me another second because I'm gonna call my mom.
Hey, that's great news. Okay, wait. You're calling your mom to tell her that you got some great news, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fucking awesome.
Congratulations to Miss Miss.
Mr. Denali,
Go ahead and call your mom.
I'm gonna
Mr.
call my
That
mom.
Mickey?
She's a teacher, so which means this is a program that was already enacted. I wanted to find out if that's the one she went after. Because there's already
I went through colleges,
you went
but
through the
through
FFA.
FSA.
All right.
Okay, we got FFA, right? But did you go through the Apple?
FSA.
At the
Say
Apple?
again?
Did you request the Apple?
Huh?
Did you go and get a? Did you request it as a teacher, as an educator, to go after the Apple? It's where you're a teacher. You work for so long within a certain school district,
No,
and you
no,
get
no, 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 no. I was like halfway through my nursing degree, and I switched over to teaching.
So how did
Education.
you get the forgiveness then? How did you get the forgiveness? Yep, she cut me on that one. So
All
she
right.
won't give it to Biden, who was the legislation of Biden that actually did do extra school forgivenesses.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you, Miss Mary Catherine. But we did cut off the Candid. Want to get back to her with Miss Real Lady. Miss Candid, go ahead.
Okay, I'm heading off.
All right. Bye bye.
My question is one that came from the comments that
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Officer. The Candid American.
Yeah, so I mean, it's other
Rates
things,
with Miss
but
Real Lady.
you can move forward with the
You
flow of
good?
the conversation. Yeah, I think I said enough, and that's it.
All right, Miss Real Lady, do you have rebuttal to Miss Candid, or you good?
I'm thinking she was saying about
Interest rates, I think, is what she said.
okay.
I said more than that. I said race relations,
Race
the
relations.
interest rates. I also mentioned inflation. I also mentioned, well, I didn't mention this, but the racial and political divide, also censorship, including censoring parents, and the whole push and agenda for the LGBTQ community. So, in DEI, all of those things negatively impacted our society.
I ain't even finna try to go through all that because that ain't none of that. All that's been going on when Trump was there and the rest of the presidents was there. So how that these last 4 years, that had nothing to do with these last 4 years. But my thing, I don't got no money. I'm broke. And that's what I can't understand. How I'm,
Well,
I live comfort, very
respectfully,
comfortable,
Denali, I did just
and I
mention
I
those
ain't got no
things.
money.
So
Okay,
for
wait
the
a
So
record,
second.
there was no
Respectfully, what
rebuttal.
now?
I said respectfully, I mentioned those things, and there was no rebuttal because respectfully, you can't rebuttal that because it's the truth. I just wanted to
okay,
for
that's
the
your
record.
truth. That's your truth. Okay, all right, but okay.
What about the
And we
last
know,
30
I
years?
mean,
we
what
know
did you
why
say
in
that
play.
wasn't
We
that
know what
way
happened. We
back
just
in
went
the
through a
80s?
pandemic. You know, we just went through a pandemic, and you can thank Trump to that. All this divide, you can thank him for that.
Oh, you go. Okay, you put
Um,
it on Trump.
yeah, the divide. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I do. And I mean, that's what I just keep asking myself, trying to make sense. Like I said, they could stop using saying that these last 4 years, they just want to vote for Trump. That's who they want as their president, and that's all it. Because Biden did a hell of a good job, and I mean, everything he did was to help us,
You don't
not
want
hurt
you, you
us.
don't want to take on any of her points, race relations, political things.
No,
No.
no,
Okay. All right.
no,
All right.
no.
Well, in her, you did ask for why, and she did give.
Okay. That's okay. I get it.
What's
Yeah.
up, Nelly?
Hey, what's up, just a kid?
Is this a different account?
Yes. This is Mr. Denali XL. The other one is XXL.
Okay.
Yeah. Big T, would you like to take on any of those things from what Miss Candid spoke about? Race relations, interest.
Mr. Denali, I think all the things that she pointed out, it's been going on for the last a good 30 years now. I mean, we've been up and down with these things that she spoke of since the 70s, really. I mean, it's gotten better in some cases, and it's changed in other. But I mean, these things are just what's been happening in America. I mean, to say that one particular president brought it on or did anything to take and alleviate it would wouldn't be a real factual statement. I mean, it's gotten worse. In some instances, it's gotten better. But I mean, I don't see anything changing. For me, I'm hard to understand how a whole bunch of rich people are going to take and make common people lives better. They haven't done it in the past. I'm not seeing how they're going to effectively make change. But I'm eagerly anticipating it. I'm waiting.
Well, her thing, she said race relations are worse, or race relations under the last 4 years.
Well, I mean, race relations started getting a little bit on the downturn since Obama, to be honest with you, and that's because he was the first black president, and it kind of sprawled its way with Donald Trump coming in the next behalf, and then Biden kind of was just cleaning up a lot of the pandemic and getting the economy back on track. So
I'm
it
sorry.
really
It had nothing to do with
really
Obama
couldn't take
being
and
the
put.
black president.
Just a kid. Just give me a second. I'm gonna get to you.
Hold on, wait a minute. I believe that when Obama got in office, that raised a lot of people that were of a white culture in the rural areas of America was a little pointed in that, and so you see with the white nationalist groups and the Triple K, and then there was sprouted up all kind of different organizations that we've really never really heard of. That was for white supremacy. They started rearing their heads. That was all under Obama's administration, and
Okay.
it just kind of propelled itself into the Trump administration. That's why I was going out with that. But I mean, Biden had to take it straighten out a pandemic, so we really didn't focus that much on the other aspects of it. But that's where that's all at.
Okay,
We still
Miss
been
Candy.
making money.
when you
So
say
I'm
race
saying,
relations, do you have
you
something
know,
in
a lot of
particular?
people complain that, you
Miss
know,
Candy,
prices for.
when you say race
Hold on,
relations, do you have
Miss.
something in
Now,
particular?
let
No,
me
no,
throw
I'm
this
saying I
out
was
here,
trying to
then I'll
get. I
land with
wanted
this.
Candid to say
I
something
think
because
everybody has been
you
able
all
to take and
muted.
maintain a status quo.
I hear you, but I don't think he can hear you.
No,
Right,
no, I'm
I
saying
heard,
Miss Candid.
I heard you.
Okay, Miss Candid, when you say race relations, okay, Miss Candid, when you say race relations, would you like to hone it down a little bit so Big T can talk to it specifically?
Yeah, I mean, race relations and the fact that we look at everything, like everything used to be on the up and up, true. But the last 4 years, there's been a lot of demagoguery, um, fear mongering, and a lot of that has been centered around race. Trump coming back into office, he's going to send you back into slavery. White privilege now is this new thing that we want to put in everyone's face that white people supposedly have a privilege that you don't have as a black person. And that's why white people are treated better in society. I mean, just weird things centering around race that really feeds the, I would say, um, dormant resentment for white people and black people that hasn't been addressed because of our history here in this country and abroad. And they tapped into something that was exploited, and also they placed those type of negative things in black people that never seen white people in that light because that was never their experience and level of engagement with their white American neighbors. So absolutely race relations became something that was negatively impacted by the last 4 years and the prejudices, biases, and also misunderstanding and lack of knowledge was exploited, and they turned everything into a racial issue. That is what I'm talking about.
All right, okay. Officer, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, on the race. Yeah, I can talk about that. I think I'm gonna have to agree with Candid. I had a lot to say against her other points, or maybe in opposition to, but I have to agree about the race relation thing. I think race relations got really bad, like shortly after Mike Brown, from Ferguson, Missouri,
Right.
and there was a serious lack of correction, especially like on black youth, on how they saw race and how they were starting to see race. And I blame the education system largely, mostly the collegiate system, for not correcting those talking points. I blame more elder leaning black folk for not learning from our past. Like for a long time in our country, and I remember going through the education system in the early 2000s, we were always taught, and I remember this is like one of the main things I remember morally about the education system was content of the character, merit. Don't judge people for their skin. That was a really big thing when I went to school. I think right now a really big thing is like sexuality and whatnot. But when I was in school, I'm 30. That's what we were learning, and so I think we ran really counterintuitive to that for the past like 10 years. I don't think it has been a really big issue as far as narratives. Like we've suffered through the narrative, and I'll land here. Like some of the common narratives I've heard, being a child of the internet, warrior gene, that white people are disproportionately violent due to genetic deficiencies. Um, we're living through the I can't be racist scheme, where you can say absolutely abhorrent things about people, generalizing them due to their skin color, and for you it's just prejudicial. Even though if it's based on race, it's racist, but whatever. We're living through all types of like really problematic like racial rhetoric that no one seems to want to correct, and white liberals are too spineless because they're ousted by their party, because the party is, I will admit, a lot of Democrats tend to fall into a more you know multi-identity party. They're ousted for those things, and so now there's no pushback. because the pushback is demonized and chastised. So I'm gonna agree with the candid here. It is an issue.
Okay, great. Mr. Officer, I'm going to bring
Mr. Denali.
Mr. Jojo, and then I'll bring you back here in a second. Yes,
Roger
Big
that.
T.
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
All of these things that they're speaking of this has been an issue in this country for as long as I can remember. I'm 65 years old. There's nothing that either one of them have spoke about that I haven't faced as a black male in this country. And the things that have been thrown out about white people feeling as if they've been singled out or somehow made to feel like they're responsible for some things is because they have been, So I mean, put the blame where it belongs. Simple as that.
Okay.
Look, it's been a seesaw for the last 50 years. All right, it's gotten better. It gets worse. If it ain't one thing, it's another. I mean, Mike Brown. Well, let's talk about what happened in California with what's his name? The gentleman that got beat up with all the
Rodney King.
Rodney King. Right. Now that goes back into the 80s. All right.
Well, it was 91.
I'm like,
it was 91.
These kids just are too young to know about some of these things. But if you go back in the 80s, there are incidents that happened back then as well. I could probably point out to you things that have happened in communities back civil rights movement. All right, it's not like these are new things.
Okay.
It's just been going on since the beginning.
All right.
I mean, what are we going to do to straighten them out is the issue.
Okay.
That's the thing I want to talk about.
All right, Big T. Let's let Just a Kid. What would you like to add? Just a Kid.
Sorry, God, I was on mute. That Big T had mentioned that problems had started with Obama, but Obama couldn't have even won without white people. So obviously that wasn't it. And it was Obama that said if I had a son, he would look just like Trayvon. And then he let BLM have at it. Okay. Now, and then the circus rallied around that whole case. Now, I'm looking at this book that I have by Manning Johnson called Color, Communism, and Common Sense. And Manning Johnson said that back in the 50s, and definitely sooner than that, because the Communist Party has been trying to figure out how to infiltrate America well before the 1920s. Okay. And they said that black wealth was a problem and that it would be hard to use the color of somebody's skin as a way to divide the country. Okay. So because we own banks and because we owned insurance companies and this, that, and the third, and spare me with the Black Wall Street, because we built and rebuilt. Okay. And that
hang on. Why was Black Wall Street torn down?
I don't know why Black Wall Street was turned down.
You don't know why Black Wall Street was turned down?
I mean, burned down, rather.
You don't know why? Okay, who burned? Hang on.
So no, pause. Hold on a second, Denali.
No. Listen, you know your friend Mary got into a lot of trouble over here. We got to stop right here. Who burned down Black Wall Street?
Well, it was a fight. Obviously.
It was a what?
A fight. So if we're talking about Tulsa,
what was the fight about?
Hold on. First.
What
Hold on,
was the fight
One second, Denali. Let me do this. Which Black Wall Street are you referring to? Because there were many.
Whatever. Which one you want to pick? Why was it burned down?
So I'm assuming you're talking about Tulsa, because that's
correct.
The one
why was it burned down? Why was it burned down?
Because there was a conflict.
Why do you think that? So there was a conflict, and then it burned a whole town down. So what do you think? What do you think was the motivation?
The story that I am aware of is something about a woman in the white woman in the elevator. A black man gets on it, and then The headline said
Okay.
black man, does something to a woman. So
Right.
all the white people showed up, and then the black people showed up with their pew pews, and then it just kind of blew up from there.
Really?
Okay.
Do you think so? Here we go. Like the Emmett Till thing, right? He whistles at a woman and come to find out he didn't whistle at the woman. And you're saying race had nothing to do with why Tulsa was burned down?
No, I don't believe that was my point.
Well, why did you bring it up in this situation?
No, that's why you shouldn't interrupt me when I'm
No,
talking.
don't tell me what to do. I don't.
Because you're trying to tell me what to do. You asked me.
The fuck out of here. I'm so tired of people telling me what to do. Don't do it. I don't like it. You can answer the questions because I asked pretty good questions, but let's start there. Jeez Louise, you brought it up because you're trying to dismiss that it had anything to do with race.
Denali, you asked me if I had something to add to what he was saying, and then
I did, and I want listen. Let me make a disclaimer. If I hear something, I will interrupt. I'm not going to wait. That's the disclaimer. This is not NOT, not democracy. This is more of a dictatorship, I guess. Because if I want to say something, I'm not always going to wait.
All right, what do you want to know, Denali?
Did it have anything to do with race? The Tulsa riots?
I don't know. I can't say. Because that's not my argument.
Okay, here's another question. You said Obama said that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon Martin. Is that not true?
That is factual. He said that.
Why was that a problem for you?
It wasn't a problem for me, and I didn't say that it was.
Well, you said it not in a positive way. He said that if he had Trayvon Martin, if he had a son, he would look like him.
I was replying to something that Big T had said.
What was your point about mentioning that, though, Just a Kid?
Well, I understand that. What did that have to do with something?
See, you breaking up. I can't even understand what you're saying.
I'm saying what you brought that up. What are you trying to say? Because I know.
Let me tell you what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
Is that the fact that black people are forever ignoring the people that hijack our plight. And what has happened to us and our sorrows for their own cause, and how we get stuck in this loop of victimhood.
Okay,
and
great.
How, go ahead.
Who hijacked the Trayvon Martin thing?
Victimhood here.
Why Big T keep talking?
Give me a second, Big T.
While he was talking, he steady interrupting us.
Excuse me, Just a Kid. Who hijacked the Trayvon Martin situation?
I didn't say that Trayvon Martin was hijacked. I led
that people are always hijacking our things. And
I led in responding to something that Big T said, and then I went into what I wanted to say.
I know
this conversation.
Okay. Did you bring up Trayvon Martin that Obama said his son would look like him as a positive or a negative?
I see it as a negative.
Okay, great. Why is it a negative that he said that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon?
Because he incited, he fanned the flames, if there were any. So let's just say there was a small sparkling ember of racism in America, where we're all dealing with our own individual situations, right? So it's not really nationwide. It's just somebody having something that's happening to them on an individual level. You didn't get the job.
So let's not set the white.
Big T, stop talking to me. I'm talking to Denali.
Come on, Big T, stop. Big T,
look, I can talk to who I like to talk to.
I know.
Stop talking to me.
Big T, let me take care of this, please. So it's a negative.
You take care of me, Denali. You take care of me. You take care of me.
You saying that because Obama said that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon, that was fanning flames of racism?
Yes.
how is saying a fact about what Barack Obama's son would look like fans the flame of racism?
He should have remained neutral. The same thing that people expect from Trump is the same thing that was expected from Obama, because he decided to be the president of the United States, not the president of Black America. Okay? So when he did that, that was instant division. Instant division.
By stating a fact that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon.
First of all,
that stoked the flames of
no,
racism.
because Barack Obama did not need to say that. If anything, it should have been a message of unity. It should have been a message of neutrality, and he did not need to say that.
Well, listen. You know, when I saw George Floyd breath leave his body, you know, I cried. I was sitting. I remember like it was yesterday.
I cried too.
I was in I was at a resort with my ex-girlfriend and my son, and I just started to cry. And do you know why I cried? Just a kid?
I don't know why you cried.
I cried because I saw him and me.
Mm-hmm.
So that could happen to me or my son or my uncle.
Okay, so would that happen to Barack Obama with his $7 million and his five
money
houses,
have to do
his
with
five
race?
mansions?
Are you saying that if you have money, then you don't experience racism?
What does racism have to? How does racism impact the Obamas when they have a net worth?
Do you know that when they went into office, they still had student loan debt?
And he still had money that he inherited from his stepfather.
Well, what does money
have to do with anything?
What does money have to do? Are you saying that if you have money, then you can't?
I'm talking about. Y'all steady want to stay on this race shit, and the race shit don't have nothing to do with the next thing.
You brought up $7 million, which implies that because he has a mansion and he has $7 million, that he can't experience racism.
How? Where? How is it hurting his money? Where's it? Where's big things popping, little things stopping? What does that have to do with anything?
Do right now? With Trump when he said that about the NFL.
I need you to give me a second. What I'm saying is that you implying that he has mansions and the money, which means he does not experience any type of racism.
If he does, he can dry his tears with his millions of dollars in 5 mansions.
All right. Well, then it doesn't. If you have money and you're black, don't worry. When they spray printed the N-word on LeBron James' mansion, he should just get it painted over and don't say anything, right?
He could say something, but it doesn't affect him the same way it would as a person.
How about what about his family? Maybe he has cousins that have experience of. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't think that he's separating himself. I don't think he's separating himself because this happened to LeBron James. He has empathy, which is what Barack Obama had. Even though he was the president, he has empathy that his son would look like Trayvon, who was taken out for going to the store to get Skittles or whatever the situation is, and some guy with a fake badge decided to ask him basically, where's your papers? Why are you here? And a fight ensued.
There's so much about that, and this is what I'm talking about that y'all choose to ignore. But if I can, Denali,
he was a grown man, and Trayvon was 17 years old.
But if I can, Denali, because all I wanted to say, if I could just reclaim 5 seconds of your time, sir.
No, but when I hear something about
you taking me down the rabbit hole that I have no interest in going down.
Listen,
because
it was a negative thing. You said it was a negative thing that Barack Obama said that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon.
Yes, that is the response that you coerced me into.
I coerced you? What do you mean?
I was even happy.
Ma'am, you made it. I asked you, was it a positive or negative? You said negative.
Yeah, okay, right. There's something that I responded to.
Twist your arm in some way to make you say something that you didn't want.
You don't have honest conversations, sir.
Did I twist your arm? You don't have honest conversations. Did I twist your arm to say something that you didn't want to say?
No, you kicked me out. And I just wanted to make my point.
I know what you wanted to do.
I keep thinking that you have an open platform.
I know what you wanted.
It is a dictatorship, like you said, Denali.
I know what you wanted to do.
You have a dictatorship.
I know what you wanted to do.
I keep forgetting the rules of engagement when I come on your live.
Listen, you're talking as I'm talking at the same time. I know what you wanted to do, but when I hear something, I'm going to try to get clarification.
No, you try to get people fucked up. That's what you try to do, Denali.
Okay,
And
great.
it's okay.
Hang on a second. How am I trying to get somebody fucked up? Explain.
Because if a person is trying to say something and then you want to major in the minors and drill in on some insignificant shit that somebody's saying to somebody else when they trying to say, when they have a whole point that they're trying to
I found
make.
it to be significant when you said it was a negative thing that Barack Obama said if he had
No,
a son.
that's because I was answering then at the time your question, Denali, because that's what you like to do.
What do I like to do?
But it's cool because that's the narcissist in you and I can fuck with it.
I'm a narcissist now?
Yeah, nigga, you know that shit. Stop playing with me.
You call me the N-word
Stop
now?
playing with me. Stop. You playing games now, Denali. You playing games.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I bow out gracefully. I bow out gracefully, Denali, because you play these mind games and fuck with people.
First of all,
That's
you're
why
saying
people
I
can't stand
hang on
your
a
ass,
second,
Denali, because you sit
kid.
here and play these
Just
psychological
a
mind
kid.
games.
You said that I
You don't have an honest conversation.
You said I coerced you into saying something you didn't want to say. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said what you said when you said what I said.
Who's on second?
What's on first?
I could do this all day long. Who's on first? I mean, what did we talk? You said that it was a negative. You said that the Tulsa riots had nothing to do with race. You said that was a negative thing when Barack Obama said that if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon. And then you said he could dry his tears with his $7 million.
And what did you say?
About what? I think it's not. I was trying to drill down. What did you do?
Right. And what I meant to say was that the black community has been hijacked and they use our sorrows and our plight, to drive division in this country. Great. That was my message.
Okay, great. Who hijacked Trayvon Martin?
It happens.
Who did it?
I can't tell you a specific person.
Well, you're making a claim. Why wouldn't you?
This is the mindset. But this is the mindset.
You're making just a kid. If you're making,
I'm trying to introduce you to a mindset that you are unaware of.
You said that
there's an opportunity.
Just a kid. You said it was hijacked. Who hijacked Trayvon Martin?
When there is an opportunity to present division in this country, they will use it. Whoever.
Who are we talking about?
Honestly, I can't say on TikTok.
You can't say on TikTok who hijacked Trayvon Martin?
I can't say.
Do you know who it is?
I have an idea.
Can you DM it to me and I'll say it?
I'll DM it to you. But
DM it to me because I'm interested.
I will tell you this, that Patrice Cullor said, when we say her name, it's a Yoruba form of witchcraft that we use. Okay? Now,
so when they said say Sandra Bland's name or say Sonia Massey's name,
Patrice Cullor said. Patrice Cullor said when they said that they studied Marxism. Okay? Right. They openly admitted that they are very versed in Marxism. The founder of BLM, she said this.
Now, are you saying that BLM hijacked Trayvon Martin?
What? They protested for it, but Denali, you a whole Black Mirror episode by yourself.
All right, just a kid.
You done? Are you done? Is you finished or is you done?
Well, it's over. I've stopped. So, just a kid making an appearance.
You asked me a question. What I'm trying to tell you is BLM knew what their intentions were.
Well, I agree with you, because BLM is problematic. They are against the nuclear family. I agree with you on that.
I didn't say nothing about that. I don't
No,
know.
I did. No, stop. And you say I'm narcissistic. I said what I said. I didn't say you said
Okay,
it.
just making sure that you say you said it.
I was very
Before you
clear.
say
I
said what
said it. I,
Okay.
Mr. Denali XXL said it. Okay? I'm surprised you think I'm a narcissist. That's funny.
We established that months ago.
I didn't agree to anything about me being a narcissist.
Yeah, you did. You said it in the room. Your Spanish Minds Live. You admitted it.
I
Yes,
agreed
you
to
did.
being a narcissist?
Now I gotta ask Spanish Mind to find the tapes.
Go ahead, find it. I said I'm a narcissist. I don't think I've
Yes, you did. Because you was getting beat down in that room and you admitted to everything.
Was I being facetious? Do you know nuance?
No, I think you
know nuance.
You were speaking from the heart. Felt like you were speaking from the heart. So Denali, listen, they had their intentions. Black people went along with it, not knowing what.
Well, who hijacked the Tulsa riots?
What her intentions were.
Who hijacked the Tulsa riots?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I can't say. Because I ain't trying to have my name messed up in these TikTok streets. You trying to ruin me. But I'm not going to let you do it today.
So I'm making you say something. Am I making you? Okay. All right. Okay.
I will message it to you.
Yeah, message it to me and I'll say it on the show. I'll do my research. I'll get my.
Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Just a kid performing here today on Mr. Denali XXL. Give her a round of applause. She came in hot.
I'm gonna give you fire every time. Go ahead and drop me tonight.
All right. Look for yourself on the clips. Oh my goodness.
That's 20 minutes I'll never get back.
Wow. It was a negative that Barack Obama said if he had a son, he'd look like Trayvon Martin. Wow. Okay. All right. Whew. Charlie, what am I doing? What's happening?
What's up, everybody? Hope everybody having a good day today.
Hey, Charlie.
I don't agree with the Trayvon Martin thing, but I do agree with some things that she didn't get to. But I mean, she didn't even get to it. So I think our problem is that events that take place, nothing gets followed through. Like Big T, you're right. This stuff been going on for 30, 40, 50 years, so you can't blame one president. But the problem is once it happens, all of a sudden we get distracted by other things on the cause. Like even with the Brown situation, wasn't there some emails flying around, racist emails flying around the police department? And
Yes.
just a couple of people got fired?
Yes.
But all of a sudden it wasn't a full-blown investigation on the whole police department. Like here in LA, we had the city council people do some racial stuff. It wasn't even white. It was Hispanics against black people. And a couple of people resigned. But it should be whole, even with the New York, with the young gentleman that could be racial, but it's a CO thing. I don't feel that the Attorney General should recuse herself because she protects some of them in claw cases. I think there should be full investigation going. But like I said, once it hits the news cycle, once it get out of the news cycle, people are going to forget all about it, and it's going to be business as usual. So that's just something that we got to figure out how to hold things accountable and not just let them go away.
Okay. Jojo, I'm sorry. That went a little longer than I thought, but a narcissist, I just looked it up, a person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. I don't know that. I don't think that applies to me. I have a very good attitude of gratitude, and I try not to center myself. But okay. Joe, what would you like to say? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't get to
No, not at all. Thanks for bringing me up, because I'd like to clarify and question something I think I heard Candid say when she was about her Biden talking points, because I'd like to know how the LGBTQ community negatively impacted American society during the Biden administration. I think that's what I heard.
Yeah, you did hear me say that.
Would you like to explain how it negatively impacted American society?
Yeah, sure. So it caused a lot of tension between Americans who did not and do not participate in the sexual orientation, lifestyle, and activities that they do. We had to constantly be reminded that there were people that choose a sexual lifestyle that we
Okay,
didn't,
hold
right?
on.
Are
It's
you
not
gonna let
chosen.
me finish?
It's not chosen.
Are you
So
gonna
you're
let me
misspeaking.
finish?
Jojo, you gotta let her.
Okay, I'm sorry, but
I
go
know,
ahead.
but she's gotta finish her thought to be able
All
to
right.
rebut it. Okay, go ahead.
And indeed it is. So
It is.
nevertheless, it also negatively impacted the black community because we, even in our
Being
churches,
black,
it
right?
calls
Okay, listen. If she can't finish her point, no one can rebut. So please let her finish her point. Thank you.
right. So the new introduction of this doctrine put in black and white, saying this is what it is. It also caused a lot of tension in churches, including the black churches, households, because we know that something isn't right, right? But society and the media and these, I call them crooked psychologists and doctors, wanted us to tell our children that, well, they wanted us to affirm their new gender identities and pansexualism. It was over sexualized, and it was a huge projection onto people who didn't engage in it. And then if we didn't engage in it, didn't believe into this rhetoric or narrative or philosophy of the alphabet people, and I don't say that in a derogatory way. I say it because it's a lot of alphabets, so we know what I'm talking about. They're letters that mean something. So because we didn't subscribe to it, we were then called homophobic, and all of these name callings came out of the fact that we just had a different opinion on what was true, what was scientifically correct than others. So that caused a huge riffraff in society, and hence, even still today, there's still damn bills that have to be passed for men not to be in women's sports and etc. So it caused a problem, very problematic, and that is how.
All right. Thank you for that. I must correct you because it is not a chosen lifestyle. People are born this way, right? You may have been born straight. I was born gay. So it is not a choice. It's determined, first of all. I don't understand when you said what isn't right, so now you're projecting a value judgment on something. And the fact that you called psychologists crooked means that you're denying the science, because this is also not a mental illness. We are way beyond that. All right. So I can appreciate the fact that, you may not agree with it, but the simple fact is that people are just the LGBT community is just looking for equal rights and fairness. And so what's happened now is that a federal judge has struck down the Biden language in Title IX, not only gender identity, but sexual orientation. And that opens the door for the Trump administration to start pulling back rights that LGBTQ people enjoy today. And if you don't think that the right is going to try to overturn Oberfeld, when we know they will, and stop marriage equality. And so I just think that, blanket statements like negatively impacted is a little strong. And I think that, if your opinion is different, say that. Don't say that my community negatively impacts yours.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, he's
I
done.
stopped talking.
Well, hang on. Let's listen. We don't
Okay,
need snarky comments.
respectfully, again, I
Trying to
said
do
this
Don't
something
need
else.
to.
before.
Okay,
Hold
listen,
on. Hold,
Mr. T. But listen. Miss Candy's going to rebut.
Are you done? As if to say, I'm fed up with hearing what you're saying.
I don't think
So she didn't have to make that statement either, though. Come on now.
Big
She
T.
knew what she was
Okay, all right,
doing,
Big
and you
T.
know
Big
too.
T. Big T. Please. Candid, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to say this before a minor disclaimer, out of respect to myself, JoJo, which I said to you before. If we're going to have a conversation, we can have one, but all that passive aggressive things, we're not going to do that. So if you want to do that, I'm not going to engage with it. So if you want to have a conversation with me, we can.
I'll take you. Listen, I got you. Go
I
ahead.
get it. I get it, Denali. This is your platform, but I'm telling him my level of engagement with him
Okay.
will be limited if he starts what he has always been doing.
Okay.
So nevertheless, like I said, even though you mentioned it was a mental illness or wasn't a mental illness, I study my community. I like studying people. I study history. I study books. Yes, it was a mental illness. Yes, it was treated as a mental illness, whether it was body dysmorphia, vagina, penis envy, all these psychological things and illnesses that if they were not addressed and actually corrected in adolescence turns into other things. So I understand me and minds. I understand the maladaptive behaviors that we display given the oppression that we were once under, but also the pressure that we under. I understand the masochistic behaviors as well. So when I say we are projecting these things onto my children, my black children, which in return, if we're, put it this way, if we are now accepting that we're born gay, we're born however y'all want to say it, we must say that we have to accept it, and we also now have to accept that this person will not have children. You pretty much want us to accept self-genocide by way of sexual orientation and lifestyle. And it is a choice, in my opinion. It was a choice back then when it was initially on the books. It was actually a mental illness, and it became acceptable for whatever reason after the 80s during the damn what is it called, the crisis of drugs in our communities. So there was a lot of things that we had to accept. I'm talking specifically to about the black community. There was a lot of things we had to accept, and there was pressure for us to accept it, again, even in holy places in which the relationship between a man and woman is sacred, the doctrine is sacred. We now have had to change these things just to fit a narrative because someone, which was Obama, initially said it was okay for same-sex marriage. Okay, cool, do you, but don't push and project onto people. So again, the most horrible thing that I can think of this did to the black community was allowed us not to move forward in our generation and with our generation, because if you're gay, there is no baby coming out of that naturally. If you're transgender, you change your gender, or you're whatever the hell you're doing, because I don't know what you all call it these days. All I know is it prevents the generation from coming forward, and it has everything to do with a sexual activity or orientation in which sex is literally supposed to be an act of reproducing. So they weaponize sex, and they projected the weaponization of sex onto children and adults. And that's how I see that. And you can't change my mind about it, regardless of how you feel.
All right. Jojo, and then we'll open it up.
Yep, we're going to agree to disagree. And of course, I disagree about your whole claim about passive aggressive. I don't know. You'll have to tell me an instance when I've done that, because I just don't believe I do that.
Okay. You're going to agree to disagree? You don't have any rebut. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead to Ms. Gen X. She's up here. Gen X, do you have something to add to the conversation?
Wait.
What?
You passed over me.
I did?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rowe, go ahead. Not intentionally.
Oh, I know. And to the candid, this is not a knock on you. or anything. But as JoJo said, as being a gay man, he was born that way. It is not a choice. I do I do know other gay people. I know their families. I know when they was born, I looked at a little kid. He was 4 years old when I first noticed he was playing with baby dolls. I'm just giving a little short synopsis because this kid was born that way. And I talked to the kid and he told me, and I'm going to go on to where I want to go. And he was like, his feeling, he was tired of trying to be a boy, that his mom was pushing things on him, but he had different feelings. And so I learned some years ago that gay people are born that way. Now, where I'm going, I'm not saying all gay, because they could have some folks that make a choice, but lots of them are born that way. Now, they are fighting for their rights. It brings me back. You wasn't born then. So it brings me back until before the Civil Rights Act of 1964, blacks was fighting for rights. And we were nothing to the white folks, but less than their dogs. They would feed their dogs better than they would feed a black human. You cannot go into the restroom. You could not get food. You had to go in the back door. I know you don't know anything about that. You can read about it, but I'm speaking about it. And then blacks got rights. So now gay folks, they're fighting for their rights. If you do not know, because a lot of folks are not educated enough on, well, why you want to be gay. Just ask some folks, and they're all going to tell you the same thing. It's not that I want to be gay. They was born that way. And I'm gonna let it go there.
Okay.
Can I respond real quick to
Yeah.
that?
Go ahead.
Real quickly. So
And then Gen X.
so here's the thing. I get what you're saying, Mr. O, but I respectfully will never agree based on science, based on life itself, based on my experience being a mother whose child at the age of 2, when they put on, he's a boy, went and put on fingernail polish because he seen me. I was a stay-at-home wife this time, getting dressed in front of him all the time and getting dolled up. So I don't say this in a derogatory way, but monkey see, monkey do. So once I corrected the behavior, he was 2, and I told him, hey, fingernail polish is for girls, blah, blah, blah. And I told my husband, hey, it's time for you to engage more with my son, our child, because he's getting mannerisms and becoming feminine because I'm around him all day, right? He was exposed to me, the woman, all the time. So if that behavior was not corrected, and if I would have cheered him on like black women do these young boys that you can see all over TikTok dancing like girls, and they just applauding them, even in a church, they applaud them for feminine behavior. If I would have did that to my child, I'm sure my child would have thought, maybe she likes me being this way. Now, if a mother is hard on their son, he will submit to a woman and want to become or be like the woman in order to gain her attention. Then these are all psychological things that are on the books that psychologists can explain them better than I can. So when I looked at my community, Mr. Rowe, and I assessed it, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but when I assessed it from a place of love and understanding, and I was able to match, not diagnose, but match behaviors with psychological things on a book, ain't no way in hell somebody finna tell me we born this way. We become this way by behaviors that has not been corrected. And no one, I don't care if you black, white, mixed match colors, can tell me that a black child is born gay. You are a product of your environment. So if you place a child in an environment that he or she will become more susceptible to being gay, then that's what they will become. But they're not born that way. Now, if you want to say white people are born that way, then be my guest. But I will never accept and I will never allow anyone to make me accept that my children are born gay. And that is why I said it was a projection in which they wanted us to accept and then let that govern the behaviors of our children and our race. And it's unacceptable to me as a Black woman, but also to me as an American, because I care about all children, but mine more specifically. And I'll land my plane there.
All right, great. Jojo,
Gotta respond
I
real
have, give me
quick.
1 second, Mr. Rowe. Jojo, do you have anything on this conversation? Can I drop you down? Or do you want to add something to it? Jojo?
Sorry, I'm good. Thanks, Nolly.
You're good. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe, and rebuttal.
You know I'm gonna be short with this. So, Candace, that seemed like the exact same situation. That family with their kid is what I'm talking about. I did mention the kid was 4 years old when I saw him playing with baby dolls instead of playing with trucks, because I went to go and pick the kid up. But I just came back to say, because that child's mother didn't accept it, and there was no way in holy hell her son was gay. And when that kid got to be 18 years old, that kid said he didn't give a damn what his mom said or anybody, and he came out as gay. And that's why a lot of folks, when they have, I know you have heard of in the closet, because their parents didn't accept the fact that they was gay. I only wanted to say this last thing. Folks don't realize it until it happened to them. When they have a gay son, you either gotta love him or you gotta say, oh, it's the demons. I've heard that. So that's all. I land my plane and I'm finished.
Hey, man, I wish you didn't drop JoJo. I had a quick question for JoJo, but I guess Misty, you part of the
Gotta
community,
go to
right?
Gen X, Charlie.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Cool.
Yes.
Gen X, if you want to add something to this, and then we'll go to DJ.
Not really.
You good?
I've said what I've said in the past about it, but the only issues I have is, you know, I believe in individual liberty to happiness. I believe, you know, as long as your happiness doesn't impose a direct harm to me, you know, or my household, it is what it is. But because we all have different beliefs, we all have different values, we all have a different walk of life. But the only thing that I can say that I would be against is, and I stand firm 10 toes down, is when it comes to the children and when they give counseling or whatever, gender affirming care, if it's counseling or whatever, without the parents included to have a right to say or have any involvement in it, that's why I have a problem. I have a problem when people overstep parents' rights with their children that they're responsible for, physically and mentally, you know, so they're even up to 26 years old to come off their health insurance. But I'm saying at least up to 18 years old. I have a big problem with that, and I think we should have a say-so when it comes to our children, you know. But all that other stuff, whether you're born that way or not born that way, I have no idea, because I'm not. I'm a heterosexual, so I don't know what that feeling is like. I don't know, you know, how you feel as a young child growing up. I have 3 children. I never had to deal with that. They're all, you know, they all have opposite sex spouses and families and a life, and as a heterosexual, so I've never had to directly deal with that. So I don't know, you know, how you would deal with something like that if it was your child, you know. But that's all. I mean, that's all I have to say about it, really.
Okay. All right. DJ and then Inspire. How you doing, DJ?
I'm good. Thanks for having me up.
Good.
I was here before her, by the
Mr.
way.
Raw, I'm going to rotate you out, and then I'll bring you back here in a second, okay?
Okay.
Get some new people up here. Go ahead, DJ.
Okay. So, just sliding through TikTok like I do, and I came across your live, and so I was listening to you guys' conversation. And I want to say that the gentleman, JoJo, I think that he said it extremely well. All right. You are born gay. And I've seen it in very young children who are now gay adults. There was nothing influencing to be that way. If we're in kindergarten, I remember my first boyfriend in kindergarten, Troy Jones, the biggest afro in the school. All right. He didn't know he was my boyfriend, but he was my boyfriend. Nevertheless, even then, your attraction to who you're attracted to starts. All right. What you like is what you like. And so when we say, a relationship is sacred, we have to remember it's not only sacred between a man and woman, it's sacred between two people, whether it be a man and woman, two men, two women. It's their business. It's not a business that pertains to any of us. And if you teaching your children the things that you want them to know. I know Candace mentioned her son put fingernail polish on when he was 2. Mine did too. He put it on his nails, he put it on his lips, and he put it on his eyebrows, because of course that's what he saw mommy do. Not with the fingernail polish, but he saw mommy do that with makeup. So that's what he did. Not at any given time did I think, oh my God, my child is gay. Nothing, that's a 2-year-old messing in things with terrible tools do. They'll play with poop if you leave it down too long. It's just what they do. So it doesn't indicate that a child is having any feminine thoughts or desires. That especially not at 2 years old. And I know a lot of times we talk about, and I don't know if you guys mention it, that, oh, they're, exposing our children to these things in school. When? I did the research. I wasn't able to find any children in elementary school exposed to it. No children in middle school, exposed to it. By high school, yeah, it's being discussed, but because by high school, you're running into same-sex relationships. Just like you have a relationship at that age, they're going to have one too. It's just going to look different, but that doesn't mean that they are different, because at the end of the day, they're human beings. They're people, all right, and they get to make a choice of who they want to love. Nobody's showing up in our bedroom and saying, because in a lot of states, if you're not active in the position of what they considered a mercenary position, then it's against the law. It's on the books, but nobody's showing up to arrest nobody. So I think that it's important that we understand that people are entitled to love who they want to love. You got heterosexual people who never find love at all. And if two people can find love amongst one another, regardless of what we think, then it should be a choice of theirs. And Obama didn't make it okay. It was already okay. He made it so that they would have equal opportunity. Okay, they were fighting for their rights, the same rights that we have, and we don't even have to fight for it. They deserve those rights. They're not bothering anybody. They're not bothering the soul. So it shouldn't bother us when we see these things. It's not cool to judge them. It's just not. And
Respectfully, you
I
missed my
believe,
point.
Is there a question for that? I have a question for that.
You didn't speak to what I
I'm
said.
about to land my plane. I'm
Okay.
about to land it. And I want to say that anyone who claims, and I'm not saying you because I don't know if you claimed it or not, but anyone who claims to be of the creator, a Christian, then they should claim love no matter what level it's on. They believe in God too. They believe in sin too. They believe in, having the same opportunities that we have too. And I get it. Everybody's not going to get it. Everybody's not going to agree with it. And that's fine. But to condemn it, come on. We shouldn't do that.
All right,
Yeah, I
Denali,
don't
can
think
I
it should be
respond real
condemned.
quick?
But I just
No,
want to
hold
ask you a
on. I
question
got
about
it,
the.
Charlie. Hold on, Charlie. I
Yeah,
got it.
well, she
So
did
number
it.
one,
She did invoke
What
her
you
name.
got?
Go ahead.
you
Go
You
ahead.
mean
didn't.
you want to talk to me?
Okay,
No.
Miss DJ.
Oh, you said I got
DJ.
it like it was something
DJ,
important.
let her rebut because you did invoke her name. Go ahead,
Okay.
Candace.
Well, I said I got it because Charlie said, "Hey, I don't think
Okay,
that
was
she
it?
meant that." So I
Okay,
meant I can tell you better than he can about
go
what I
ahead.
meant. So nevertheless,
And
again,
I had something else. I didn't say that, but go ahead. My bad. I didn't say that, but I had something else to say.
oh, I
Go ahead.
thought you did, but nevertheless, my bad, Charlie. Then I misspoke on what you said because I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry, then. But nevertheless, all of that was great what you said, but I think it's relative to the individual, their upbringing, and etc. So I mentioned that because earlier, I'm not sure if you were here, Denali said something, and this woman challenged us to say what had happened within the last 4 years that was so bad under Biden. I mentioned that the alphabet community was being projected and pushed onto us more than ever before. I also said when Obama made it okay for them, okay, go ahead, do your thing. I never once said I had a problem with people loving who they want to love. Again, it's none of my business. So therefore, you shouldn't make it any of my business. Put it in front of my face. Tell me I have to accept it. Tell me about people that I know exist, but I'm not in your bedroom. And I don't want you to bring your bedroom in front of me. So that's what I was saying. I don't think I said it wasn't right in all this, but I did say, and I will stand on this until I die, until the good Lord called Danny home, that I will never accept that we are born gay. That's what I said. Now, if you want to accept it and you want that to govern your life and your children's life and the world's life, that's fine with me. To each his own, but I won't, and that is
All right,
all.
I want to get Yolanda in here. Yolanda,
Wait. Do I get to
you
respond?
want? Okay, I'll give you.
30 seconds, 60 seconds.
All right, and
60
then
seconds.
go ahead, and then Yolanda's got to go. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm just, I can't see how Obama would project something like that onto a 2-year-old, first of all. And then, second of all, it's not a choice. I thought it was a choice my whole entire life until I saw a documentary that explained a lot. And to keep it short and sweet, when conceived, we're all girls. When we're conceived, we are all girls. And then the hormones and the chromosomes and whatever else involved, it starts to grow. It tells us, if more male hormones are growing, then we're going to grow a member and we're going to be boys. All right. But when they start to grow, this is what I saw on the documentary. When they start to grow, just like anything in life could go haywire, it goes haywire, and it may, let's say it's a boy, it'll grow all the way to the point that he's got a member. That all of a sudden the female hormones come, and they pass it. Now you've got a individual who looks like a boy, but their hormones is so high up on a girl level that they portray themselves as girls. And you may even find that in some women who hormones maybe went too far up and they grew hair on their faces, but not to the point, not didn't exceed them into the status of being gay at that point. I'm just saying, just because I don't want y'all to mistake it, just because you got a little hair on the chin,
15
she a man.
seconds, DJ. 15 seconds.
That's not what I'm trying to say. All right.
15 seconds, DJ.
Okay, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say I thought way until I was shown differently, and I'll leave it that way.
All right. Inspire.
Okay, so when I came in, it was about a biological thing. And I feel like everybody's talking around what Candace is saying, so she keeps having to go back and readdress her points. First of all, she's saying that she's not going to be convinced or let someone else convince her that something is biological when she knows it's not. And a lot of people want to use science to back up biology. What science also says is something is biologically in line There is the ability to, number one, reproduce. So no one has addressed that. No one's denying that people can have feelings or desires towards things. There are towards different opposite gender. There are people right now that have feelings or desires towards children. It doesn't make that biologically correct. It doesn't mean that they're born that way. And also, too, just because someone cannot be convinced that it is biological for two men and two women to be together, it doesn't mean that they can't love them, or because they disagree with it being biological, that there's an inherent hate or disdain towards a group of people. There is the other thing that she talked about is it being infringed on the community. We have right now the LGBT community that's going into the church, and the church is based on things that are I'm not going to say the word anti, but in God's order of humanity and how He made man for woman. They're going into the church and infringing the belief and convincing the church that this is something natural in God's design. So there's a lot of different elements that are happening here. And yes, LGBT community people, they have the right to love who they want to love. They have the right to identify who they want to identify as. No one's stopping someone from identifying as a raccoon if they want to. I don't understand why the LGBT community is often compared to being black. Like, when did it become the same thing? You can't feel your way into being black, and you can't desire your way into being black. Either you're born black or you're not. So at the end of the day, science is being used, the quote unquote science, to say it's biological based on maybe someone's mental state that makes them biologically attracted to someone else. But it doesn't mean that it's biologically natural, because if it was biologically natural, there would be an ability to reproduce. So does that mean that is wrong for Denali doesn't have the right to love a man if he wants to love a man, or me have a right to love a woman if I want to love a woman? Society says it's okay for you to love who you want to love. That's fine. You have that right to love who you want to love. But it doesn't mean, and this is what we mean by infringe, no one has addressed any of the points that she's made. They talk around it. And number two, no one is saying because you're this, there's a level of hate towards anyone. I think that it's like now, if you don't believe, again, this is infringing your beliefs upon us, which you don't want us to do to you. You want to infringe your beliefs on us.
10 seconds inspired. 10 seconds inspired.
And if we don't believe or go along with what your feelings or your desires are, then we're anti. And that's not true either. So yes, we all have people in our lives that we come across that are part of the community. We'd say, I love them because they're decent, they're good people. They've been good to us, or what have you. So people in the community, don't confuse us not agreeing to your perspective to being anti or hate or whatnot.
All right, thank you so much. Misty.
Real quick, let me go real quick, man. I ain't even win. I just want to say something real quick. That I just want to say one thing. Like I was kind of hung up on the I think Miss Candy used that thing about the fingernail polish, and also DJ did as well. I just want to ask if that was the case. If that's the case, I think you guys had two different opinions about it. Candy felt it was something that she turned her son around and trained him not to do it, and then DJ says okay. But as a father coming home, and my wife, wasn't paying attention, would I be considered homophobic if I told my sons take that stuff off?
No. Nowadays you
From
would.
a father's standpoint.
Nowadays you would.
Look here.
No.
If I could throw this out there, Mr. Denali and everybody on the panel.
No, but real quick, I'm gonna let my plane real quick, TV, because I get out your way. I just want to say this. I just want to say, look, I'm not a part of the community. Hey, if you want to be gay, whatever you born in, whatever, it's all free training. But I think as a father, a lot of times we raise our kids to be within our likeness or better than our likeness. So if I'm a heterosexual man, I'm raising my sons to be heterosexual. Now, if they switch, now I got to make that adjustment. But the thing is that I don't feel I should be looked at a homophobic because of my influence on them being in the same likeness as me. Is everybody
You're
else
not.
get that?
You're not.
Huh? Okay.
He says you're
But
not.
this is the thing.
All right, Charles, I'm going to drop you down because I need to get somebody else up here, and I'll bring you back, sir. Go ahead, Big T.
From the age of 1 to I guess about 6 or 7, tried to change. I'm left-handed. I've been left-handed all my life. And for the first 7 years of my life, my father did everything he could to change me from using my left hand. He tied my left hand behind my back and made me eat with my right hand and everything. But I always diverted back to my left hand because naturally, that's what I am, left-handed. I have 3 siblings that I've born that have kids that are left-handed. So this gene been passed through generations of my generation. From me being left-handed, I have 2 children that are left-handed. They have 2 children that are left-handed. So this is
You breaking up?
Breaking up, T. T, you're breaking up. We can't hear you. Big T, you're breaking up.
So I'll land with that.
I'm gonna drop you down and then try to get a better signal.
It's not something that you choose.
All right. Misty. Let's get to Misty.
Hey.
Sorry for the wait.
It's okay. So, being part of the community, being bisexual, being a person that's been with both, it's very complex. It's not a simple answer. On one hand, there are genetics, right? There's hormones, brain structure, chromosomes, and this is all facts. It's science, it's doctors. But on the other hand, too, it can be environmental, in my opinion. When I was a little girl, I had feelings first, second, third grade. But then I also, when I was like 8, 9, I sat there and I wanted to think about it. Because even though I was at a young age, I wanted to know, well, is it because my parents did dress me like a tomboy? Is it because I had an issue with my dad and maybe I have this complex? Is it because my brother called me Rudy, like a nickname? I played G.I. Joes. I wanted to be Ken playing Barbies with my sisters. But I really wanted to take the time was this really something I was born with, or is it my environment? And I understood that at at a very young age, right? And as I grew up, I still noticed that, these feelings aren't changing, right? So I kind of grew into just accepting it because also being some religious, right? I know at the end of the day, God made me, so I can't be that bad. But trust me, when the gay marriage thing came out, I lost relationships because in the beginning I was very anti-gay marriage because of my beliefs. I was also very anti if the girl I was dating had children. I didn't want any exposure to the children because me as a young child, seeing my mother, father, and people smoke, I started smoking cigarettes. So even though I was so young, I knew that influence, especially from the people that are close to you and you love, can definitely guide you, right? In a way. But even being the way I am now, right? And I've accepted it with my son. When he was a little younger, he loved purple and he would say, oh, cutie patootie with the stuffed animals. But I told his dad, we're not going to talk about it. Let him go through the stages. And now, as he goes through puberty, he's so boy, it's not funny. But we have parents that are influencing. We have indoctrination going on. We have parents and people pushing this narrative. And there are a lot of kids that are acting gay because they think it's cool. They are meowing like cats because they think they want to be part of the club. And they're not down with it. And in California, are they really pushing it? Yeah, some of the schools are because, like I said, My son came home talking about 78 genders. He starts talking about pronouns, and I went to the school and said, absolutely not, because even though I may choose to live another way, I do not want anybody other than me teaching my boy, or teaching anyone's kid for that matter. That's something that needs to be taught at home. And if the parents want to say, yes, let's do it, they could sign a paper, it could be a separate group, but no, it is not my right to push anything or anybody from the community to make anybody use pronouns, because my name's Misty. I don't use pronouns. I will try to respect you, but to have people that are straight understand it? Absolutely not. I would never. You don't do it. My sister, she's sorry for talking so long, but my sister, she's Christian. She's very anti-gay. I don't bring it around her. Why? Because I respect her beliefs. My choices do not need to be. She loves me, but I am not going to disrespect her values, her thoughts, and her beliefs. It is my life, my choice, my walk. So why are we shoving it down people's throats? So trust me, I'm not liked in the community with some of my views. Um, but I have a wide, I have a lot of thoughts about it. And I'm not down with the indoctrinating these kids. I'm so anti blockers or T affirming care for children. I'm not cool with that at all. Let them grow up, let them change their mind. I'm so anti that. It's not funny. So I really don't belong in
Take
the
you to play
community.
baseball by EK. Let's go.
So kick me out.
All right, let's go to CYN, my good friend over in North
Thank you,
Carolina.
Misty.
You're welcome, Ken.
CYN, what's up, my dear?
Hey, Denali, thank you.
How you doing?
Hey. Oh, I'm wonderful as usual.
Oh yes.
Wonderful. I came in a long time ago, but
I know you did. We're getting to you.
I got some thoughts about this.
Let's go. Let's bring the heat. Let's CYN. Let's go.
I appreciate Misty. I don't have any heat. I appreciate Misty because I think people get caught up in their own fight so much they forget that two things can be true at the same time. There can be people who are born gay, and there also can be kids, teenagers who are doing it because it's a trend. And I just wish some of the community could take a step back for a second out of their own fight and realize that there are some young people that are being influenced into this. Because I can tell you, the entire girls' basketball team is a group of girls that are tomboys and they're not getting a lot of attention from the boys because of it. And because teenage girls need love, they gravitate towards each other and so they're gay. And most of them grow out of that. It is a phase. But that doesn't mean there also isn't a whole nother group that is born that way. That's something I'll never understand because I am heterosexual. I believe in nature and that we are put here to reproduce. So if you're a homosexual, I tend to think something must have went wrong there. But it's not so strong as where I hate that person. I couldn't be around them. It doesn't bother me that much. I just would assume that something did go wrong because it's unnatural. But other than that, I'm glad Trump is back. We got somebody.
3 days.
Can I say one more thing real quick, Denali?
Yeah, and then we'll go to Kimmy and then Special K.
Yeah, you're right, Sin. Because for an example, right, my fiance, this girl, she has a daughter, and we went to Billie Eilish concert a couple weeks ago, and I was standing, 17,000 people. The amount of young girls screaming, "I love you" to Billie Eilish, I was like, oh my, wow, like seriously, there's no way that there's that many bisexual gay women. You know what I mean? And then her little girl was like, "Ooh, I love Billie Eilish. But not in a I love her, but like more of a." And I told her, you know what? Let's not talk about it. You know what I mean? She could just have a crush, or maybe she just, I don't know, maybe she wants to wear the clothes, like drip like her. I don't know what it is, but don't push it either way. Let her go through the phase. But the amount of girls that supposedly are crushing on Billie Eilish, right? So it's a fad. It's a phase for the most part. I highly doubt not even 1% of those girls really find her attractive. It's just, we all go through things, right? So I agree with you, Sin, and I agree a lot with what Ken had said. But there is some people, but very little. I think it's a lot environmental. I agree.
Did I hear you have a fiance?
But if you say that,
yes.
then it's just like, no.
Fiance, wow, Misty getting married soon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kimmy.
Hi, Mr. D. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, I first requested up because I was so appalled at some of the things that I was hearing. I what I find, funny. DJ says so many eloquent things. Like she didn't leave a lot for me to say, but I find all these people to say that they're Christians, but they judge people. And I thought Christians weren't supposed to judge. I thought God was the only judge. So that's one issue that I have. I think that bisexuality may be a phase, but I don't think that homosexuality is a phase. A lot of these kids are bullied, they unalive themselves, and people don't choose to do something that is going to cause people to not like them. It is not. I just don't see why a person would do that. Also, to tag on to what Mr. Rose said, I grew up with this guy, and his dad was a very much a manly man, a fisherman, had his own boat, all that kind of stuff. He didn't want to do that kind of stuff with his dad. He wanted to hang out with the girls. He tried very hard to, like, ask certain girls to maybe be his girlfriend, but we could all see at an early age that he was gay. So no one was attracted to him, and he was a nice looking guy. Now, but he was trying to be a heterosexual man. And I saw him again as an adult, and he had finally, come all the way out of the closet, and he was a full on. And Candace said that, there are psychologists that say, I think she said that, I'm not sure if she said it was taught or mental health, but there are also studies that say that they are born like this. And I work in mental health, and it's not part of the DSM. And nobody that I have ever worked for with psychologists or therapists have ever said anything to that nature of it being a mental health disorder. So I totally disagree with that. I think people should be able to live their own lives. I'm not for, with the kids and the sex changes and uh, the I'm sorry, sex changes for kids and all that. No, I'm not with that because they're kids. They're Oh, no. That was my son getting out of my car. Sorry. Yeah, so they're yeah, we shouldn't be doing that to the kids, but that's just like I don't think even a girl should get a breast augmentation. You know what I mean? So if you're a child, you shouldn't be making any changes to your body until you become an adult, right? But once you become an adult, if that's what you choose to do, then hey, that's your business. And as far as people keeping their bedrooms in their bedroom, so do you tell a heterosexual person that you don't want to see them hold hands or you don't want to see them kiss? I mean, if a gay couple decides they want to kiss or they want to hold hands, that's their business. And, that's just how I feel. And I feel like some of these people that have all these judgments, you know, I don't even want to say what I think because sometimes I feel like they need to fuck around and find out the hard way, and one of their kids needs to end up, and then they'll see the real truth that the child was born that way, and it had nothing to do with the way the child was raised. There's no mental health disorder or any of that. Let people be who they are. If it's not affecting your life, then why are people so concerned? If they want to get married and have the same tax write-offs that every other couple does, let them have it.
Right.
Leave them alone. Just leave them alone.
Dolly, I'm going to drop. Can I just rebuttal to Kim as a Christian?
30 seconds, and then we got
Okay, so Kim, just to let you know, within Christianity, when it says we do not judge, it's because we don't have the ability to condemn to heaven or hell. Only God has that authority. Number one. but we are called to judge behavior. So you can look at a man who cheats on his wife and go, "Oh, that's wrong what he's doing." You can look at a person who does anything that's not right and judge that behavior. So what we're saying is now a person can be born with an attraction towards a child and call it science and biological, right?
That's not the same thing. That is definitely not the same thing.
Okay,
One
so
is
what's the
crime and
difference?
one is not.
So what's the difference between a person having a natural biological desire towards the same?
Because that is sick behavior. That's sick.
Right.
That's
That one is a crime,
and
and the
one is
other
a
is
crime.
not.
Yes, you go to prison for that.
But it's only a crime because man made it as a crime.
That
It's
is
sick behavior.
sick. It's sick. It's just like they made it a crime to unalive a person too. It's a
So,
crime.
but
It's
my point,
actually
my point
worded
is
behavior,
that
and it all falls down in the
feeling,
same thing.
But
I'm
we
feelings
sorry to
and
inspire.
desires,
we don't get
feelings
to
and
make that
desires
judgment.
does not mean biologically natural. Okay, so I hate when people try to say Christians they want to judge. Well, we're not judging. All we're saying is no one's going to make us believe something that we don't believe.
And you're fine with that.
And but how come all these talking points around Christians judging and not loving and all that when we're just saying that we're not going to be influenced by someone else's opinion? And at the end of the day, Kim, if my daughter decided that she wanted to like girls, I wouldn't change my whole perspective and say, oh, she was born that way just because she made that choice. Are you kidding me? So what you're saying is absolutely false.
That's a lie. Now, that's
Maybe you should
what
do some
you're saying
research.
is absolutely your opinion, and that's where you need to keep it. You don't say because we feel away.
Listen, she
Wait,
gave an opinion.
Hang on.
We feel it.
One second.
She gave an opinion based on her
Let her finish her
feelings.
point, and then we'll open it up.
She gave an opinion on feelings. I feel is all Kim said. She didn't say
Can
the
I say
facts
it now?
show. She didn't.
Yes, I did speak on facts. I said there are studies out there that they are born that way, and I work in mental
Okay,
health.
so that's why they're trying to make laws right now. That's why they're trying to make laws right now, Kim, that for people it's called MAP, I think, for with something with that are people who are attracted to children. They're making that a sexual orientation now.
All right.
So science is starting to say they're born that way.
From us.
You three are just going to have to agree to disagree, Mrs.
Science is trying to say they're born that way, Kim.
All right.
So that's not a fact, right? According to you, it's sick.
No, they are born that way, but they are sick. They are
It doesn't
born that
make
way,
it
and they are sick.
biologically natural.
I didn't say it was.
Can I say
Mrs.
something?
Inspire, are you done?
Can I say something?
Hang on one second. Mrs. Inspire, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. You always have a voice over here. Let's go. Go ahead, DJ, while I bring up the next guest.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to say that to the lady that just left, but nevertheless, she probably still listening. At the end of the day, I never said that it was up to the Christian way, this, the Christian way, that. I said, and I'm sticking with what I said, is that you can't be of the Christian community, but there you are judging. And she said, God gives us the right to judge. He doesn't give us the right to judge nobody. Because if we open your closet, we're going to see some crap up in that mug too. All right. 1. And 2, everybody, I don't give a damn who you are, have the right to love who they want to love. What does that have to do with anybody else? What does who I love have to do with anybody other than between me and the person I love? Absolutely nothing.
Great.
We need to stop with that.
All right.
We got so many other things going on in our world, and we're going to worry about who somebody's in somebody's bed.
All right, DJ. Thank you. Special K, because he's been waiting patiently. Special K, and then Char, and then Miss Caroline. What you got, Special K, my guy?
What's up, Dick?
You got it, brother.
You got a good conversation going on here.
Absolutely. Go right ahead. Add to it.
And you know what? And all these people who are talking, they have not read or been raised to listen to what the commandments are telling them. They are going along with the get along. We don't have time to go along and get along. You go to Turkey. I tell you, move your family over to Turkey and try that mildew and they this and that. Yes, I got people. I got a few in my family, man, and I've talked to them. You know, they do make those choices, but they make the choices because a lot of them are just like that kind of uh feeling and being with other people. Some of them don't want babies. Some of them don't like men. Some of them don't like women like women. You know, but they gotta understand that is wrong. We need a man and a woman to kick this world going. He made a man and a woman. If not, he'd have made two men or two women. We got to tell the truth. The truth is coming out. I don't care whether you like it or not. You go and read the 10 Commandments and tell me, are you following the 10 Commandments? Or you teaching your son and daughter? I teach my son and daughter. Listen, man, you a man. I don't care. You're not playing with no dolls. I can understand you want to understand that women try to push that you want to be a you need to learn how to men need to know how to plait hair and all that. No, we don't need to do that. We're totally different. A lot of people are just letting their kids do what they want to do.
Ain't no women pushing that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You are pushing that, D. Come on, don't hear that crap. A lot of them are pushing that kind of thing, letting the guys do. I wish my grandson ain't playing with that crap. I'm not having that. Now listen, because we need men on this earth. Now, what's going on is those people over there in California, they're a bunch of you know what. That's why that's why you see them burning. This is a punishment.
Oh, come on, Special K. Are you saying, wait, Special K, are you saying that the fires are because California is a certain way?
Yes, yes, sir. That's God's word.
All right. What happens if you don't believe, if you're not a Christian?
Well, you don't believe. That's your you. If you don't believe,
what if you're a Muslim? What if you're a Jew?
I'm not saying you're a Christian. Not saying you believe. I'm not. It ain't about a Christian. I'm not a Christian either.
But I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Come on. Go ahead. What I'm saying is that I don't know if that has anything to do with why California is on fire. Some people think there are arsonists that affect those fires. Some of those fires maybe are not by natural causes.
No, sir.
No, sir. What?
No, sir.
No, sir. What?
That's God dealing with them.
When we have hurricanes, what does that mean?
That's God.
Saying what are they telling Florida and Louisiana?
That's God.
I know. What are they saying to? What is God saying to Florida, Louisiana, and the Gulf Coast?
What happened is they have put a curse on this world, especially on our country.
All right.
You don't see it happening anywhere else but our country.
What you mean? They have tsunamis and everything else. What are you talking about? They don't have fires other places.
Anywhere that they have did wrong, went against the principles of God.
All right.
It's cleaning it up, man.
God is a loving God. Come on.
God love and God look. He said he's the Alpha and he's Omega.
Okay.
But
all I'm saying is that everybody doesn't believe the same way you believe.
Well, I don't understand why they don't.
Well, that's fine. But listen, there are 8 billion people in the world.
All right.
I refuse to believe that God only wants us to believe one way. You have Muslims, you have the Jews, and everything else in between.
What you mean by one way, Doug?
Sir, I refuse to believe that God is that selfish. He said you can only believe one way. I refuse to believe that.
What are you talking about, dude?
That means he's forsaking 4 billion people? Hello?
What you mean he forsaking?
Okay, if you don't believe in the Trinity as you do, can you get to heaven?
I didn't say no Trinity. I didn't believe in Trinity.
Are you a Christian?
No.
You just didn't you? What do you believe, sir?
I believe there's God.
You don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
I believe Jesus was God in the flesh.
What does that mean, sir?
That means he was God in the flesh.
So Jesus is not the Son of God according to you and for your belief?
He was God in the flesh.
Okay. All right. I don't know what that means, sir.
Okay. That means that he became a man, walk around on the earth and feel what man felt.
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
No.
But you're a Christian?
No.
Okay. I'm confused now.
Listen, It's a lot of days. One day.
Does the Bible? Do you use the Bible as a code for you, as a way to walk through the world?
Yes.
And doesn't the Bible say that the Trinity?
No.
He doesn't.
No. You did listen to Pastor Geno Jennings. He
I said, what
explained
does
it.
the Bible say? I don't care about the pastor. What does the Bible say?
The Bible said God is God. He's one.
Gen
One.
X, can you help me out? Can you help me out? Am I wrong in what I'm thinking here?
He is one. No other.
Well, the word Trinity isn't in the Bible.
It
It's
is.
not.
What I'm saying is what he believes is like all three are one. Like God is the spirit which went into man as Jesus to walk here on the earth. You know.
Right, but don't Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes.
So, okay, I'm even more confused now.
But he says he's not claiming Christianity.
But he claims the Bible.
He's claiming who God is.
But,
I mean, he's accepting God, who God is.
But in the Bible it says that Jesus is the Son of God.
He's not walking in the Christian faith where. Well, I don't know, Mr. K, Special K. Do you believe that the way to heaven is to accept Jesus into your heart as your Savior?
I believe that Jesus was God walking on this earth. The way to heaven is through God only.
Through Jesus?
Jesus was a walking testimony on this earth who God was. And they didn't accept that. They didn't accept it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Are you saying though that the only way to God is through Jesus? Is what I'm asking.
No.
Well, then I mean,
you can have a personal relationship with God yourself.
Okay, well, he's like, I guess, a mixture. He's not. It's not the what you call quote the Christian faith.
Okay.
But his guidelines are within the Christianity values. I can say that.
It's that it points up to God. God is the beginning and he's the Alpha and Omega. That's just anything else is just something that he put out there as examples. Now he said that he's going to deal with this world. He's dealing with this world through natural phenomena.
All right.
Anytime that you see a lot of things happening on this earth, that was happening. This ain't the end. That is getting ready to get worse.
All right. EK, am I missing something here?
No, I don't think you're missing anything. But again, the Bible is not just Christianity. We have an Old Testament and a New Testament, and the first thing he referenced was the Ten Commandments, and that's from the Old Testament. So, he's claiming he's not Christian, and he can still believe in the Ten Commandments. So, he has his own view on how it is. There are many people, I believe, that are Christians that don't necessarily believe in the Trinity.
Okay.
That's for sure. But the one thing that is for sure, of the three Abrahamic religions, Jewish being the first, Christianity the second, and Muslim the third, they all believe in one all-powerful God. They may call it different names, and they may have different traditions and customs associated with their religions, but the one thing they all do have in common is one all-knowing, all-powerful God. That's the one thing that all three of those religions do have in common.
All right. Okay. All right. Special K. Anything else, my man? Are you good? Special K.
Yeah. Let me say this, Jay. See, we have to look at God. What do God say? I mean, if you whatever you want to call him, what is his rules? If the Bible lying, it's
I'm saying everybody doesn't believe that the Bible is their moral compass or their compass through life.
That's right. You're right. And that's why they have this thing going on, this conversation going on.
All right. Listen, all I'm saying is that there are 8 billion people in the world, and I believe I think it's about 3.5 Christians. So that leaves another, 4.5 billion people that believe different things.
All of them believe in God, like EK say, but they don't. They a lot of them just have Buddha.
Listen,
Yeah,
from what I know, and I've talked to many pastors, they say that if you don't believe in the Trinity, that Jesus is the Son of God, you can't get to heaven. I think that's what most Christians believe.
Okay, they wrong about that.
Okay, well, I don't know who to believe. I'm just telling you what pastors have told me
I
all
know.
my
I got
life.
my friend. I got friends of pastors. That they don't. They just say that they don't know.
Okay, well, then there's a big problem then.
Yeah, it's a big problem because the truth is coming out. The point is, we got to listen. We got to study.
Okay, I like the fact that you're saying, because I think that there's many ways that you can get to heaven, and it doesn't have to be to a particular religion.
That's right.
Okay,
Hallelujah. All
but
right.
anyway, did DJ put on her camera?
Oh Lord.
Are you trying to show me something? Let me see what DJ is trying to. What are you trying to show me, DJ?
Whoa.
What are you trying to show me?
What's up, D?
Look at DJ. Okay.
Damn, girl. What's happening? What's happening,
Oh,
D?
she don't know
Put me
she's
back
on.
in the little box.
Well, why'd you put your
Oh
camera
wow.
on? It's distracting.
Because I wanted to get your attention so I could say something.
Go ahead. I'm looking at you.
Woo,
No, put me back in the little box.
Go ahead and say what you got to say.
Put myself
Say
in
it,
the little
D.
box.
Say it, D.
Huh? You really like me, don't you, DJ? Come on. Tell the truth.
Stop playing.
What do you mean stop playing? You didn't
I
even
forgot
just
what
put
the
your
hell I was
camera
doing.
on. You
Hey,
want to
you
get
made
my
a big
attention.
thing.
I know
Let
what
me
you're doing.
D, man. D.
I know women very well.
Listen, I was gonna get your attention because I wanted to say something. Now I forgot what I had to say.
Oh, that's a problem. It
Hey,
was only 30
DJ.
seconds.
What's up,
I
D?
know, right?
Can I tell DJ something?
Yeah.
DJ, you're a very pretty woman.
Oh, thank you. And then,
Holler at the brother, D. Holler at the brother.
wait a minute. Let me ask you, Jen.
Special K
You're
trying to
not
shoot
gay,
a shot.
are you? Are you gay, Jen?
Huh?
Ma'am?
Are you gay?
No, ma'am.
Right. But you see how that went? She complimented. If I see a beautiful woman out, or she got that dress on and it's banging on that body, I'm gonna tell her, sis, that dress is banging on that body.
All right. Special
Doesn't
K, I'm
mean
going
that
to
I'm
drop you
gay.
down. I'll bring you back, sir.
Okay, sir.
Doesn't mean that I'm gay.
Holler at DJ. I think DJ is single, so holler at her. Slide in that DM.
Hello.
Mr. Char,
I'm not for sale.
you do what?
I said I'm not for sale.
I didn't put a price. I said shoot your shot. He was liking what he was saying. You're
He got
single, right? Aren't
20
you
fans. Don't
single?
worry about it, DJ.
Aren't you single, DJ?
It's complicated.
Okay.
Anyway,
Char, what is your
yes.
name? What is your name?
Hello, it's Shar.
Char,
Hey,
what would you like to add?
yeah, hello to the panel host, DJ. Okay, as the only official lesbian on this panel, and I've been watching this thing for a few minutes, and all these straight people talking about how gay people feel. Stay out of business. First of all, I didn't choose to be this way. I am a PK, Special K, and what's the other woman's name? Inspire. 10 Commandments don't mention nothing about being gay. In fact, the Bible doesn't say anything about being gay. And a lot of people have a thing of falling back on Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah was all about perversion, had nothing to do with homosexuality. So, I mean, Special K, Inspire, y'all want to have that conversation, we can do it offline. But just the way women don't want men in their business when it comes down to women's health, straight people need to stay out of gay people's lives. We ain't bothering y'all. Nobody's indoctrinating your kids. My son isn't gay. He's straight as he can be, and I'm gay as hell. But my son is just fine.
Now, were you always gay?
I was always gay.
Okay, you just kind of
I had my kid because I wanted to have him, and it was an agreement between him and me and his father. Period.
All right.
All right. So don't go around saying people are indoctrinating the kids. The kids are going to be who the hell they're going to be. All my brothers played with dolls. Every one of them. None of them have a problem with their sexuality. None of them. I have gay cousins. My family never had a problem with any of them until it came to me, because I guess I was supposed to be special. I don't know why. But like I said, my father was a pastor. My parents loved us regardless.
Okay.
Now, what I do believe is this. You can't help how you're born, but you do make the choice in how you live. I refuse to be unhappy and uncomfortable. So I live in my truth. And just like the young lady said before, earlier, yeah, there's a lot of them that can't walk in their truth, and those are the ones that are unaliving themselves, or they end up in mental institutions. And Charlotta Johnson, why are you saying you're glad I had a son? What's that supposed to mean?
Denali, when she's done, I'd like to respond. It's been like 10 minutes.
Go ahead. What do you mean it's been 10 minutes? I just started talking.
No,
I'm
she's not
talking about
speaking to you
you. I've
personally,
been
ma'am. It's
asking to
not
speak
about
for like
you.
10 minutes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done. I'm done.
All right, go ahead, Candy, quickly, and then we got to get to the other people. Go ahead.
I can wait. It's fine.
You go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I made a statement that changed the whole subject of, and no one has been able to speak to the point that I made. To be clear, Denali, based on what I said to bring this up, did you hear anything in response to that, or did we just start talking about whether or not people are being born gay? I just want
Yeah,
to be.
it turned into that, and people seem, you know how it goes. People will hear, and then they'll, glom on, or
Well, I think it's interesting because the reason why I made a point, and people have made it a point to avoid what I said. I did say, Miss, did she leave? Well, I did say, just to be clear, that there has been a projection and people have been pressured in our society over the last 4 years to accept, adapt, and let the alphabet community govern our activities, etc., in the schools, at work, etc. I believe you can love who you want to love. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me what's going on in your bedroom, and you damn sure don't have to put it in any policies that governs our works and behaviors, etc. That's what I was talking about. I never once said God didn't love you, etc. However, I do believe that you're supposed to judge people's behaviors. Also, I do believe that if you are a Christian, then you should know how to judge people righteously, know how to judge behaviors. So I want to be clear before I'm called homophobic, which I don't give a damn, but I never once said it was wrong to love the same sex. And that was never my point. So I'm going to drop because this is not a discussion that I like having, but thank you for having me, Denali.
All right, Candid American. All right, okay. Miss Caroland, you've been waiting patiently. My apologies, Miss Caroland.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you, dear.
Good to see y'all. I just wanted to reiterate what I said in the comments. Is it's the intolerance of our point of view. The whole we're trying to. What I'm trying to say is, I know people who were born gay, and I know people who, through the process of things happening in their lives, and a granddaughter through the internet, she dabbled in that, and she thought the world was flat there for a little while. So it's both of them. And the fact that some people can't say that some people are born gay and some people do it as a fad, I don't understand the intolerance. My granddaughters I've said it before, they've gone to school, in middle school, junior high, with a trans boy. He liked to change his name every couple of months, and they did whatever. They respected his point of view, and they had a kid that wanted to be a cat that meowed. And so for people to say that people are born like that, they can't help it. There's just parts of our society where you have to say no. Somebody earlier said it's a fad for some people. It's just cool for some teenagers to be trisexual, to be, all of these things with the pronouns and all the stuff. But just because we don't don't believe, and the dysphoria, the trans debate, Chloe Cole having her breast removed when she was 15 years old, the ones that 15 and 16 who had puberty blockers and now they're not, they've changed their minds. They can't have children. They're sterilized. Y'all aren't talking about those people. They don't matter. And so it's both sides are correct. People are born gay, and people use it as a fad or somebody who's confused or whatever. So I don't understand the intolerance, I guess is my point.
All right.
Can I say something, Mr. Denali?
Yeah. Go ahead, EK.
So I wanted to clear up a couple of points, and I'll preference this by some of you already know that I have a stepdaughter that's lesbian. So I'm far from homophobic. I want to state that at the beginning of my remarks. There was a young lady up there who said that the Bible makes no reference to homosexuality. That's not true. I know that there are at least 2 passages in Leviticus that speak against, and I'll give you the books. There are 8, 22 and 2013 if someone wants to look it up, and it's referring to male same-sex intercourse, and there are laws against sodomy for that matter in the Bible. What I will also say is that I agree with what Ms. Carolyn said, that there are vast majorities of people that are born that way, particularly males, and we all know males and females are different, but you will find in many cases, if a lot of women are being totally honest, they have experimented with lesbian relationships way more than, say, men have experimented with gay sex. And the last point I'd like to make is someone said that the Bible says that you should not judge. To make a blanket statement like that is categorically wrong, because we make judgments every single day. And if we saw somebody abusing a child, we would make a judgment against that. If we saw somebody unaliving an innocent person, we would make a judgment about that. If we saw people torturing other people, we would absolutely make a judgment. And the God that I worship would want you to make a judgment and say, hey, that's bad and it shouldn't be done. So I really get upset when people make that blanket statement that God says you should not judge. Just not true. If that was the case, we wouldn't have had all these biblical laws that he's put down and says that thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that. So to make that statement is categorically wrong. Are there things that you should not judge? Absolutely. But don't say you should never judge. And I'll land my plane there.
All right, excellent point, EK. We all make judgments. According to research, when we first meet someone, we can make a significant number of judgments about them within a very short time frame, often within a fraction of a second, including assessments of their trustworthiness, competence, and the likability, based primarily on their appearance and initial demeanor. We all make judgments, conscious and subconsciously. The challenge is if you're going to treat somebody differently because of your judgments. As long as you don't do that, we all make judgments. We make judgments. We see a person with a sleeve tattoo and a leather vest on. Oh, he might be a biker. He likes tattoos. People do it all the time. It's also called implicit bias. They don't know where it comes from, but we all make judgments. 100%. You can agree or not, but it's based in science. But if you treat somebody differently, that's when it becomes a problem. That's it. All right? Walker Bay.
Can I go while he's getting prepared?
Good nurse, how are you doing? Go ahead, good nurse.
Good afternoon. Good evening again. I wanted to get a little bit in there. When I was 23 years old, I was a nurse for the first time, and I was working with this patient, and I was helping him or her with him or her hygiene. And I looked down in that area, and it was a penis and a vaginal area there. And he was about 80 years old at that time. Now I want you all people telling me people are not born that way to tell me.
Sorry.
I want people that are telling me that people are not born that way to tell me what do you think of that? Did God make him? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, before we, and I thank you for reading that judgment, Mr. Denali, because
Yeah.
we don't know. And then one young lady spoke about mental health. Yes, when I first became a nurse, it was the DSM-B, but it's not now because scientists figured out people are born that way. And I am a Christian and I believe in the Trinity, but I also believe that that's what happens. And I saw, and if I had not saw it with my own eyes, then I would not believe that. But I also saw little babies that had the same issue. And guess who figured out what sex they were going to be? The parents and the doctors. And I didn't agree with that, but that was not my call. So but before we start judging or whatever you want to do and say you're a Christian or whatever you want to call yourself, read. You don't know until you walk the walk. You don't. And I promise you, I would not sit here and lie. I have seen it in babies and grown people. Now, what that person became, I don't know. And the older person, it was him or her, died. But I'm just telling you that we need to stop all this, well, this, that, the other, because we don't know. We hold our Christian heads up in the air and pretend like we know everything, and we don't. Jesus is probably crying right now thinking, what did I do? Now, anyway, Mr. Denali, you can drop me because I got to go cook supper.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Good Nurse. TikTok.
You could just call me TikTok. How are you?
I'm doing great.
How you gonna skip me, Mr. Denali? But go ahead, go
Not
ahead.
skip
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Not skip you,
What's
Valdez.
up, Valdez?
You know Valdez?
Did you sure did? And I pulled over so I can keep coverage before
Okay.
I.
TikTok. Give me a second. Let's get Valdez. He pulled on. What do you want to say, Valdez?
Okay, this is what I wanted to say. First and foremost, I am definitely a Christian. I believe in God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, which is the Trinity, and I do believe in the Bible. And this is what the Bible says. The Bible says that we are all born into sin. We have sins, we have temptations that will make us have free will, whether we're going to abide by them or not. So, are gay people are they born that way? Yeah, I do believe they're born that way, but they have to resist those temptations. They have to. If not, then you're condemned to hell. It's just period, point blank. Um, yeah, you made me lose all my fucking points that I had earlier. But anyway,
I don't
let me
agree with
see.
that.
But what I want to say, look, everybody has temptations they're trying to fight. You know what I mean? Okay. Here's the one thing: the Bible does say that sex is supposed to be between a man and a woman that's in marriage. So even if you're having premarital sex, you're sinning as well. So we are all sinners. You know what I mean? We definitely are. And so the only thing that gets me, and look, I'm not hating on homosexuals, because they sin just like I have sinned. But what gets me is when they try to say that it's not a sin, because it is. It's definitely a sin. And if you don't try to get out of that sin, you're going to be condemned to hell. Point blank.
Can I ask him a question real quick?
Sure.
30
Go ahead. What's the
seconds.
question?
So you said you believe that they're born that way, but then you saying at the same time, it's a sin. They need to try to fight it.
Yeah, we're born into sin.
What,
No, Jay, we're born into
you're
sin.
right. You're right. We're all born into sin. But who are we to judge them, trying to be something that they're not?
Look,
If they're gay, they're gay.
I'm like, yeah, of
And,
course, I
and,
get it.
and we're
Look, if I'm an
and,
alcoholic, I'm an
and
alcoholic. If I'm a pedo, I'm a
that's
pedo.
not the
If I'm
same
a
thing as being
freaking
gay. That's not.
smurderer, I'm a smurderer. You know
No,
what I mean?
no, it's
Everything,
not the same
everything,
thing.
it is the
Why
same.
why
Can I
put
say
that
one
in the
thing?
category with
Hang on a
crimes?
second,
You
Big
got
Bro.
that listed
All right.
with crimes. I'm talking about people being who they are. They're entitled to that.
So, do you?
They are
Okay, so
entitled.
people that have attraction to little kids, do you think that's okay?
You think people have attraction to the
Do
opposite
you think?
race? You think that's
No,
okay?
yeah, I think it's perfectly fine.
Oh, so there's some things that are, and then some things that aren't. Don't we? Can we agree with that?
No,
Oh, we
no,
can't
man.
because at one time it was against the law to even
We're not
look
talking
at
about the
someone.
law. We're talking about the Bible.
Wait a minute,
What is
but
she
but
talking about?
okay, even listen. I'm talking about what you're saying makes no
What
sense.
All
you're
right.
saying makes no sense.
All right. Listen, you guys aren't
Okay,
going to agree. I don't think there's anything that's going to make it. TikTok. What state are you in again?
You want me to give my location?
I said state.
State? I'm sorry. Can you specify? State means a lot of things. No,
What
that.
state do you currently reside in?
Oh no, I don't like to give away that information. I'm being so serious. The
What
reason why I don't
region?
have a, I'm in the
What?
north, but that's all I'll give you.
Okay, all right. Nobody's looking for you.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't be feeling
How
comfortable.
tall are you?
Okay, 5'6". What is this?
Oh, okay. I was just curious. Go ahead.
Um, what's up, Valdez? What's up, EK? I kind of more agree with DJ in terms of that sentiment. So I see a lot of people are getting their, like, their conclusions based from a religious standpoint. I'm just purely science. I just want to know how a child can be born gay. If someone can scientifically prove to me that there's some sort of genetic trait or gene that exists, or something from some sort of biomolecular structure that proves there is a gay gene, then I will 1010% concede. Like, just imagine, you're having your baby and the doctor says, oh, here's your gay son or here's your gay daughter. Like, I'm really confused as to how that is determined. There's a lot of tests and studies that are involved, that can be in procedures that can be done on a child, just to see, if there's, any early signs of like Down syndrome or whatever the case is. So I need to know if there is something in place like that where we can decide if our child is going to come out gay, because this is an absolute asinine thing to say that a child can quite literally be born gay. She left, but her name was Nurse, and she said that she sees it in kids. First of all, you have to understand perception. When it comes to perception, we can perceive a lot of things. These children come into this world like a blank slate. Yes, they do have their own, again, biomolecular structure that identifies them as this individual. They quite come in with their own personalities and stuff like that. You can kind of see it in babies when they're born. But to me, when it comes to sexuality, it's quite a choice. So when she sees, like when she was alluding to the fact that she sees it in little kids, I'm like, okay, well, just because a kid may be coming from love, they go to their boy as a friend and they try to kiss him, doesn't necessarily mean that that is the kid's intention. But she's taking an act and she's just naturally like concluding that this child is gay. You would have to prove that that is the kid's sentiment, right? Because it sounds like she's talking about like early toddler years. You would have to actually prove that that kid was coming from a gay place. I don't know. It just sounds really strange to me.
Back up.
TikTok. She was saying that she see kids that are born, I think they call Muffadites or something, but with both organs. That's what she was saying.
About
She said
intersex. That's intersex,
oh, okay.
and it doesn't
That's
necessarily
intersex,
mean
yeah.
that they're gay anyway. That's a genetic I'm sorry. That's an abnormal birth that has to do with the chromosomes and rare. That has nothing to do with gay.
What she was alluding to was the fact that the parent will choose which organ to keep. And if you choose to keep the wrong organ based on what that child is inside emotionally, you may get a gay child.
Okay.
and that's
okay. I will concede on that. I missed part of that conversation, so I'll back down with that.
Who'd you vote for?
I'm more of a conservative. Not gonna lie.
I don't know what that means. Who'd you vote for?
You just be getting me, Trump. You just be trying to know my personal stuff. I don't like anecdotes. I don't like personal. I'm here for the topic.
Oh my God,
I'm annoying. I know.
How old are you? Interesting. Okay.
What does that mean? I digress.
I found it interesting. That's all.
Opinion. I don't know. I think being gay is 1,000% a choice.
Okay. All right. Big Mo, I already know where you're going to land. Go ahead. And then go ahead, Big Mo. They say I know you, but you don't always.
You see my big sister up there, you know who I am, sir.
Who's your big sister, Miss Caroline?
DJ.
Oh,
and
DJ.
Marshall.
Oh, DJ's your big sister. Gotcha.
Yeah. So now you know who I am. You know, if you see DJ, you know DJ, that's my sister. So. All right. I'm a break it down to y'all spiritually, physically, economically. No,
you're gonna break it down?
Now I'm gonna break it down to you. Now, in the scriptures, it says we all have sinned, fall short of the glory of God. We born in sin is shaped in iniquity. So if you was to understand the spiritual
Come
law,
on with it. Now you talking.
God
Sorry.
is a God of judgment. He's a God of love, but he also a God of judgment. So why is there a heaven and why is there a abyss?
Okay.
All right, you got to understand. Yeah, it's only one way to heaven, and it's through Christ.
All right.
And everybody can believe what they want to believe, but everybody gonna stand before me. Why? Because I seen that other side.
You
But
did?
yes, sir.
When?
I have seen angels. I have seen the devil himself, and I have seen the other side. I was unalive before.
And you
I
you
I, I
saw
was
something?
I fought in Desert Storm. Yeah, I have seen. Yeah, I seen the spiritual world.
Wow.
Stepped out of my. You know how you got a physical body, you have a spiritual body.
Mhm.
You the same person. You ain't gonna go over there and be an angel.
Was
You
it a
gonna
tunnel?
be. I was just physically out. I was in the natural world. I didn't. I was in the natural. I was just in the spirit body, but in the natural world, I didn't go to heaven or I didn't go to hell. I know they exist, and I'm
You saw
standing
it.
right there. Yes, and I
You
saw
saw a
that.
glimpse of heaven, and then you saw a
Yes,
glimpse of hell.
yes, it
And hell was
exists.
hot as hell.
It exists. I promise you. When you
Mm.
step out of here, I saw the angel staring at me. I was
Wow.
staring at it, and they look like humans, but
Mm.
yet you can tell they're not a man or woman. They
Mhm.
different kind of creature. Everybody gonna see it. So,
Okay.
but but but
Now hang
but
on a
get
second.
back
Can
to the.
you hang on? Can you get to heaven if you don't believe in the Trinity?
If you don't believe in, is one way to Christ.
Right.
There's only one way to heaven is through Jesus. Is no man can be saved than
So
other
a
than
Muslim
Christ.
can't get to heaven.
If they don't, well, what's his name? Pastor.
Can you
Now,
get to I don't. Can you get
okay,
to
okay,
heaven?
no, not without Christ. No,
Okay. So
they
Muslims and Jews are not going to heaven.
they believe in Christ. They believe in the same
They
thing.
believe that Christ was a prophet.
Not what what's it called in preaching?
Who?
Louis Farrakhan
Yeah,
preached that.
that's FOI. I'm talking about a Sunni Muslim.
Oh, okay, no, you
They
can't
don't
get to
believe,
heaven.
and neither do Jews. They
Nobody
can't
can
get
get
to
to
heaven.
heaven unless through Christ. He's the only way,
Okay.
the truth,
All
and the
right.
life.
Continue. Okay. I always find this debate very interesting. I've talked to
But
many,
what
many,
what
many,
what
many
what
pastors.
what I'm saying, everybody have a choice. It's spiritual
I
law and
know. I
natural
know the
law.
choice. I'm saying if you don't believe in the Trinity, you, in your estimation, you can't get to heaven.
No,
Right?
you won't. No.
Right. Okay. So again, with 8 billion people on the planet, 4 billion are Christian. That means the other 4 billion are not going to get to heaven.
If they don't accept Christ, no.
Okay. I find that very hard. For me, I don't believe God
Okay,
is that selfish.
I'm gonna give you a scripture. It says a
Listen,
broad way.
I've heard all the scriptures. I just feel that God is not that selfish. That He's saying there's only one way to get to Him. With
There's one
all the
way.
people on the planet,
Yes,
all the different ethnicities and shapes and sizes and colors and everything else,
that's right.
I find it hard to believe that God said, if you don't believe in that, you're not getting to me and you're going to hell. I just
So
really find that hard to
why the
believe.
Bible
Mr.
said that
Denali,
he unalive for the world?
What?
Mr. Denali,
He was unalive for the world.
I
For God
understand that's
so
what you
loved the
believe.
world, he gave his only
But other
begotten
people,
son.
there are other, again, listen, I like to keep it simple. There's 8
Okay.
billion people on the planet. 4 billion that I've estimated are Christian. That means 8 billion people are not going to heaven.
Well, let me
That's
tell you,
it. That's simple
I
numbers.
saw that spirit. I don't care how many people you can count, what they believe. I seen it.
Okay.
I ain't going
All
by
right.
no
Okay.
preacher or nothing like that.
Okay.
I
I'm just telling
know
you
it
what I think.
for
That's all.
Mr.
myself.
Denali,
Yes.
can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Um, through the Christian belief, right?
Mhm.
Through Jesus, you have to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. You have to think, this is what the Christians believe, right? And so what God told us is when the rapture comes, He's going to lift Christians up, right? But during that time, during Revelation, what's going to happen is, everybody else that's left here, that's going to be kind of like everybody, when Jesus comes down, every knee will bow.
Okay.
Okay? So, in our belief, it's not that only Christians is going to heaven, but at that time, that would be kind of like a second chance for those that don't believe.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be like their last chance to believe. You get what I'm saying? I know I'm not. I don't. Maybe EK can help me out. I might not be wording it right.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying,
And she is
and
correct
maybe
though.
I'm being too logical. With it being 8 billion people on the planet, that means that 4 billion people are going to hell automatically. Because if you don't go past go, you don't collect
Not what that
$200, then you're
means.
going to hell.
No, that's not what that means.
Oh, okay.
You have to read. You have to read the scriptures of what he says.
I know, but if you don't ever believe in the Trinity, according to Christians, you're not going to heaven.
But it's
The
not saying
Trinity
that
is a
everybody else is
Godhead.
going to hell. It's saying that
Where are you going?
that
You're
time
going to heaven or
comes,
hell, right?
when Christians
Yeah,
are
yeah,
lifted
you're right
up.
about
See,
that.
Christians aren't going to live through that. They're going to
Is
be up there with God,
I
right?
know, but if a person doesn't believe in the
But
Trinity that Jesus is the Son of God, according to Christians, they're not going to heaven.
it also says that when he comes, that every knee will bow. So
Right,
even
but
Jews
if
is
a
going
and
to
person
that
believe.
hasn't believed that all their life, I don't think they're going to change and say, "Oh no, I've been believing the wrong way. Let me change." They're going to, because their faith is that strong. The same way that a Christian's faith is that strong. You're
It
just
even
going to
says
change.
it even
I
says even
understand what
Jews
he's
will
saying.
believe the law.
If they were raised that way, how would they believe the truth? He right about that. Unless God himself. Let me tell y'all one thing about the Lord. And listen, I saw the spiritual world. I seen it with my own eyes. He is so merciful. I mean, he just not throwing folks down there. You know what I'm
I
saying?
get it.
He
Most
mer-
merciful.
he letting
I
people
get it.
repent. He letting people repent. He give them a choice. If they never heard the gospel, he just ain't throwing them down there. You know what I'm saying? But it is a time that you got to acknowledge that and accept them. When you become accountability to know what's right and wrong, then you held accountable.
All
But if
right.
you not held, if you were raised in something and you never knew and you was trying to seek the Lord your way, he just not gonna toss you there.
All right.
God is a just God. So,
Okay.
but now if you living in sin and he tell you to repent and you just steady living that way, then you will end up there
All right.
grieving.
All right. All right. Let's go to Felicia. Felicia, how you doing? I want to start right into it. Felicia.
Hey,
Hey, Big Mo. I'll talk to you later, brother. Felicia, go ahead.
hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. What state you
Hey,
in?
how are you, Denali?
What state are you in?
Good. I'm great. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What state are
Oh,
you
actually,
in?
I live in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
I live in Georgia.
Okay, cool.
I live in Georgia. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get, but I'm actually right now in Canada for my daughter's birthday. But I live in Georgia, and I saw DJ on the live, so
Okay.
that's why I said, well, let me go listen in.
Absolutely.
So, and I was listening. Huh? Say that one more time.
I said absolutely.
I was listening. Yes.
Okay, I can't mute you.
So
Okay,
I
I
was
gotta drop you
listening
and
in,
bring
and
you back.
okay.
All right. Okay. Miss Felicia,
I'm sorry.
would you like to
I'm
add?
sorry. You can't hear me.
Miss Felicia, what would you
Yes.
like to add to the conversation?
Okay. I am trying to come. Can you hear me now? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we can hear you.
Okay. Well, what I would like to add to the conversation is that I was listening to the people, and I was looking at some of the comments, and as it relates to, being homosexual or anything, the LGBTQIA community, or whether it is you're, different in any way. As it relates to, this is for me, the way I feel. God loves everybody, right? Am I saying that we all don't, we don't sin and we don't have a different way of living? We do. So to say that God is not there for you, or is not there to take care of you, or to seek you, or to love you is wrong. That's how I feel about it. So to put gay people and say that God doesn't love them, or he's going to send them to hell and all this kind of stuff, then what about people that lie? What about people that steal? What about, we always want to just pick on, and I don't want to say the word pick on, or we just want to say the stuff that's different from us. And then as we talk about Christians, and as a person that does believe in God, because I do believe in God, but I also know that because I believe in God, He loves me even when I'm not perfect, when I do and say things that I shouldn't say, because I don't always have the right motive in how I may speak to somebody based on how they've treated me, right? But we know that when Jesus died, this is how He died for everybody. He rose and ascended into heaven for everybody. Now, are there consequences for our actions while we live here on earth? Most definitely. Because if you steal, you go to jail. You kill, you you unalive, you go to jail. So there are consequences even for bad behavior, right? So I really truly don't like it when people just want to take the LGBT community and focus on them and say, oh, they evil, they going to hell. That's, because no, you got people that do, I feel like other people gonna go too. So that's
Can I
just me. That's
can
just
I
how I
ask you
feel.
a question, Miss Felicia? If I may, Mr. Denali, I know
Yes.
you paused, but here's my question.
Yes.
So you do believe in hell, correct?
Oh yes.
Okay, so who is hell for?
Now I do believe that hell is for those people that refuse to ever just trust and believe in God. Because I think that God is a God of love, because that's what He says, God is love, right? And God is He's way more forgiving than we are, right?
Correct.
And when we think about these Christian, I'm just gonna put it like this: Christian nationalists. No, they want to take the Bible to me and browbeat people with it and try to control people with it, because they are the same people that, to me, believe in slavery. They believe they should own other people. They believe that they should treat people badly because they don't look like them. So yes, I
So
do
if if
believe there
if
is a
hell
heaven, and I do
if
believe
oh,
there's
go
a
ahead.
hell.
If hell is real and
I'm
heaven is
done.
real, hell is meant for sinners, correct? And when I say sinners, I don't mean I'm not. I never said God doesn't love everybody. He does, but He gave us free will to choose whatever how to live our
Right.
lives. Now, if you refuse His word and get away from sin, then isn't that who's going to hell?
We're all sinners.
Yes, we are.
Wait a minute,
Yes,
get
We
away.
will
He said
never
that.
but we
We're
can
not going to
never
get away
escape
with.
sin. Never.
I didn't say that. You never get away with sin. I don't think you
Right.
ever get away
You
with
can't
sin.
escape
So I was
sin.
just about to say, no, I don't agree with that.
Like she
I don't
said,
think we
hell
get
is
away
for the
with sin.
non-believers.
Hold on, can I ask, are you the guy who said that you thought that people were born gay, but you also feel they should resist temptation? Was that you?
I did say that we all were born into sin and we have to resist temptation. Yes, correct.
Okay, okay, yeah, because I came to address your point too, as a Christian myself, because it's kind of interesting how you presented that as contradictory. You can't be born with a sin. So if you believe that somebody's born gay, then technically that's not a sin. You can't be born with a sin. When sin is actively you're born into it, it takes free will. We
Well,
have examples
unfortunately,
of
because
that.
of Adam and Eve, yes, we can. That's
Yeah,
why
but
that was
no,
the
we
reason for the
have
whole eating the
born
apple when they were
into
told not to.
right, born into sin. But do you agree that we're not made the same way as Adam and Eve?
No, I don't agree with that.
So we don't. So the same way Adam and Eve produced Cain and Abel, we're not made the same.
No, I do not. I believe that we are definitely born into sin because of what Adam and Eve did. It was a perfect world, but because of what they did, that we are now sinners. When we first are born, we are born into sin. Everybody
Into
has their
sin.
temptations.
Into sin.
Correct.
But if I'm born already with a sexual identity that has yet to come because I haven't reached that phase in life yet, but I already have that genetic wiring, then how am I born into sin if I'm already born with the sin? You see what I'm saying? That's two different
It's the
things.
same thing. What are you talking about?
Oh, so it's the same thing. Okay, so you just view being gay as a sin, which I already had clocked. But
Most
here's the
definitely.
thing: the Bible only says you're born into sin; it never says you're born with a sin. I mean, if that was the case, then we could call, social. I mean, those on mass unalivers the same type people, where they're born with that sin. No, they chose that sin. So I don't think it's the same as being born gay. And to the other lady's point, who was wanting scientific evidence of being quote unquote born gay, we do have evidence that both men and women do have testosterone and estrogen, and also in times when the baby is born, well, in the womb, and the mother is going through like famine, just increased amount of stressors they've seen. The opposite, I'll say the opposite, but quote unquote, the other hormone being released more in females, so more testosterone in females, more estrogen being released in the males, more to those women who are experiencing increased amount of stress during that time. So that's kind of evidence of people potentially being born gay. But I
Can,
mean,
can I ask you a question?
yeah, for sure.
Do you believe in the scripture that says that sex is supposed to be between a man and a woman that is married? Period.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so if you have premarital sex, that's a sin, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, it is. It is definitely a sin, just like homosexuality. Sex is a sin. Look,
No.
having feelings for the person of the same gender is really not a sin, to be honest with you. But acting on it is definitely a sin. And
So
God gave us free will.
we have two different views of that actual scripture. So yes, being married, having pre-sexual marriage is a sin, right? But that being said, it's talking about the actual state of being married. It's not per se speaking on the well, it does speak to the identity that they want you to prefer, like men and women. But the Bible also
It
has its
didn't say
own.
prefer.
Hold
I mean,
on.
if you
Hold on.
go
Let
ahead,
me finish. Let me
go
let
ahead.
my point, and then I'm gonna let you go. Because the Bible has its own best contradiction. That being said, even the passages that EK brought up in Leviticus, they only speak about sexual acts. They don't speak about a sexual preference. And this is because even during the time they were taught, that the time that it occurred and the time that it was written about, there were not sexual identities. People were just who they were, and no one said anything about it. So that being said, that's the reason why we have a difference between sodomy in the court systems and then regular grape, even though they're the same thing. It has nothing to do with the sexual preference of the person. It's just the act that they're speaking on. And because we're in a male-based society, coming from male-based societies, they consider that more of a crime than actually raping your wife.
All right.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh
Do
my
you love
God, what is this
do
going
you
to be,
do
the
love
Brooke and Valdez show now?
let me just say this one thing. Do you love people that are PD3O?
I can love the person and not love the sin.
Exactly. God dang, thank you.
So
You
I,
cleared it up all
I agree.
for us.
Your stance is that you
Thank
don't
you.
like
Okay. All
gays a
right. Good.
sin. I get that. That's your
Yes,
stance. We agree.
homosexuality is a sin.
We
Period.
Okay.
agree on your stance being your stance.
All right. Okay. Great. You guys agree. Walker Bay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Let's go, Mr. Walker Bay. Bringing the heat. Let's go.
No, I ain't gonna bring the heat, man,
No
because
heat.
no, not on this subject. Because for one, right, um, I'm listening, and what I hear is everybody. Remember yesterday we talked about arterial facts and
Alternate
facts,
facts. Correct.
ultimate facts, right? And the fact of the matter is, we impose what we believe in our faith as being factual.
Okay.
When in all actuality, no one knows. I hear a guy that just said that he had seen the making himself, right? But in all actuality, that's something that in his subconscious, in his mind, because of what he has been indoctrinated, that's what he visualized. You see what I'm saying? No one has ever went on the other side and remained on the other side and came back and rose in 3 days or a week or a month. We don't know. All we know is that that's a fact that we all gonna meet that challenge. That's a fact. So for us to say, other people's gonna not, the deity is not gonna accept them because of their preference of their uh, person in which that they like to have as a partner and stuff like that. It's not for us to say. It's for us as a people to individual for ourselves to move on us. It's like if I'm worrying about what you're doing in your house and not worrying about what I'm doing for myself, then I done missed the point. And until we get to that point where everybody's saying, Muslims not gonna go to heaven because they didn't accept Jesus Christ. That is something. Remember, these was books that was written. Jesus didn't say that. Jesus didn't write that book. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So you sitting
Exactly.
here throwing all this shade as if like that's 100% fact that came from the man himself. And then you go around and talk about the Torah, which is Moses who allegedly brought the Ten Commandments down, right? He wasn't Christian, right? But yet we live under those commandments, right? But yet they make them Christian now. You see what I'm
Sir, you
saying?
trying to tell me what I have seen, sir?
Bro, you listen. I'm not
I
saying,
seen
listen.
that spirit world. You're gonna see it one day too, sir.
Hey, brother, listen.
And you're gonna be like,
Did
Big
not
Mo
dispute
was
that.
right.
You're not listening. You don't realize that you have been indoctrinated since the time you was a child
I was
to
not
believe in what you believe
indoctrinated,
in.
sir.
Hold on.
I telling you what I saw.
How old are you, my man?
Listen,
How old are you,
old
my man?
denomination,
How old are you, my man?
sir. Don't tell me
Look,
what
I'm
I've
asking
seen.
you a
Have you
question.
have you ever have
I'm
you were?
asking you a
I'm
question.
Well,
asking
hang on,
you.
Big Mo. That is
Have
a
you?
legit Big Mo. That's a legitimate question. Would you like to share your age?
No, I don't.
Okay, he doesn't want to share his age, Walker Bay.
Okay. Well, I mean, what? Go ahead, Big Moses. Tell me what you
I
think.
think he's close to my age. I think
Sir,
he's
I
almost 50.
seen the other side, sir. I guarantee you,
Did how,
everybody in
how
the
long did you
face
stay
of the
over
earth.
there? How long did you stay over there?
I stayed over there long enough, sir.
What is that? Long enough? You're not be more specific.
Sir, when I popped out
Okay,
of my
that's
when
okay.
I was
Mr. Big Mo.
unalive,
Mr. Big Mo. That's a
I popped.
legitimate question. How long were you on the other side?
I can't count the minutes. It's like
Give an
eternity,
estimate.
man.
How many?
It ain't a time, sir. When
Okay.
you over there, it's not a time.
Okay. It's timeless.
I'm over in eternity, sir.
Okay.
It's no
Okay,
time, sir.
right, right.
So I'm explaining you. Once I'm gonna show you. I'm
Okay.
explaining you. When I popped out, once I was unalive, I popped out of my body. I
You
had
had
a
an out of body
spirit.
experience. You don't have to be unalive to have an out of body experience. You do
I
know
know
that, right?
that's true. That's true.
Did you
Okay.
astral project?
Listen,
Yes.
once I stepped out, my spirit body was the same as my natural body.
Okay.
Right. Your flesh body. Your
Yes,
fleshly
but
body.
when people think when you go on the other side, it's just spiritual, like ghostly. Ooh, no, these things were solid. The angel was a solid form. I'm looking right at him, and I'm looking at myself, my hands, and when you're breathing, you're not breathing oxygen. It's weird. You're
Mm.
breathing the same way, but it's not oxygen.
I'm surprised you remember.
Yeah, I remember that. Like, I never experienced that in my life, and when I experience is something you never forget.
Right.
So if somebody, that's why Jesus said, if one come from the dead, would people believe? They won't believe him.
Okay.
They're
Let
like,
me ask
y'all
you.
don't believe me.
Okay. Let me
You
ask you
wouldn't
this.
believe somebody was rose from the
Hey, Big
dead.
Mo. Let me ask you this. What did Jesus look like?
He don't look like what he got up there. That's for sure.
Oh.
he
So
he's
what did he look like?
when you look at the spirit, the bodies, it's different shades of color, similar to Earth, but is a glowing type, like
Translucent?
like the
Translucent?
moon. You ever see the moon glow? The
Translucent?
skin was just like that. They're like a shaft of light.
Hmm.
Yeah, they have shade, but I'm just saying, it's unbelievable, man.
All right. Well,
I
Walker Bay,
promise
I
you.
don't know if Walker Bay believes you. I don't know. Listen. Yeah.
Listen. It's
I
not
would
that.
not lie to y'all,
It's
man.
not.
I would
It,
not lie. Just to
and
try to
listen to
prove
me,
a point.
Denali. It
Yeah.
is not for me to dismiss what he has experienced. Okay, but the all in actuality, I know this right.
Okay.
Until you go on that side for eternally,
Mm-hmm.
you will know the answers.
All
To
Yeah,
right.
have
and look, the angel had like a pure white garment. It was just
Mm.
pure white. It was
White as the
just
driven snow.
You talk
yeah.
about, you
It's a
said the
white that
garment.
you
You said the
yeah the
garment was
garment.
Was it
white.
a pearl white or was it like a white white?
Yeah, when I looked at that angel, it was no extinct color.
That
It
Mm.
was
mean you
just
would
like
go.
the moon, like a shaft of light. It was
Yeah,
just
that mean you were going to hell.
solid. No,
What?
hell, I ain't going to hell, sir. Yeah, y'all laughing and joking, but
That mean you
there's people that walk the earth, sir, that is down there for real, and you up
that
there
mean you were
laughing.
going to
Oh
hell, brother.
shit!
No,
What?
You
I
said
Hey,
wasn't
it
Walker
was
going to
Bay.
white.
hell. I
What
wasn't going
color?
to hell.
Walker Bay. What color means you going to
When I
hell?
looked up, I looked up to the Lord. I
Purple.
said, Lord,
You didn't
the
see the
moment.
Lord.
Okay,
You didn't
all
see
right,
the Lord,
all
bro.
right,
You
All
didn't.
right. Listen.
you
Okay.
got you
Okay.
what you say.
Listen,
Okay.
you
Okay.
said that you couldn't even see his face, right? Because
Now
remember, Moses said that when he went to the burning bush,
I
it was a
was
fire, right?
out of my body. I was not in the
All right.
physical
Well, we
form,
understand you had an
sir.
out of body experience. Hey, I was smoking weed one time driving down the highway, and I had an out of body experience where I was sitting in the passenger seat, and I was saying, "Damn, that guy over there driving the hell out that car." But it was me. I could see
Lord have
myself.
mercy.
I really saw
Eh,
myself, bro. So
All right.
that's not
Okay,
nothing
guys.
new.
Enough the
Sir, you
tomfoolery.
were high.
All right.
You were high. I
Okay.
wasn't
Listen, Miss
alive.
Big Mo has seen the other side. I don't know what else to do with that.
Right. That's what
Uh,
I'm. That's what. So
all right. Walker Bay.
my
Got it.
point is,
Walker Bay,
You got
you gonna
more
compare
points,
having
Walker
being
Bay.
on
You got to get to other
Smuds and
people.
God? That's crazy.
What?
One last Mike
Mr.
said
Rowe.
Big
Mr.
Mo
Rowe.
was on
Hang
LSD.
on. Okay. We got it. Mr. Rowe.
Yes.
And then the candy. What is it, Mr. Rowe? What do you make of these two characters, Walker Bay and Big Mo?
You know, I mean, big. First of all, Walker Bay is spot on. I haven't heard anything that wasn't correct in what he said. Big Mo is good, but he did have an out of body experience. Because I don't think you could just be unalived for a period of time and then you just gonna come back. That's just what I believe. I do believe in heaven and hell, absolutely. And I haven't. I've had an experience. I think a lot of us have had experiences where I was in the deep water drowning and didn't know how to and didn't know how to swim. I'll just give you that. I was 13 years old and I had just given up because there was no way I was going to get out of that water or it was a swimming pool. So I'm talking to myself while I'm just accepting that I was going to be unalive. And the minute that I accepted that it was over for me, a cousin of mine just came right up under me and pushed me on top. And so, but I had given up. There was no way I was going to get out of there. I just had to share that experience.
And there's a lot of people have been unalive and came back.
All right. The Candid American.
Oh, wait, D, I got to say to Big Mo. Big Mo, I did say that a lot of folks can be unalive, but you did not see Jesus because you got to at least go through the pearly gates, and you're not going through that in a few minutes. It's gonna
Sir.
take you a while
It's a
because
lot
they're
of
gonna have
traffic.
to look at. Yeah, they got a lot of traffic.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
a lot of traffic.
you're wrong about that, sir.
All
He
right,
right
well,
there. He right there, right next to you, right now.
Well, what about the other
He
people?
every place. He at all places, all time. He listens to your conversation right now.
well,
You
we
being
know that.
recorded.
We know that, but it's a difference when you're trying to get through the pearly gates.
It's
They
like
gotta
it's
read.
like a one-on-one situation.
Yes,
Lord have
I don't
they
gotta wait
gotta
my
read.
turn.
They gotta read your whole life of sinning.
See, I like that because I don't want to have to wait. I get so impatient.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
done.
Wait a minute. Is Rose saying that you're in a line like you're crossing a border or something? Is that what we're doing?
That's
Listen.
right.
I need VIP. I hate to wait. Oh my goodness, I can't
Yeah, we
stand it.
can't live any kind of way and expect to get there. That's for sure.
Hey, can I?
When you know
Hey,
to do
if
right
I
and you
cross,
don't do right, to you is
Denali.
sin.
hey, if I
Denali.
crossed over illegally, can I seek asylum there?
Denali. Speaking
Yeah,
of
solid.
crossing the border, are you guys aware that today they raided a farm in Cali?
Yeah, they listen. We had a guy the other day. He was a contractor working security, a security contractor that has been contracted by the DOJ, ICE, and Custom and Border, and they've been doing raids in DMV since
So
December the
how
5th.
is that working out when because the first set that they raided, they ended up getting an attorney because they found out that they're not supposed to do that.
Now this guy here,
Trump
he
comes
said
in.
that they're doing criminals, and that's what they're doing. And they said Mayor Brandon Johnson is going to be in a lot of trouble if he tries to interfere with ICE.
Well, the woman that they took to the border with the two newborn twins and her other two kids, she wasn't a criminal. She had just had.
Was she here illegally?
She wasn't here that she was here illegally. She had a court date that
Was
she
she a
missed.
citizen?
What she had a court date that she missed, but the
Oh,
reason,
come on.
the reason she missed it
Uh-huh.
because she was in the hospital having the babies.
Oh, see, that's the problem for people because of the anchor baby situation.
Well, I mean, we didn't even get to see the anchor baby situation come true because they just took her away because she missed her court date. They wouldn't
Oh, you
excuse
missed
the
the court.
fact.
Well, hang on. You missed the court date. You get out, and then you go to court and say, "Hey, I missed my court date."
She didn't get out and go to court. They came to the hospital.
Oh, wait a second.
Right.
Saying that they took her out of as soon as she had the babies,
Yeah,
2 days, and then they took her in that time period.
Yes, they took her, the two
What's
newborn.
the source of that information, DJ? That sounds like a heartstring pull right there.
I'm gonna find it for you.
Yeah, you telling me that they went to the hospital and she had just had the baby and usually stay another 2 days or so, and within that time period they came.
Look,
Hang on. They deported her with a 5-day-old baby.
Yeah, they were newborn. I don't even know if they were 5 days old.
That sounds like a heartstring pull right there.
Well, I mean, this is what I read.
Give me the source, because you fact check that story.
Yeah, you know I fact check everything.
No, come on. What's this? Listen, please send me the source. Send it to JoJo or somebody. I need to see that.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a heartstring pull. That oh my God, they snatched the baby out of the hospital.
Look, I don't normally do NBC, ABC because I don't.
The information. I want to fact check that story because that sounds like a heartstring pull. To say, oh my God, look what they're doing to us.
Well, it's not even a matter of that. It was a woman with two newborn babies.
What I'm saying is, I find it hard to believe that they went. I'm saying I find it hard to believe they went to the hospital, and within that 3 days that you usually stay in the hospital, that they say we got to go. Let's go. It's time to deport you.
I don't know how many days she was in there because she had complications. That's what brought her in early.
Did she have a C-section?
Or
did she have a natural birth?
Denali, I don't know all that. Don't make me tell no lies.
I'm surprised you didn't fact check all that.
I did.
Well, what is it?
Whether she had a C-section or not?
Well, what did you fact check?
The fact that the woman was taken and her 4 children were dropped off at a border and she had to walk with the babies. She told the
where's the husband at?
The ICE. Look, they wouldn't even let him hold the babies, to say goodbye. But anyway, they took her and they walked her.
He was an American citizen?
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I thought you said you fact checked it, DJ.
You didn't tell me all of that, Denali.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I mean, if they're doing a story on it, it seemed like they would have all that pertinent information.
They didn't. At least not the one that I read.
When did this happen?
This happened December. Hold on. Because I see the ABC, NBC, but I don't know if you guys accept that. I normally don't.
I know. I'm just saying This seems a little far fetched if I'm using my third ear as I'm listening to
Yeah.
the story.
So this particular article is from NBC News. I like ground news, so
I
I
know
don't
what you like.
yeah I don't normally
I'm
use
just saying, it
that.
just seems a little heartstringy. Like, oh my God.
It was very heartstringy.
And I guess, what did you fact check? That it was a true story?
Yeah.
Seems like they would have details of that. I don't know.
Okay, well listen, look, this one says that she was recovering from a delivery premature newborn twins by emergency C-section.
Okay, so if you have a C-section, you're there a little while because you got to recover.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't confirm the days, because I didn't read that many days. You know how many days.
Now, what source is that?
This one is NBC News.
Okay.
Hey, Denali.
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
What?
Was the war between the North and the South behind slavery?
Yo, how many seconds was that before Walker Bay brings up race? How many minutes has Walker Bay been talking before he brought up race?
That's not a racist question.
I didn't say racist. I said race.
Yeah, because I like to talk things that's meaningful and knowledgeable. You know what I mean, so we can grow.
Denali, you did that on purpose.
I didn't do anything.
When you put that white Jesus up there behind you, you did that on purpose to trigger him.
This is what we were talking about last night.
Trying to trigger him to do that.
That is not.
Hey, Walker Bay, how you gonna grow? How you gonna grow if you keep living in the past?
Bro,
right, listen,
bro.
Hang on. Okay.
What is it?
Wait, okay, 1 second, everybody. Candid, what did you want to say? You came back up. What did you want to say?
Well, that conversation has passed since you brought me back up.
There's been a lot going on.
So I guess I'll just speak to what's currently on the table.
That's my girl there. Hey, Candy.
You like Candy?
Right there. Hey, I didn't know. Hey, Walker Bay, let me find out he liked me today. This is the first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Rowe gave Candy a compliment last night. And Walker Bay today.
Now I feel loved. I feel it.
You the type of girl you can chop it up for real.
You and Mr. I think because I was talking that Black Jesus and Black God stuff. That's what got you.
You was feeling that truth.
Of course, always. But
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, sure thing. But yeah, as it relates,
I just put something on the table just now. Mr. Denali, deflected, like like mega people do. He deflected. I asked him, Candace,
okay, can Candace
was
finish
the
her
North
point?
and South?
Walker Bay, I got your question. Candid, please go ahead.
well, Denali, is that what's on the floor? The illegal immigrant having kids?
Well, listen, if you want to speak to what Ms. DJ just said, I found that story to be a little heartstringy. We're going to fact check that.
So which one, Denali? It's up to you.
Oh,
I want to keep your flow going. So which?
No, the flow's fine. Do you want to talk to the story that DJ just brought up about the baby and the twins, 5 days old or something?
Oh my God.
I don't know about that story, but you know how I feel about illegal immigrants.
That's like an anger baby situation to you?
Days.
What?
I never said anything about any days.
You said 5 day old.
No, I didn't. I said about a 5-year-old.
Newborn. You said newborn. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Anyway, JoJo is up. What's up, JoJo?
It's been about 4 hours. Great show, Mr. Denali.
Yes, it's gone so
great
many
show
different places.
Panel. We've had great numbers today, 42,000 likes. We can do a little better there. But I really came up to ask you, do you know what time it is?
Commercial time.
It's 5:01.
That's close, Walker Bay, but not quite. I'll ask one more time. Do you know what time it is?
Let's battle.
Exactly.
That's right, Walker Bay. Thank you for saying it. Let's go, Mr. DenaliXXL and family. What are we, 127 and 12? We took a shellacking yesterday. I mean, a complete shellacking. Let me show you the picture that resulted from the shellacking. This was the picture of me finding out we lost.
Wow.
That's the picture when I found out that we lost. I took a screenshot and look what happened. Look at that.
That's
Go
too
ahead,
funny.
DJ. I'm going to give you permission to laugh.
That's too funny.
Nope. Not
You're
gonna
not
do
going to
it.
laugh, DJ?
Nope.
Why?
It's 2025.
It's
New
okay.
year.
I'm giving you permission.
Nah, I'm good.
No, that was the face when we lost by 300,000. Oh my goodness gracious! That's the face I like.
You got smoked?
We got smoked, Walker Bay. But you know what I say is that we learn more from our defeats than we do from our victories because we got a whole strategy now, and we are going to effectively implement our strategy to make sure that we are doing the best that we can do so we continue to mollywop our opponent as we have 127 and 12 losses. Wow. What is
Absolutely.
about Mr. Denali XXL and family? Let's go.
And just a reminder, in case people are new here to the battle, just tap, tap, tap. And we start with the lower gifts and save the larger gifts if you're so inclined for when we have 2 times the points or when another team member throws a glove and we could get 3-4 times points.
Right.
So that's part of the new strategy.
Now remember, if you do follow the glove, to tap it before you throw your gift so it can count for 2 to 4 times the gifting. Okay? If you're going to participate, no obligation, but we are ready to go into battle. 127 and 12 losses. What an amazing record. We're going to go over there, get to be 128 and 12 losses, and we're going to mollywop somebody because we got a strategy and we are ready to go. Right?
Yeah. Hey, JoJo.
Sir.
I'm reading the book of Othello, The Children of the New World. You ever heard of it?
No, sir, I haven't.
It's a good book.
I will write that down. Thank you.
All right. So, all right, everybody drop down. Does anybody have a glove? Who has a glove? I know Gen X. Did you still have a glove? Or are you out?
What's a glove?
I have one.
You have one. It's on this account?
I have one for here, and I have one for the other name.
Okay. So,
but on your other name, that was going to expire in about 5 hours.
Okay. All right. Well, we're here.
I'll lose that one in 5 hours.
Okay. So we're going to start out with the lower gifts, roses, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And we get the 2 times the gifting. Then we get the 2 times the gifting. Gen X is going to throw a glove and you tap the glove before you throw your gift. You'll have the bigger gifts towards the end. All right? Everybody's got their marching orders. Let's go. On my signal, unleash hell. Let's go. Miss Caroline is in the building. Walker Bay is in the building. JoJo's in the building. Valdez is in the building. My guy from Mississippi. Let's go. We got this. We got it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where's my battle music? Mr. Denali XXL with my battle music. All right. Whew. Boy, it's been an interesting show. We've had a lot of stuff on the show today. Let's go. Where's my battle music? Outside of the club, you think I'm a ball. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
How you doing?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, where are you at in the world?
I'm from China.
Okay. All right, cool. Let's see. JoJo, where's he at? Are we good?
你说啥？听不清楚。You want the battles?
All right, let's go.
Okay, me do first. Touch your leader.
All right, Mr. Denali XXL
Can I
is
tell
in the
you
building. Let's
something?
go.
Okay, let's
All
try.
right, okay. Tara's in the building. Mr. Rose in the building. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's run it up with the Rose. Let's run it up with the lightning bolt. Let's run it up. Let's go. Let's do it. Miss Caroline is in the building. Let's go. Tara is in the building. Let's just crush her. Let's Walker Bay is in the building. Let's go. Let's do it. Denali's in the building. You hear her? Dad Dude is in the building. Real Ladies in the building. Let's go. Gen X is in the building. Woo! All right, Mary Ash is in the building. Good to see you, Mary. Let's go. Let's go. Let's run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's run it up. There's a galaxy by Mr. Advanced Cooling. Thank you, Mr. Advanced Cooling. Relax. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There's the Roses by Gen X. Love those. Valdez is in the building. Good to see you, Valdez. In Mississippi. Let's go.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the
Gen X is in the building. Bonus section 36. Let's go. Roses. Let's go. All right. 2 times the gifting. Let's go. Run it up. Let's go. We're going to get to 2 times the gifting very soon. Let's go. We're doing a good job. Let's do what we do.
highlights. Do you have the 3 rows?
Let's do it. All right, let's go. Here we go. Roses. Let's run it up. Run it up. We need some roses. There we go. We reached the target. Good job. Let's go. Target reached. 2 times the gifting is coming soon. 2 times the gifting is coming soon. 2 times the gifting. 28 seconds to go. 2 times the gifting is here. Pour it on for 2 times the gifting. Pour it on for 2 times the gifting. Let's go. Let's get some big ones. Let's light up the screen. 19 seconds left. Let's go. 19. There it is. The future right there. Let's go. Who's got a big one to light up the? Here we go, Mister. Here we go with the choral scene. Let's go. There's another choral scene. There's a baseball up. Baseball. We got 3 seconds. Who's got a big one? Who's got a big one? Boom. Let's go. Good job. Good job. Let's run it. Run it. Run it. We got 2 minutes, 28 seconds left. Excellent. Love it. Love it. Love it. Miss Gen X. Relax. Miss Gen X has a glove, and she's going to throw the glove here in a second. Gotcha, brother. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's do it. Mr. Advanced Cooling, Mary Ash is in the building. Here it is. Let's do it. Let's see. Miss Gen X is going to throw the glove at 1 minute mark. 50 seconds until Gen X throws the glove. Don't forget to tap the glove before you throw your gift. It'll be worth, I think, 3 times the gifted. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get those smaller gifts. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. The lightning bolts and the roses. Let's go. Let's do it. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Who's got some roses? Who got some roses? Let's throw the roses. Advanced Cooling is back in the building. JoJo's in the building. 23 seconds until the glove comes. Once the glove comes, let's unleash it. Once the glove comes, don't forget to tap the glove. That way we can make sure we maximize. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We got 10 seconds left before Gen X is going to throw her glove. Let's do it. Ty Jesus in the building. Good to see you. Good to see JoJo giving the countdown. Advanced Cooling's in the building. Let's go. 50. All right. All right. Okay. Let's do it. There's the glove. Touch the glove. Touch the glove and throw the gift. Mr. Walker Bay with the galaxy. Let's go. Let's run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Touch the glove. Touch the glove and throw your gift. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. Denali's in the building. There it is. The whale. The whale's in the building. Let's go. Run it. The boxing gloves is in the building. Let's go. Let's run it up. Run it up. Run it up. Let's go. Let's go. Listen. XXL. His family's in the another whale. Teddy the whale. Teddy the whale in the building. Let's go. Woo! XXL and families in the building. Another
Let's go,
win, back in the win column, back on our streak. Mr. Denali XXL out. Let's go.
Okay, come back to you soon.
Boom. No more of this face behind me. Big T, Mr. Advanced Cooling, Miss Gen X is in the building. Walker Bay's in the building. Real Lady, Mr. Rowe, Miss Carolyn down in the booth. Baton Rouge, Scorpion, Miss Inspired Dad Dude. Oh, JoJo, One Live Mike, Mary Ash, and Kimmy, and Valdez in the building. Everybody who helped get that win together, thank you so much. I really definitely appreciate it. All right. How'd I do, JoJo?
Absolutely the way you coordinate a great win for Team Mr. Denali XXL.
That was a definite great win. I love the cohesiveness of the team in that. I think that was fantastic. We have a plan. We're building on our plan. As I always say, we always learn more from our our defeats than we do our victories.
Absolutely. And everybody was so patient to throw the gifts at the right time. And I know the whole team appreciates that.
Absolutely.
One thing I wanted to mention, Gen X, so because you said you're not supposed to tell them. Ops can't see our comments in Mr. Denali's live. They can only see their comments. I just wanted you to know.
I guess
that.
I wasn't supposed to say it.
Oh, yeah. You were doing the. Oh, I totally missed the fact that you said it.
Text it. Put it in the chat.
10 seconds.
That was bad.
That was funny. She was the Chinese Janis Joplin. I enjoyed her. I don't know if anybody could hear her music. She was really pretty good.
She was so quiet.
She looked like a porcelain doll.
She did look like a porcelain doll. A geisha doll, I think is what they call it.
There you go.
Yeah, we don't want no more of this. Oh my God, look at this.
Are you telling me that she was singing? Because I couldn't hear anything.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, it's hard to hear anything over Denali, which is fine. So there you go, Denali. We add China.
Must have been as loud as a mouse.
To the list. We add China to the list.
Yeah.
We took China down, baby.
Right?
Yeah, we got China. We got Japan.
We
got
China.
Ukraine. We got Kenya. We got Russia. I think those are the 5.
The Netherlands.
Oh, right. The Netherlands.
France.
France.
And UK. And the Brits.
So we're taking down 7 countries.
Yes.
We got 173 to go. Isn't that 180
You mean you're just going through and finding people from different countries to battle?
Yes.
If I can find the different countries, sometimes like yesterday we got mollywopped by a guy from Georgia in Atlanta.
Yeah. In our own backyard.
Yeah, we even took down the United States.
Hey, Mr. Denali, when you go look for him, are you racially profiling?
Yes. Yes, I am. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Valdez.
The one from the Netherlands was offended that, she wasn't offended, but she didn't want you to say she was representing her whole country.
Right.
Remember
That's
that?
on her.
Why?
She's ashamed of her country. She should leave.
Yeah, she was just said, no, I represent the whole country. I just represent myself.
How are you doing, Miss Carolyn? You doing okay? Good to see you.
I am doing pretty good. Yeah. So far, so good.
Excellent. I love it. I love it. 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 Mr. Walker Bay, what's up, brother? It didn't take him long, but he did it. So thank you. Huh?
What you say?
No, I'm saying it didn't take you long. You know, we always have a bet to see how long it takes before you bring in race into the conversation.
Race is very important.
I'm saying we have a thing with the producers. How long will it take for you to bring up race?
Absolutely.
Hey, you know what? I want to report some news.
I broke a record yet.
I want to report some news to Mr. Walker Bay. So check this out, Mr. Walker Bay.
Who is that speaking?
Valdez.
Oh Lord.
The Hispanic guy.
Yeah, the Hispanic guy. Even though I did grow up in Mississippi, and I'm familiar with like the high top fade and the Jerry curls, because that's what was around when I was, back in my days. my son, he's half black, right? And he
Uh-oh.
wanted locks. So he has locks now, but he turned me on to something I had no idea. He called me up yesterday. He goes, "Dad, I want barrel braids." I'm like, "What the freak are barrel
Oh,
braids?"
barrel blade.
So I had to look it up. I'm like, "Oh, okay." So he's teaching me some stuff as well.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know? Well, well, okay. I guess it's when you have locks. From what I understand by looking it up, when you have locks and then you braid the locks, and you know what I'm saying?
No.
It doesn't make sense. Okay, but you have to Google it because that's the
Well,
only
he's
way I figured out what
62,
it
so
was.
give him some grace. He's 62 years old.
Oh yeah, that's
Derek
true. He,
Henry.
I bet he
What
knows.
that got to
I
do
bet
with
he
it?
knows.
What do that got to do with anything?
I was just saying, man, because
No, I'm
we
talking
talking
about
about race.
I'm talking about
Mr. Denali.
Denali. I'm talking about the remark that
Train.
Denali just made. What
Oh,
my
okay,
y'all
age got
okay.
made?
to do? What my age has to do with anything that Valdez just was saying about some locks or something?
Because you don't know because you're older.
Look, I'm older. I didn't
Because
know about it. I mean,
it's
I knew about
minute to
Jerry
me.
curls and high top fades, but
It's
It's
what to you?
minuscule. It's minuscule. It don't mean nothing to me. I
I'm
don't.
not saying it does, but Valdez was trying to bond with you. He was giving you like some information about him. Why you didn't pick up what he was putting down?
Oh, I heard what he said. He said he didn't know, but the part of the matter is Valdez misspoke because Valdez said that his son is half black.
correct.
Right. There's no such thing as half black.
Oh, here we go with that bullshit.
That's
Yes,
true.
there is.
Hey, Valdez. That's
No,
true, bro.
sir. So you're trying
Listen,
to say his Mexican side of him is null and void?
He's
it, it,
black,
if you
Valdez.
Mexican, you still black. You
Oh
think
God.
Mexicans ain't black?
Well, at the end of the day,
What?
actually, if you want to talk about it, race is a white supremacy ideology, and I usually don't like to go by it. But if you want to go by it, that's fine with me.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that not correct? If you trying to, it is not a Mexicans dark like Africans.
Yeah, because we're half indigenous.
Oh, okay, so then how would you describe him as that? Then rather describe him as your son. Period.
Well, if you want to really go by it, he's
That's how
obviously.
it should have been. You specify and came out and said the state that he was half black.
Yeah,
He's half black.
God. Dude, the only reason I mentioned it because I wanted you to know that I'm learning some shit I didn't know about black hairstyles. Like I
Okay.
said, back in my days, all I knew about was Jerry curls and high top fades.
Back in
That's
my
all I
days, they
saw.
wore perms.
Okay,
I know it. I
Mr.
remember
Walker
that
Bay,
too.
he was trying to just let you in and have a
I
regular
heard
conversation.
that, Denali.
All right.
I did. I heard it loud and clear. But my rebuttal to that was, why did he have to describe his son as half something?
Half black because he's
What you
half
want to
black and half
say?
Mexican. Period.
So do that mean? So do that mean?
Well, he was giving
Do that give
context.
him that? Does that give him to say that I have the right then to say that I can speak derogatory about the African community?
What? He was letting you know his son has color in him other than Spanish or Hispanic
So
because he wanted a black hairstyle.
what is his mother?
I assume his mother's black.
You assume it. We don't do no assumptions.
Well, I know that Valdez
Well,
is
yes, his mother's
Hispanic.
black, just for the record.
There you
So
go.
his,
Thank you.
well,
Thank you, my brother.
I deducted that because he's Hispanic, and he said his child is half black.
Well,
I didn't need to answer that question to get that.
okay, I got you. But I wanted to know. Inquired minds wanted to know for
I
sure.
told you, and I was right.
Yes, you were. You were correct. So getting back to the original thing.
What was the original thing?
Hey, can I ask you another question? Just kind of keep it spicy up in here.
Uh-oh. See,
I
y'all
want to
trying to
ask one
get me
more question,
going.
just kind of keep
You
it
trying to
spicy.
get me going.
Look, I know. I just want to ask, Mr. Walker Bay,
Yes, sir.
do you believe in the one drop rule?
Do I believe in it?
Do you believe in the one drop rule?
No, I don't. I don't believe in that.
Thank you. You know where it came from, right?
The Caucasian.
Yes, it came from
It
slavery.
came from the Caucasian.
It came from the white.
All right.
Slave
Okay.
masters that were raping their slave
Wait a
masters. I
minute.
mean, their
Wait a
slaves.
minute. Walker Bay say the
Why you
Walker
keep
That
saying
was
white?
that was their way to
the
disown their
Walker
kids.
Bays just say the Caucasians.
Yes.
I thought we made that distinction, Walker Bay.
What are you talking about, dear? Is that Gen X?
Yes.
What you
Yes.
saying? What you saying, darling? I ain't hear what you said. What you say?
Like there's a difference in identifying as a Caucasian or white.
Because we don't know specifically what Caucasian race made that assumption. Whether he was German, whether he was English, whether he was Switzerland, Italian, we don't know, right? Or do we know?
Well, let me ask you another question. Do you
So
believe
we
that
have
your
to group them
lineage
in
is through
because
your
those are the
father and
people
your
that
mother?
consider themselves as Caucasians, right? Do these group of people consider themselves as Caucasian, Jeanette?
No, not all.
Oh,
Italians don't consider themselves Caucasian.
I
That's
bet
exactly
the
what I
hell
was
they
thinking.
do.
No, they
Many
don't.
don't.
Especially Sicilians.
No, they
Sicilians don't
don't.
don't don't consider themselves Caucasian.
No.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember
When
before
when
race
they
came along,
when they came
everybody
to
everybody
America, bro,
identified by nations and tribes.
everybody had
Do,
nationality,
do you
bro.
believe that? Right. But see, before the whole racial categorization came, which is a white supremacy ideology as well, it was all you were all labeled as tribes and nationalities. That's how everybody identified themselves. And then they came in with the race categorizations, and all that was for was to promote supremacy.
Exactly.
Uh,
Hey,
Yeah.
Valdez, you know a
That
little something. You
well,
ain't
I'm German. I
you
don't
not
know.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, I'm 100% German.
Danke share.
So
Danke share.
So, but I guess I don't understand. To Gen X's point. While y'all were talking about what you just were, you and Valdez were talking about Walker Break. So, uh, would we? Would it make more sense to go by what color we are?
No.
That's why I
Nationality.
don't. That's
I
why I
don't
don't.
agree with
That's why
that.
I don't like it because
Your nationality,
right.
Mary, identifies who you are.
Okay, so then, so would
I
you
agree.
rather be? What would you want to be called then?
My name speaks for itself. You should know what that means. That's a significant name.
I
My
don't know what
name
that means.
represents my nationality.
Well, what
Did you know
what
that?
is? No, I didn't know.
I'm Moorish American.
You're what?
Moorish American.
Oh,
Oh,
you're a Moor. Okay.
Yes, you heard of that?
Yeah, I know what the Moors
okay.
are. I done heard
Okay.
about them.
Okay.
I don't really know what that means.
Okay. So I give you some hindsight, right? In 711 AD, the Moors went into Spain and
Yep,
brought
that's true.
you guys out of the dark ages that the Europeans was living in and brought them up to all of the things from academics to being able to build and run water systems and all of that. And then what you guys then turned around and did is, as you always have a
Oh,
tendency
I
to
didn't do
do.
nothing.
I'm not saying you specifically,
You
Mary. Come
said
on
you
now,
guys.
Mary. I'm
Well, well,
I'm
well
I'm just
obviously,
I'm generally.
obviously, as a Mexican, I'm half Spanish and half indigenous, so I'm interested in hearing what you got to say. Go ahead.
Yes, and so in 1492, okay. Now keep in mind of these dates. In 1492 was the last date and the last stronghold when Queen Isabella and King Fernandez just toppled us and put us into servitude. Okay. Now, as Moors, we traveled from each continent. We went from Spain, and America is right there. You know that, right? You can just ride the waves. So we traveled back and forth. We had people here in New York City and all of that. There's a whole history of us there, right? We had tribes there. Then came along what we call your boy George Washington, where he says that he was going to chop off the Cherokee because we wear fez, red fez to be exact. Okay. And that was the representation of chopping down or taking off our fez and then putting us into servitude in the Americas. But we always travel back and forth for I mean centuries, thousands and thousands of centuries that we have. So that's just a brief uh, overview of some things, but it's deeper.
Are you one? Are you one of those that would believe that black people were the actual indigenous people of America?
Hey, Van Dez, we don't use the
I'm just
term.
asking. Oh,
We
okay,
don't
well,
use
not
the
blacks.
we don't
Okay,
use the
well,
word
you're
blacks because you
darker.
know this. Hold on,
Oh
because you
God.
know this as being a person of Spanish understanding. Black means without light, and then in the Spanish term they call it negro. Negro is the
Negro.
same thing. Okay, so we don't use the terminology of black because that's not describing who we are. We have identity. We are
That
more.
Okay,
makes sense.
let me
That
change the
makes
question.
sense. That makes sense.
Let me change the question. Do you believe that the people that we know of Native Americans today in America are the original indigenous people of these lands?
Of course we do. We know 100%.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure where you were going with it because
Yeah, we know 100%.
a lot of
But
Moors say that they were the original people here in America.
no, listen, listen.
Okay.
We integrated. Remember that what you call the daggone is just in my head. The people of Florida, they would call Seminoles.
Seminoles, yeah.
Right. The Seminoles, the Cherokees, the Chickasaws, and all of those was up and down the eastern shores, right? Then you had what over in the west coast, the Apaches and all that was in Oklahoma and all of that.
The,
These was what they wanted to consider themselves as what you call yourself today, Mexicans or Hispanics or whatever. Those were those people,
right.
right? That lived here. California wasn't California. It was
It was
of
Mexico.
Mexico.
Right.
Texas was of Mexico. These people lived there. The Europeans came and was forced from out of Europe because they was undesirable and was brought and sent here. And that's how they got here with the bullshit about the pilgrims and all of that, right? So I mean, the history goes on, and it's like a whole thing that we could get into. But I really don't, like dispute all the things that I know right off top because of the simple fact it's like talking to a wall sometimes, and it
Yeah.
frustrates me.
Well, from what I understand, the Britons, they conquered a certain part of America, but the Spaniards came and conquered like most of the West Coast and further on down. I mean, every Latin country there is, they were basically conquered by Spain. Because to
Listen,
be honest with you, all the Spanish-speaking countries, that's not even our native language. Our native language is indigenous. We
right.
started speaking Spanish because of Spain came and conquered us.
Right, right.
Right.
But listen to this, Van Daz. The most detrimental people that was detrimental that to our demise in the division that we have to this day are the Portuguese.
Yep, they're the ones that came up with the category of race.
Right, the
Yep.
Portuguese. They the ones.
It was mainly it was Portuguese, Britain, and Spain.
Well, the English we could handle, but it's just like they took us and put us inside an etch a sketch and shook us up, and now this is what you got.
Yep. And they did a lot of mixing because if you look at you look at like the damn like Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic and even Cuba and Haiti,
Right.
they basically what they did is they moved a lot of slaves down that way. That's why you got Puerto Ricans that have a lot more Afrocentric features. You know what I mean? Because they mixed us all. You had Spanish, you had African, and you had obviously Spain. So
Yeah.
a lot of Puerto Ricans they have more Afrocentric features, right?
Right.
And Mexicans, most Mexicans, I mean, we do have Afro Mexicans, because obviously a lot of slaves ran to Mexico and we took them in and kept them from slavery, from having to go back into it. So they did mix with us as well. But in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic, it was more dominant because they actually put slaves over there.
We fought alongside each other, brother.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what makes us the majority, but right now we are perceived as being the minority. And as long as we continue to stay at the rate that we stay at, We will always be that way. But the greatest fear now is anarchy or the oligarchs that are coming, the billionaires that's going to sit at the table and make decisions over us peasants and run our country into the ground. And
Well, we
that's a
agree on
fact.
we agree on history, but I'm not sure if we agree on politics. Well, I
Yeah,
know we
bro.
don't, but
You got to.
I
You
hear
ain't
you.
got look. You're gonna see it for yourself. You're gonna live. They already talking about taking away what snaps and what EBTs and Social Security. Well, they can't take my Social Security because I work for that shit. That's my money. You see what I'm saying? They're talking about restructuring the tax codes and give this
What does that have to do with race? I'm confused.
No,
who
we went to politics. We jumped to
Okay,
politics real
all
quick.
right.
I told him
Mary,
we agree
Mary,
on
keep
history.
up, Mary. Keep up, please,
Well,
darling.
I mean, I just don't know. I'm confused. All
Good
right, cool.
nobbing.
Keep
Good
going.
nobbing, Mary.
Well, I
But
personally
I was
believe
thinking, it made me
Some
think
of
of
my friends
Macbeth.
are
Wasn't
German.
isn't in Macbeth? Don't they use the word Moors? The more in Macbeth? Macbeth? Is that what?
What is you talking about, Mary?
You
more
know
more's on
Shakespeare,
more.
Lady Macbeth,
Yeah, have you
More,
heard
more,
of have you ever heard of
Othello.
Othello?
That's what I'm
Othello.
saying.
There
They
you go.
called him a Moor.
He is a
Moors were from
Moor.
North
That's
Africa.
what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that's where I've heard it.
There you go.
Well,
Okay,
see, the
all right.
thing about it is Moors are from North Africa,
See, I'm
and there's
connecting the dots. All right.
yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't agree totally on everywhere that they went. And some Moors, Mr. Bay Walker's kind of making sense, but there's a lot of Moors out there that are trying to disown the fact that our Native Americans, as we know them today, are the real indigenous people, and that's what
What
I don't
when you
like
say
about it.
when you
But
hold on, when you say the Native American people, bro? What are you saying? You trying to say that African people ain't native to this land? Are you making that statement?
most definitely, they're not native to this land.
Are you kidding me?
Well,
Come on, bro.
if you go
Bro,
back to the fact that we all came from Africa, then
do you
yeah,
think
I get that.
listen,
But
do,
according to the like, I guess you want to say phenotypes.
do you
No,
know who
no.
the Sultan was of New York? Haven't you heard of the the Ultimate Empire? You
I
never
haven't heard
heard
of
of the
that.
Ultimate Empire? New York was owned by the Sultan, right? Of
Okay.
Morocco, right? He's more.
Hey, Mr. Denali, if I'm making too much noise, go ahead and mute me.
Thank you, sir.
So I had to drop this trailer.
So this is what I was trying to say, that I like this show so much because of the fact that when we're not on the corkiness and the craziness, we can get down to some real business and grow together. And that's the thing that I look for.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play
Mary. Hey,
something.
Mary.
Yes.
I appreciate your honesty and your ability to know that you have nationality and be proud of your nationality, because I know a lot of German people.
Yeah, I mean,
So I can't be racist.
I'd rather not be defined by being white or black or brown. Like I don't
Exactly,
like that.
because
It's
that's
too
racist.
general. It's
That's
too
racist.
general. Well,
When I was
I,
in Germany, hey, Mary, I was stationed in Gießen, Germany, right outside of Frankfurt, right? For 3 years there. None of my German friends ever considered or can say, "Hey, that I'm white. I'm a white German." You know,
right, right,
they don't do that.
right.
Now the
He's just
Nazis,
German.
we have you know that we have Nazi people
Right.
also. Now they do that old crazy stuff. Now they even emboldened because of all the stuff that's going on, because they're trying to do away with democracy overall in the world. So,
Mm-hmm.
so we know Germany is having its task going on too, and I think they election is coming up this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot that I didn't understand that I mean that I still don't. I'm ignorant about a lot of things that I just
All right.
Not not that you're ignorant, you just not been informed or been
well, no, I
exposed.
didn't know. I mean,
Yes, it's
but
just
I personally would rather not be just defined as white, just a blanket statement. Like,
right.
I
Well,
don't like that.
that's literally what ignorant means, though. It just means you don't know. It's not really a
Yeah,
derogatory
yeah, it's
term.
not a bad thing. I just don't know.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
play something real quickly. Okay, ready? Right. Hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
Mary says alternative fact is a bullshit fact.
Did I say bullshit fact? I thought I just said
Hang on a
bullshit.
second. I'll
Was
play
that
it
my
again.
voice?
Well, how about this?
Oh, she does.
Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
You think that's going to live on in prosperity? Mary.
All right, that's me. I'm that's how I really sound. God.
You don't like your voice?
No, I don't like it.
See, it ain't you. It's all the character, Mary.
Hang on a second. Let's hear it again.
We are.
Well, how about this?
Oh, she does.
Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
A bullshit.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Mary? You don't like that?
No, I mean I sound I don't like the way I sound, but yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. You don't. You what do you mean? You sound great.
No, she doesn't.
Well, sure she does.
No, that's not her character. She knows that that's not her character.
What does that mean?
I know a lot of people in that culture, and that's not something that they just spew out like that.
Well, no, that's not. The words don't bother me. It's just my voice.
Oh.
Yeah, she said that last night.
I say bullshit all the time.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, the main thing is that she said an alternative fact is a bullshit fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't like my voice. That's all.
No, your voice sounds great.
Oh.
Believe me.
That's how you sound, Mary.
Miss Carolyn, what do you think about what you just heard from Miss Mary?
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, an alternative fact is like an alternate of like the fact given, so it's just like another alternative fact.
What do you? Wait, do you agree with Mary's assessment that it's a bullshit fact?
Put her in a Brussels.
But hold on now. You're not telling the whole story from last night.
All right, hang on. I'll play the rest of it.
Yeah.
But wait, no.
Oh, she does.
Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
You think? Okay, hang on a second. Let's go with that for a second. Your son comes home and he says that he was going to the mall and he ended up at his girlfriend's house.
Yeah, it's a
And
lie.
when you ask him about it, he said, "Mom, it's an alternative fact. What are you telling him?"
Yeah, I'll say that's a story then. You're telling me a story.
Well, your son is 16. You don't have to use preschool terms.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what I say to my son now.
Well, if he stopped at the mall before the girlfriend's house, you could say, "I went to the mall."
No, you know that he never went to the mall. He said that going to the mall was an alternative fact. What are you telling your kid?
But it's a lie.
Lying by omission.
It's a what now?
But it's a lie.
It's a lie. GW, do you concur with what an alternative
Sounds
fact
like
is?
you're trying to put us in a pretzel, GW.
Why? Why do you think I'm trying to put you in a
I
pretzel?
don't know. I'm assuming it's somebody who's on our side.
I'm just going to say
Why do you assume that, Mary?
Because you're telling me and him both. Like, are you saying
okay,
lie?
Kim. Okay, Kim says she. Hang on one second.
Well, I was right. I was right.
Doesn't know. JoJo knows. You were right about what?
It was a Republican who said it, so.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that you definitely worded that a certain way so that you could say you put me in a pretzel.
Oh my God, Mary!
It was done on purpose.
What was
and
done
I
on
knew
purpose?
it was happening as it was happening. I knew it.
Are you? Oh
But what
Are you like
Carolyn
Justin? You're gonna say that I coerced you to say something you didn't want to say?
No, what I'm saying is you got the result that you wanted by telling me a certain way that you
No,
did.
I asked a question.
It was set up to fail. I was set up to
What do you
fail.
mean? What?
Because
Thank
because
you, Miss
because listen,
Joy. Thank you, Miss
because
Joy.
because after Candid and Gen X talked, I was like, okay, so maybe it means two things can be.
Oh boy. You know what's going on? He's very intelligent.
I got a phone call. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I said two things can be true at the same time.
Okay.
That's what I learned after hearing Candid and Gen X talk last night was, well, maybe it means something different than what I thought it meant. I don't know.
I think two things
The
at
way
the
that
same
you
time mean the same
But
thing.
the way that you worded it was, oh, my son told me he's going to the mall, but he's at his girlfriend's house. Well, that is a lie.
That's
But he
right.
said
That's
it's
not at all.
alternative fact.
That's alternative facts.
But that's a lie too.
Well,
Damn it.
what about
People just keep calling
alternative
me.
music? Alternative music is still music.
What?
Alternative fashion is still fashion. It's just not the most popular. It's just
What's the
another
definition of a fact, Miss Carolyn?
alternative
That's frivolous.
No,
facts.
a fact is a fact. It's not a lie.
A
Okay,
fact
so
is
if it's an alternative fact,
a
then
fact
it's
is based on truth.
not a popular fact because like alternative clothing.
Okay, here we go. A fact, a thing that is known or proved to be true. That's a fact. A thing that is known or proved to be true. Fact.
Is there a definition in Google for alternative
You
fact?
want me to read it?
No.
What does it say?
I
want to know.
if you want to.
Yeah, read. What does it say?
It says a bold-faced lie.
All right.
Well, if it was a lie, why is it called an alternative fact?
Because current, what's her name, Conway?
Do you know who came up with the term alternative
Conway?
fact?
I know it's got something to do with the Trump administration press secretary.
Remember who did it? Who came up with it? Who coined
Ian Conway.
No, I remember it happening like a few years ago, but no.
I'll go ahead and play it.
It was almost 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Walker Bay loves it.
That's forever ago. Yeah, so remind me, please.
I'm gonna play. Give me 1 second.
It was one of your leaders.
My fearless leader?
Like I said, set up to fail.
One of your leaders.
You wanted to get the results that you wanted, so you worded it.
True, Mary. I asked a simple question. Stop it.
But the example that you used, it was a lie.
What do you mean?
Whoa.
Because if my son says he went to the mall and he ends up at his girlfriend's house, then that is a lie.
He could have started out at the mall and then gone
I'll
to his
play
girlfriend's
it again.
house.
I'll play it again, please.
There you go.
Hang on.
Rap music.
All right.
The president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
Wait a minute. Alternative facts? Alternative facts, 4 of the 5 facts he uttered. The one
Chuck,
thing he got right was Zeke Miller. 4 of the 5 facts he uttered were just not true. Look, alternative facts are not facts. They're falsehoods.
That's fact.
Our YouTube channel, follow today's top story.
What did she say after that? Because she didn't say yes, alternative facts or lies.
What more would you need? What more do you need when you hear that alternative facts are falsehoods, a lie, a bullshit?
Did she say that, or did the press
the reporter
guy
gave you the reporter who was interviewing her.
Okay, we'll play the. If we got.
You didn't hear that.
Hang on a second, Walker Bay. Just let me take this, okay?
He speaks for all of the country at times. Why put him out there for the very first time in front of that podium to utter a provable falsehood? It's a small thing, but the first time he confronts the public a falsehood?
Chuck, I mean, if we're going to keep referring to our press secretary in those types of terms, I think that we're going to have to rethink our relationship here. I want to have a great open relationship with our press, but look what happened the day before, talking about falsehoods. We allowed the press to come into the Oval Office and witness President Trump signing executive orders. And of course, the Senate had just confirmed General Mattis and General Kelly to their 2 posts, and we allow the press in. And what happens almost immediately? A falsehood is told about removing the bust of Martin Luther King Jr. from the Oval Office. That's just flat out false. And it was corrected
immediately.
Chuck, why was it said? Chuck, why was it said in the first place? Because everybody is so presumptively negative.
Climb into the head of that
reporter. That it's okay. No, excuse me. Oh, no. That reporter was writing on behalf of the press pool. That falsehood got spread 3,000 times
but it does
before
not
it was corrected.
Excuse
and
me.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
Wait a minute. Alternative facts. 4 of the 5 facts he uttered. The one thing he got right was Zeke Miller. 4 of the 5 facts he uttered were just not true. Look, alternative facts are not facts. They're falsehoods.
Chuck, do you think it's a fact or not that millions of people have lost their plans, their health insurance, and their doctors under President Obama? Do you think it's a fact that everything we heard from these women yesterday happened on the watch of Barack Obama? He was president for 8 years. Donald Trump's been here for about 8 hours. Do you think it's a fact that millions of women, 16.1 million women, as I stand here before you today, are in poverty along with their kids? Do you think it's a fact that millions don't have health care? Do you think it's a fact that we spent billions of dollars on education in the last 8 years, only to have millions of kids still stuck in schools that fail them every single day? These are the facts that I want the press corps to cover, and this is why I'm here at the White House.
I understand
to change
what I don't understand
numbers
is
like that.
That is not what yesterday was about. So you have not answered the question. You did not answer the question.
It's what this presidency is going to be about.
You sent the press secretary out there to utter a falsehood on the smallest, pettiest thing.
I don't think anybody can prove that. Look, I actually don't think that.
It.
Maybe this is me as a pollster, Chuck, and you know data well. I don't think you can prove those numbers one way or the other. There's no way to really quantify crowds. We all know that. You can laugh at me all you want, but I'm very glad.
I'm just
Chuck,
befuddled.
Well, but you are, and I think it's actually symbolic of the way we're treated by the press. The way that you just laughed at me is actually symbolic of the way, very representative of the way we're treated by the press. I'll just ignore it. I'm bigger than that. I'm a kind and gracious person.
Hey, NBC News fans.
All right. Ms. Callan, was that enough? Or they need to get the full 15 minutes with her?
Well, she never said that it was false.
Okay.
Were we talking about crowd size? Is that about the inauguration?
Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, that's where she coined the phrase alternative facts.
Oh, well, I didn't know where it came from. I just remember it being said, but...
Kellyanne Conway, former campaign manager, I guess she was a spokesperson at the time. Sean Spicer said that his crowd was bigger. They questioned whether that was true, and she said he didn't say a falsehood. He said an alternative fact, and that's when the term alternative fact came into our lexicon.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I'm confused more now than before. Because an alternative means you have different. If you have an alternative to like a sandwich or a burger, I mean that's 2 different choices you get to make. I mean,
right.
It's not
but
one
Caroline,
of them is real and one of them isn't. So I'm confused. I don't know.
Caroline, the definition of alternative facts is falsehood, not true.
Alternative fact in the dictionary is a falsehood?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
I thought she made that up. It's
no,
in the dictionary?
that's why I cut in, because I know you was waiting for Kellyanne to say something about it. But there is a thing called alternative facts, and Denali is going to read what it is.
Is it in the dictionary?
I think
Yes.
so. I think it got in there because of that thing. Let's see.
So a liberal created the definition.
Is it in that same dictionary that says racism
Kellyanne
has to
Conway.
do with
Wait a minute.
power?
When was it
What?
inserted?
No,
If
When
it's
was
in
it
that same
inserted?
dictionary that said racism has to do with power, then I don't believe that.
no,
So,
that's different.
yeah, if
When
it's
was it
that same
inserted?
Alternative facts
dictionary,
have been called many things: falsehoods, untruths, delusions. A fact is something that usually exists that we know is true. Alternative to a fact, as Mary said, what did Mary say? For sure. Here we go. How about this? Oh, she does. Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
A bullshit
I have to
fact.
agree.
There you go.
You
There's
didn't
either a
answer my
fact
question.
or it's not a fact.
You
There
didn't
is no
answer my
alternative.
question.
What's your question, Gen X?
When was that definition inserted?
Oh my God.
probably about 2 months after she said it.
Right, it didn't exist prior to. They made it up.
Okay,
Yeah, they
so
made
the
it up.
fact
That's the
is,
point.
the
Yeah,
fact
fake
is,
news.
Okay, so one second, Miss Gen X. We know what alternative is, and we know what a fact is.
alternative means a choice.
Yeah,
Different. It means different.
Okay,
like soup
different.
or a
There's
sandwich.
a
That's
choice. There's a
alternative
choice.
choices.
A choice.
But you can't. But how can you have alternative facts?
Listen, hey,
Yes, ma'am.
listen. Who inserted that definition?
I don't. I have. Okay.
I gotta lean
So here
towards
it
what
is.
Gen X
Because
is
I
saying
bet
here.
you. Wait a minute. I bet you.
You know, if Kellyanne Conway
Wait a
coined the
minute.
term,
I bet you it's the same people. I bet you it's the same people that took the E out of women and
A
put.
what? What are we talking about, Gen X? Come on.
Now that's
You
the
know,
Jeanette
fact.
has a good point.
it's kind of like when people say my truth. My
yeah,
truth basically means my opinion.
Exactly.
You know what I
Like
mean?
Vince
What do you
Vaughn.
mean
I know my
exactly? That
truth.
proves my point, Miss Caroline.
There's no
Miss
my
Caroline
there's
said
no my
exactly.
truth. There's only the truth.
Right.
It's kind
So
of
But
there's
like
there's
only
only
it's
the
kind of
hold
fact.
like
on
there's
one
two.
second. There's only a fact. An alternative fact is something other than a fact.
hold on a second. Let me ask this: If
That dude?
Kellyanne Conway coined the term, and we had never heard that term before she
Yeah.
uttered it, right?
Yeah.
How does Chuck Todd get to define what that term?
You know why?
Thank you,
Because
Dad.
hang on. Listen. Stop it. We know what alternative means, and that's what is called a compound word. Alternative fact. Let's go with it. Alternative, something different than a fact. Means, as Mary said, what did Mary say? The great Mary, my great friend, what did Mary say?
Bullshit.
Okay, well, how about this? She does. Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
A bullshit fact.
Wait a
I
minute.
don't know that that's. I don't
Hang
know
on a
that that's
second.
Mary.
Well, let's look up what.
I
Okay,
think it might
hang
be an
on.
alternative fact. That doesn't sound like Mary.
What is
That doesn't sound like her.
Listen, Denali.
What does bullshit mean, Dad dude?
It's it's just some nonsense, right? Just
Shit,
Okay.
shit,
And what
shit
does
that comes
fact
out of a
mean?
bull.
A lie. You know, a lie.
But what?
Can I say something, Denali?
I honestly,
Denali, I need to ask you.
What's the
Okay,
question, Miss
what you're
Janet?
saying an alternative fact.
Huh?
What you're saying is you're making alternative define as opposite. And that's not
Okay,
the
what
case
does
here.
alternative
Because
mean then?
alternative is a choice. It's a choice.
But then, okay, great. So put
it's not it doesn't mean opposite of this.
Okay, so what does fact mean?
Fact means truth.
Okay, alternative truth.
Gen
Take
X
away
is
fact
saying it's
and
an
put in
additional fact. She's saying it's an additional fact.
yeah.
Wait a minute. There's a choice of truth, right?
Oh, the truth
but
is
see,
the
you're
truth.
telling me,
There's no choice.
you're trying. Wait a minute. You're trying to tell me the alternative means the opposite of truth, and that's
put
not
the words
true.
together. Alternative by
If you
itself
take
doesn't mean
alternative.
Ms. Gen X. Alternative by itself doesn't have anything to do with facts. But if you compound the words together and say this is an alternative fact, what this alternative means something different, but a fact is a fact.
No.
No.
No,
What do you mean, man?
I
Hold on a
agree with
second.
Gen X
I
because
want you to listen
think
to a
let's
wise
say
woman.
you go hold on. Let's say you go to a restaurant.
A bullshit fact.
All right.
Okay.
Well, can we not change our minds? Can we not change our mind?
That was a very wise woman.
We can't change our mind. Listen, let's say you go to a restaurant and you're like, oh, is there an alternative to potatoes that I could have, like a substitute? Like, is there a different choice I could get other than broccoli?
You're having an alternative side.
But it's an additional option.
I understand that. That's
more
fine.
information.
You have an alternative side other than what's on the menu. But then when you put alternative with fact, that means it's something different than a fact.
But I think I was wrong.
But what if it's something true? What if it's something true that the media chooses not to address, right? So I actually never even considered this term in terms of looking it up to define it. I like the conversation.
If it's true,
not yet.
it's a fact.
I just got home. The way I always interpreted it when I heard the term was interpreting it as a set of facts that maybe is not mainstream, maybe is not reported on by MSM, maybe something that's outside of the box that you have to go seek out.
You're a very smart guy in Tennessee. If your son came home and told you, why'd you say that you were at Jimmy's house and you're really at Jenny's house? Oh, Dad, that's just an alternative fact. What would you tell him?
That's not the same.
What do you mean?
Why are you giving that example?
Let me ask you, did you hear what I said about my interpretation? I never looked up the definition. My interpretation of hearing that word was that it is a fact, something that's true, that is outside of what MSM is willing to report to you. That was always my interpretation of it.
Okay.
Right. And the example that he gave me to determine what it is was a lie.
Right. So he boxed you in, Mary.
He said what he wanted to say to get me to give a certain answer. It was set up to fail.
Mary,
you guys sound like just a kid who said I coerced her to say something different.
He controlled his narrative.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. You got the result that you wanted.
You guys know what a compound word is?
But you got the result that you wanted.
We're not.
A compound word is a thing that is composed of two or more separate elements, a mixture. So you compound the words together to make a statement, I guess.
Weren't.
Alternative, okay, something different. In fact, they're together in this word, but they have two separate meanings. And when you look at the meaning, something different is alternative, and then a fact is something that's proved to be true.
Yeah, a different fact. Like, I got it. I just came up with it.
It doesn't.
Hold on. I just came up with it. It just came to me. I just had an epiphany.
Go ahead.
Let's say you're describing somebody. Oh, they're smart. Oh, they're beautiful. Well, here's a different fact about them. They're also very nice.
Where's my pretzel shirt at? Oh, you guys, all should buy a pretzel shirt.
It's a different fact about that person. Well, because I don't know. I mean, my first initial thought when you said it yesterday was, bullshit. It doesn't make sense because you gave me the example of my child lying to me. Okay. But now that I have thought about this, it's been 24 hours. It makes a lot more sense that it would be a different fact.
Sounds like
different one.
Sounds like entrapment.
Right?
Entrapment.
Yeah. Can I ask something, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Do you consider a lion and a cheetah being two different animals?
A lion and a cheetah, they're part of the cat family, but they're two different animals.
Yeah. So is it a fact that they're both from the feline?
That's a fact.
Okay, so you can have a fact that they're both the same from the feline, but they're alternate. They're like a different alternative of a feline.
Well, it's a fact that
So
a
you can't
leopard has
tell me
spots and a lion doesn't.
because the alternative makes it a difference of a choice. Okay,
Right.
but they're both
Right. They're
facts.
alternative felines.
It doesn't mean opposite. It don't mean
No,
that
I'm saying
if you got a wolf
alternative
and
feline is a different term than alternative fact.
if you got a fact of a lion and then a fact of a wolf, you can't use alternative facts in that situation because they're opposite. Opposite
Right.
does
So
not mean alternative.
alternative feline, a different feline.
Alternative,
A leopard
correct.
and a lion.
Correct.
Okay, great. So you put alternative fact, a different fact. But a fact is a fact. A fact is something that proved to be true.
And they're both true at the same time.
No.
But a wolf and a lion are opposite. They're opposite.
Yeah, and they're both mammals. They're both mammals.
And
what
they
you're
can't
kind of
be.
saying is you have a lie and a white lie.
I was trying to talk, but I can't hardly speak, and I'm having to talk over people.
Nobody's talking now.
Trying to say, do you see my point? My point is, I can't compare a lion and a wolf as alternative facts because they're the opposite. They're not the same. Now, when you talk about a lion and a cheetah, now we can talk about alternatives here. But at the same time, it's an absolute fact that they both from the feline, right? So that's where alternative comes in, not from comparing a wolf and a lion.
Well, a wolf and a lion are completely different because a wolf is part, I don't know, like a dog. A cat is a.
That's what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me the alternative means false, which is not.
No.
You're trying to say alternative is the opposite of truth.
No, because if you put it's a compound word. Alternative means different, right?
You're trying to tell me that alternative means the opposite of truth.
Okay, what does alternative mean?
It means it's a choice.
I don't think it said that.
Alternative is a choice.
I don't think it said that.
Is that what alternative music is? Like a different option?
It's different music, but listen, I think the thing that you guys are missing is that fact means the truth. You can't have something different from the truth. So in other words, there's no such thing as an alternative truth.
Well,
that's how I look at it.
Have you heard the media?
Her alternative truth
I have.
is disagreeing with the factual statement that she was comparing it to with about the crowd size.
Okay, so alternative means something that is different and unusual and offers a possible choice. Everybody got that?
Yes.
Okay, so then when we look up the word fact meaning.
Here's the definition of fact: a thing that is known or proved to be true.
So if you put
alternative
with fact,
it's untrue.
But see, what's the truth? Because we're talking about the crowd size, right? Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, I mean, that's where it came from.
Like one person said it was big, or one says was little. Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, they say he lied about the crowd size, and she was.
Who says he lied?
Huh?
Who said he lied?
Based on the pictures between the two crowds.
Oh, based on pictures.
Well,
okay, the angle of the picture. What we talking about? Who had the angles or whatever?
Well,
are we saying that he's lying? That he lied about the crowd size, and they actually counted the crowd size, said he's lying? What we talking about
here? I'm saying that when they took the aerial view of the picture, the Obama crowd size was fuller than the Trump crowd size.
Yeah, but when did they take that picture? Did they take it when people were just showing up or after the fact?
I don't know the time frame, Jenna.
See what I'm saying? That's an alternative fact.
All right. Okay.
Because it could have been a fact that they took that picture when people were just showing up versus when everybody was finally there.
Can I jump in for a second?
Hey, can you drop me?
Yes, Miss
I gotta
Carolyn.
go.
How do you classify the term partly cloudy?
Oh my God.
How about glass half full?
What is going
How do you
on?
classify those terms?
What is happening right now?
I'm. This is real life.
Listen, I'm using the two words. Let's deal with the two words that are in this compound word.
Let's deal with partly cloudy.
No, I don't want to because we have a word. We don't have to go somewhere else. Alternative fact.
What I'm saying is,
Okay.
I'm
You're
content.
okay with alternative fact. Is that right, Dad, dude?
Well, first off, I don't think there's a definitive definition of this term. Secondly,
Why?
because there's not. There's
But
interpretation, and
it's a compound word. You're putting two words that have meaning together.
well, what I'm contending, and I submit to you, Denali, is that the term alternative fact is a reference to an interpretation by one being of a fact, right? So if it fits my political agenda or my worldview, then I'm liable to accept it. If it doesn't, then I'm liable to
No, I
reject
mean,
it.
I think the words have meaning. They don't change. The meaning
Well,
of
we're
words
creating new words now.
I'm glad
they
that you
don't
said that
change.
because we can all agree on what a woman is. Since you
I
said
don't
words have
care about
meaning,
that. I don't listen.
hey,
Let
whoa,
me explain.
whoa.
Hang on, Dad, dude. I don't want to move to something else because we don't have to because we have a word or a compound word. Let's deal with this. That woman thing, I'm not with. You don't get any arguments from me. A woman is a woman. Fine. If they want to play loose and fast, that's fine. They can do it. But in turn, you're also doing the same thing. You're playing loose and fast with the words because you're trying to change the definition of alternative fact. But we have two words that have specific meanings, and you want to change it.
Well, I already told you where my point of reference was. Today's the first day that in my life I've ever peeled this layer back, right? Because my interpretation was that it's an interpretation of what's said based on your
No,
viewpoint of
but
the
you don't
worldview.
have to interpret it because we have words and we know what the two words mean.
But we also
You don't
knew
have to
that
interpret it. The
you,
law is different. It has people can read a paragraph and get it's kind of ambiguous.
yeah.
This here are two definitive words that have meaning.
So what do you call a fact or a set of data set that is true and not objectionable, but is not put out in the public for consumption? That was my interpretation of
What
what
is
this
a fact?
was.
What's a fact, Dad?
What's a fact?
Yeah, sir.
The sky's blue.
That's a fact. Means that it's a provable truth.
Well, I guess there's some gray area there if you're colorblind.
Okay, tell me the gray area in a fact.
If you're colorblind, the sky is not blue.
No, it is blue.
I don't know.
Even though you may say it's black, it's blue.
Is it blue to you? Is that my truth?
No, it's blue.
You
Because
say
we
it's
have
blue.
words to effectively communicate.
It depends
You
on
can't come to me. You can't come to me and tell me the sky's black. I'm gonna like look at you like you're fucking crazy.
Well, it depends on the weather.
No, well,
It's gray right now. We got a storm rolling in.
Big T, can you? You've been listening. I don't know what else. I mean, I'm trying.
You know, I guess one would say that the sky is blue. That would be,
Big T, boy.
you look at the sky. Is it day or night? Because right now the sky is not blue. It's black right now. So that would be incorrect. So,
Hey, Denali, I'm about to have to bounce.
It looked like they changed the words around. You know, I mean, we know what an alternative is, and we know what a fact is. So, I mean, why would you want to make the two words something different? I mean, that's how we communicate. If we start changing our words around, we don't really have people don't understand what we're talking about anymore.
What color is the sky behind me?
It's blue. That's blue.
My sky's gray where I'm at.
All right, then. All right, whatever. I mean, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I'm kind of out of options here. But listen, everybody can believe what it is. You know.
Listen, Denali, can I make one statement to
What
you?
color is the sky where I'm at right
John, I'm
now?
going to drop you down for a second. Jojo wants to come
It's
in. I'll bring you
black.
right back.
Hey, Denali, you can drop me because I'm falling asleep.
You're falling asleep. All
See,
right,
Big
Mr.
T's
O.
got a
All right,
black
buddy.
sky.
Talk to you
I
later.
got a gray sky, and Sean's got a blue sky.
I got a black. I got a pink sky.
And those are
I got a
alternative
pink sky.
facts.
Jojo, what's up?
I just want to make sure you saw the comment from Ms. My Dear.
What?
She said, Mr. Denali, I love this new T-shirt. Soon as I can, I'm gonna buy one. I love it.
Which one?
I'm assuming the pretzel one.
Okay.
And then
Cool.
she says, is that you or your son on the T-shirt?
That's my brother. Oh.
Okay. So mark me down. I'm gonna get that T-shirt for Ms. My Dear. I want to do that. We'll send it to her.
Goodness gracious. Oh boy. Oh.
Can I ask real
coconut?
fast?
Coconut?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm a coconut. I'm 29. I'm voting for Harris.
Hey, but I've been listening, and I think Mary had it right on the head. Yeah,
Mary had it right on the head?
she summed it up correctly,
You think
and
so?
it was all in agreement until everybody started twisting it around.
Here it goes again. Let's hear it.
Listen, she does.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
Yeah. I mean, that's a wise woman right there.
It doesn't sound like her, Denali. I don't know if that's her or
Hey
not.
Valdez, nice to see you again, Valdez.
I think
Coconut,
that
stop
Mary has confirmed that it's her.
She
Mary,
didn't even.
Did you confirm that's your voice?
She said that's not how she sounds.
It's unfortunate that that's how I sound, but
That's not how you sound.
that's me. I'm starting to kind of change my mind about it based on what everybody's saying in the definition of alternative, and it does make sense what Gen X was saying. That's just different.
Oh, you were right, Mary. You was right with your first.
Well, also it was the way it was presented to me to get a certain outcome.
Then what is disinformation?
What is this mean?
Not the fact.
So we have multiple terms that mean the same thing. Misinformation, disinformation, alternative fact. Are we looping all these together?
Hey, Mr. Denali, just for the record,
news?
Coconut, he's my buddy. I told him to come check your live out. He's acting silly right now, but he'll come start helping us out.
No, I'm not. This is how I actually talk.
Pretty cool.
It sounds like Mr. Hanky.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Denali. I appreciate it.
Nah, no problem, brother. Appreciate it. Any friend of Valdez is a friend of the show.
Thank you. Well, I just the last time I checked, the last time I was in high school, fact meant the truth. I mean, that's why there's fact and fiction, correct? So what's the difference of that? Fact and fiction. What's the difference between those two?
One is true and one is not true.
Correct?
Yeah, fiction, sure. So
Exactly. So fact and fiction. So I guess what the left confuses, I don't know if you guys are the left or not, but I don't know, but that's why they have, the fact is that there's man and woman, they
Do you know who coined the? Oh my God! Do you know who coined the phrase alternative fact, Mr. Coconut?
Alternative fact.
Yes.
An alternative fact. Does it mean that it is another truth?
What does alternative mean?
It's the other truth.
Okay, so fact is that the grass is green, but an alternative fact is that when it snows where I'm at, it turns brown, and that's a fact.
But it doesn't dismiss
the fact. That's a fact. There's no changing. We talking about.
I think
the thing about it is fact.
Oh, sorry, you cut off. What you say?
Fact is permanent. Fact is something that can't be changed. Fact is like a solid thing.
Fact is
awesome. Then in the wintertime it's green. Excuse me. In the summertime it's green, and in the wintertime it's brown. That's a fact.
And that's a fact.
What's the alternative to that?
There's no alternative. The fact is the fact.
What does alternative mean?
I get okay. So I can use it as an example. Is that exactly the fact is that grass naturally is green, but I guess we can say that the alternative fact is that when it's winter and the grass dries out, it turns brown. I'm assuming that's an
It's not
alternative
an
fact because
alternative fact.
I just think that
it's
I
not.
think we're trying to compare apples to oranges. It's like I said, fact is a solid thing. It's like you can't change it. The color of the grass and the color of the sky and the color of leaves, those are all you could change those, but you can't change the definition of fact.
But
Fact is the
but Valdez,
truth.
if you want to blanket it, I mean the fact is that we have different seasons and plants change colors throughout, right? And the fact for us is that grass is
Fact.
green. I'm assuming, right? You see that's that's a fact. The fact is
We have
that
seasons. That's a
correct.
fact.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is a
yeah,
fact.
you can look at it. You can look at it like this. You only have to put alternative in it. Just like you said, the fact is during certain seasons, the color of grass and leaves and all this shit change colors. That's a
Correct, and
fact.
that's
We can go with fact
correct.
on that, but
And
we can't.
the fact is that grass is green as well. I mean, nobody's removing that fact. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, it's another fact that it can be brown and it
Can't
can
make
be
that an
green.
alternative fact, though.
It is an alternative fact because sometimes it's brown and sometimes it's green.
Oh,
Not
you
an
know what? It just
alternative.
hit me.
That is in fact. That
Do
is
you
a fact.
It
do you
There's
just
see
hit
what
me.
nothing
I'm
I see
saying?
what you're saying.
alternative
I see
about
what you
that.
guys are saying now.
You see what I'm saying, Valdez? It is a
Yeah,
fact.
okay, I get it. I
But the
get what you're saying
alternative
now.
is it turns brown, but it's also a fact. It's a fact that it is green in some season, but it's also a fact, which is an alternative that is also brown.
That is a
You want to
Ah,
change
that's
the definition
fantastic.
of one of the words. That's what you want to
It's
do.
an alternative, Big T.
It's an alternative because
Big
the
T,
alternative
Not
is
an
listen, I was on your
brown.
alternative.
side,
They're
brother.
all
But think
fact.
about it. Hey,
They're
look,
all
listen, Big T.
fact.
Is this Big T?
There's
I
not
can't
an
see my phone.
alternative. There's not an alternative in it, though, Valquin.
Big T. Well,
There's
Big
not
T,
an
that is
alternative in it.
well, Big T, that is the alternative. The fact
What's
is the
the
grass is
alternative?
green. The grass is green, but the other fact, the alternative fact, it's also brown in certain
No,
seasons.
that's
That
the
is a
other
fact
fact.
as
That's
well.
not an alternative. That's the other fact.
I see what you guys. I was on your side at first, Big T, but now I see what he's saying. I really do.
But that doesn't. But just because they've changed your mind doesn't justify what a fact is, as opposed to an alternative
Well, okay.
fact.
Well, let me ask
An
you like this:
alternative is something other than.
Is it true? Let me ask you a question: Is it true that the grass usually is green during the summertime?
True.
Is it true that the grass is usually brown during the wintertime?
That is also true.
Alternative fact.
That's an alternative
No,
fact.
that's not alternative. That is also true.
That's an
There's
alternative.
nothing alternative
Depending
about
on
it.
how you look at it, though.
That's an
All right,
alternative
see,
truth.
Yeah,
see.
that's
Now
hard.
you're
That's
Okay,
hard.
the
Now you
fact.
got
Okay,
now,
so the fact.
now y'all
Okay,
done
the
messed
fact.
my mind
That's
up.
not going to happen.
No. The fact is okay. So the fact is the word, correct? So we're using a fact. It is a fact that the grass is green, but it's also a fact. So I think that I kind of understand what Big T is saying. You don't have to add alternative, but at the same time, that is another fact that the grass isn't always green; it's also brown.
And
I
that's
don't
what
know.
alternative means. Something.
That is
Yep,
the alternative fact. It is also
I see what you're saying.
it is the truth that it's also brown, but it's also the truth that it's green. So that's the alternative fact. Now, if you want to talk about something else, I don't want to dive in too much into politics, like I said, but genders, it is a fact. It's a man and a woman. There's no alternative to it. That's it. It's done. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense, but the fact is, back to the grass. The fact is that in certain seasons the grass is green. It's also another fact. What's the other saying for another? You can also say alternative, another way, or whatever way you want to explain it. I'm not a dictionary. I'm trying to make sense here. The other fact is that the grass is also brown. It's not green like the sky thing you guys were talking about. It's a fact that it's blue. But right now, where I'm at, it's also a fact that it's not. It's gray or white or whatever because it's snowing over here where I'm at. So you see what I mean? That's also a fact. I'm looking at it. I can feel it. I can touch it. Not the sky, the snow. So you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, to be honest with you, man, I was on the Big T side. until you put it that way. I see what you're saying now. It's just, I think it's wordplay. You know, it's wordplay.
Yeah, the English language.
And actually, it's Mary's terminology. She's the one that said it, and I concur. It's alternative is BS. When you say an alternative fact, that's BS.
Well, the meaning of alternative is another.
But why would Kellyanne say that the press secretary was telling a lie? That's what I'm not getting. I'm not understanding.
Well, that's what she said.
Her concurring. No, but no, that's what y'all were saying. She said.
Hey, Mr. Denali, will you
that's
play?
what she said.
Will you play
That's
that one more
what
time
you're
so
saying.
Coconut
She
can see where we're
said.
coming from?
Okay.
Mr. Denali.
Coconut, listen to this. This is where all this is coming from.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Yo-Yo.
I've just been listening. I'm working, whatever. I don't get why this has to be so difficult. I just simply Googled alternative, and it says one of two or more available possibilities. So, like, you just use the grass option. It can be brown or green. So why isn't that alternative?
Wait, what did you look up?
I mean, it says one of two or more available possibilities.
What was the word you looked up?
Alternative.
Okay, so you put that, and what does a fact mean?
But I'm saying it could be one of two or more facts because the grass is green or brown, like he's saying.
Okay, listen. A fact.
No, so I'm just confused. That it says two possibilities. It could be green or brown, right?
Can the grass be green or brown?
Like if you say grass is green, but grass is also brown.
Fact.
That's a fact. Especially here in Arizona. I live in Arizona. I see brown grass every day. People with brown grass every day.
Okay.
I'm in Arizona.
Fact is that it's also brown. So the fact is that it's green. That's a fact. I mean, I don't think nobody's going to disagree on the panel that the grass is green.
But I'm in Arizona. I see brown grass every day. People don't have
and that's
water.
also a fact, isn't it? That's an alternative to green grass.
So that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I want Coconut. I want you to listen to what he's going to play. I think you're going to play it.
Okay.
Because this is where it's all coming from.
Donald Trump. He also serves as the spokesperson for all of America at times. He speaks for all of the country at times. Why put him out there for the very first time in front of that podium to utter a provable falsehood? It's a small thing, but the first time he confronts the public, it's a falsehood?
Chuck, I mean, if we're going to keep referring to our press secretary in those types of terms, I think that we're going to have to rethink our relationship here. I want to have a great open relationship with our press, but look what happened the day before, talking about falsehoods. We allowed the press to come into the Oval Office and witness President Trump signing executive orders. And of course, the Senate had just confirmed General Mattis and General Kelly to their two posts, and we allow the press in. And what happens almost immediately? A falsehood is told about removing the bust of Martin Luther King Jr. from the Oval Office. That's just flat out false. And
it was corrected immediately.
Chuck, why was it said? Chuck, why was it said in the first place? Because everybody is so presumptively negative.
Climb to the head of that reporter.
That it's okay. No, excuse me. Oh, no. That reporter was writing on behalf of the press pool. That falsehood got spread 3,000 times before it was corrected.
Excuse
and
me.
It's
it
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
Wait a minute. Alternative facts? Alternative facts, 4 of the 5 facts he uttered. The one thing he got right was Zeke Miller. 4 of the 5 facts he uttered were just not true. Look, alternative facts are not facts. They're falsehoods.
Chuck, do you think it's a fact or not that millions of people have lost their plans, their health insurance, and their doctor?
All right, there you go.
Can I, real fast, Denali, and I got to bounce. I'm going to give my last and final interpretation. You walk outside. There's clouds in the sky. You say, it's partly cloudy. But you turn to me and I say, no, it's partly sunny. It's not clear. We both know that the sun is shining. We both know that there's clouds in the sky, but you see it one way and I see the other. A second example would be we walk into my kitchen. There's a glass sitting on the table that is in it. All right, it's got half water in it. I say, look, whose glass? Who left the glass half full? You say, no, that glass is half empty. There's a glass halfway with water in it, but we both see it differently. That, in summary, is my definition of how I interpret this term.
Great. Thank you,
Well,
Dad.
two things can be true. Two
I
things
love
can be
it.
true.
That's perfect.
Not what she was talking about.
Well, I think that what happened there is she misused the word because see, when it comes to certain things, it's either the truth or not. Certain things, like I said, there are alternatives, yeah, but whatever that person was saying, it was a lie. Yeah, it was a flat out lie. Like that's just
That's what she was talking about.
Yeah, well, no, she misused. She misused the word. I can say that.
No, she didn't misuse it. She tried to cover it up. That's what she did.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll agree with you there. I'll agree with you. To me, I feel that she misused the word to trick people. To trick people into thinking it might be true.
Okay.
It might not be true.
All
you know what I
right.
mean?
It's wordplay, like I said. It's wordplay.
Exactly.
In other words, she knew what was being said was not true. But she wanted to put a spin on it.
My friend Mary was absolutely correct.
Well, how about this? Oh, she does. Okay, hang on one second. Do you know what an alternative fact is?
A bullshit fact.
I'm going to go with Mary.
Concur.
All right. All right. Well, Mr. Denali.
Yes.
Mr. Denali, thank you so much for having me, brother. I'm going to follow you. I might got to step away. Thank you for having me. Hey, about this.
No problem. We got to step away, too, because we've been going and going and going, and I got to get something to eat. Denali wants to go out.
Well, Denali looks like he wants to go to sleep.
Who?
You.
No, my dog's name is Denali. I got to take him out.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
We got to get out of here. I mean, wow. I'm going on fumes right now.
Well, Mr. Denali, if you want to drop me, go ahead and drop me. I want to say thank you for having me here. Thank you, guys. See you later.
All right, Coconut. Talk to you later, brother.
Hey, no, Denali, did you tell your panel what you did?
What?
Did you tell your panel what you did?
What are you talking about?
With the guy yesterday.
They were here.
Not everybody.
I know, but no, because I gotta go. My head is spinning right now. I'm hungry.
I thought it was some good stuff.
I'm not saying it wasn't, but listen, last night I was supposed to leave I was trying to leave 1:30. We didn't get out of here till like 3:10. So my head is.
What can I ask you about this Mary thing? What was going on?
What's an alternative fact?
Excuse me?
What is an alternative fact?
An additional fact to the information.
What does alternative mean? What does alternative mean?
A second opinion.
What does alternative mean?
Meaning is a second option.
Right. And what does a fact mean?
That is truth.
Right. So how could you have alternative truth?
Because two things can be true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it can be like somebody can say, it could be like somebody can say, I'm in a relationship, but they can be in a relationship because they legally married, but then at the same time, they're not really with that person, right? So is that not alternative facts?
Well, I don't know what you said. I've heard so many different variations. Listen, people can believe what they want to believe. Alternative means something different, and a fact is something that's true. Okay, great, Yo-Yo. Yes, the grass is green in the summertime. That's a fact. And the grass is brown in the wintertime. Both facts.
Yeah, but sometimes it can be brown.
It's brown all year here in Arizona. It's brown all year here in Arizona for some people. Right. They don't have water in their yard.
I think it only makes sense if you use it within the context.
I don't live in that world.
What does Walker Bay say?
Listen, he says it's a bullshit because Republicans said it. Okay, so listen.
He said what?
Everybody can believe what they want to believe.
Well, their press secretary lied a lot.
You already know what I said.
We've been talking about this for 2 days. I
What did
spoke on
you
this.
say,
I was up
Walker
till
Bay?
3 o'clock. Huh?
What did you say, Walker Bay?
I said it's not true.
What's not true?
Uh, it's a lie. A falsehood is a lie.
So
Dr.
you
J, you
don't
don't want
think
to
that
talk
it
about
can
my.
be two truths?
What's that, Yo-Yo?
I said we don't want to get into how much Biden's press secretary lied.
Truth is truth. You can't change truth.
Biden's press secretary. What'd she do?
I know Denali thinks she's a liar.
Who?
Biden's secretary, she was dumb. Like that was the dumbest Secretary
What
of
did she
State
say
ever.
now? What did she
She just
say?
kept
She just
lying
looked,
about everything.
but she looked dumb on everything. You gotta admit that.
Look dumb. How do what
I
is
didn't say.
somebody?
I
Oh
said
my
lie.
God, she could
No,
never
one
have a
second. Now see, what does somebody that's dumb look like?
her. She
Oh,
could never answer the
is that a
question. She'd be like,
is that
okay,
a fact?
okay, it's
Is
that's
that a
enough.
fact?
That's enough.
Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact.
According to whom?
The American people.
Fall down, Roger.
You took a poll.
Yes,
How do you prove that she looks dumb?
because she could never, like, she would
I'm
get
saying, how do
herself.
you prove
Because
she
I'm about to
looks
tell you,
dumb?
because she would lie for the administration, so she would be in the
Oh
corner.
well, you
And
said she looks dumb.
yeah, because her wig be flopping when she try to lie,
Listen, I've seen a lot of bad wigs on black women. Let me
and
tell
that
you.
is a bad wig.
All right. Well, I don't know why she's got plenty of money
Okay,
to
well,
give.
Denali, let me ask you this: would you have dated her,
No.
honestly?
Number one, she's LGBTQ plus, but she's
No,
not
no,
my type of.
no, no, no. Denali, would
She's
you have?
not my type of woman.
So that's a no.
Yeah, listen. I think everybody knows what my type of woman is, and everybody thinks I'm not going to date
So
her.
once again, that's a no. I didn't ask you about your type of woman. I asked you, would you
I
date the
said
secretary?
no. I already said no.
Exactly.
I don't care. What me dating her have to do with anything anyway?
Because we were just talking about how she looks. She looks dumb.
I've made it. Listen, I've met a lot of women who are hot and dumb.
Would you date a hot and dumb? And
I don't know
look,
if I date. I
me
probably have
knowing you as
sex
your
with them.
friend, you
That's
would
what I was about to say. Would you
never
hit it?
date. No, he would never. But he would never date a dumb girl. And look, let me tell you this: he probably wouldn't even hit it.
He just said he would.
It would depend on how
No,
much.
I'm telling you, he
It would
say that
depend on how
now,
much.
but he'd be
It would.
like, I don't want the
It
problems.
would
And then she
depend on how
said
much work.
this.
It would depend on how much work I had to do. If it was
See,
easy, I'm like, maybe so. Okay, but if it's too much work, I'm like, I don't need the headache.
Denali, you would talk yourself out before you do it because you'd be like, she didn't. And then she wouldn't probably do this right. And you know what? I don't want the
I
headache.
know. I think I just look at dating differently now at 50 than I did when I was 30.
That's
Because
true.
I think any time that I take a woman out, I'm potentially putting my life on the line. So,
How do you put your life on the line?
because if I'm with a woman and if something jumps off, she's going to expect me to protect her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's potentially put my life on the line.
Would you take your woman to the inauguration?
What?
Would you
No, I
take?
wouldn't go to, no.
Why not?
I don't want to go to the inauguration. I'm not, I'm not big on crowds anyway.
Hmm.
But yeah, you don't agree that a man puts his life on the line when he takes a woman out?
No, Walker Bay, what you think?
Wait, if something pops off, is that woman going to expect protection from him?
Absolutely, but you're not putting yourself on the line just because you take her on a date.
But she gets into it, would she expect me to protect her?
I would expect for you to protect, period, because you're a man.
No, I'm not.
But I'm not
I'm not
going on a
protecting
date to
random
get into
women.
it with anyone.
Hang on a second. What happened? What I'm saying is that if a man takes a woman out, he has to protect her if something pops off. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So potentially when something pops off, you don't control that.
Yeah, but shit
Yeah,
ain't
but
just
what?
popping off.
What?
Shit ain't just popping off.
What do you mean? What if she is a woman who looks who just has a reckless mouth and everything else like that?
Well, I know you wouldn't even be with a
That's not
dude
my
like
point. I'm
that.
saying in general, men should look out for that before they take a woman
Well,
on a
that's
date.
them. That's men who don't know how to judge the character of the woman they dating.
You're gonna be able to
I
come
think
on,
you're
man.
missing my
You're
point.
gonna be able to judge the character of a deranged person. I mean, you ain't gonna just hang out.
Thank you.
Oh, I want some kind of deranged person.
What do you mean? What?
I mean,
In my younger days, I have went on a date with a woman. I had a conversation and we went out, and then she was completely.
Like you say, hey, I'm going on
She had
a
a
date.
reckless ass mouth.
No, if it ain't like you, unless you on one of those, what it is, those dating apps.
How long you been married, Walker Bay?
Huh?
How long you been married?
A year.
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't been married long.
Okay.
This is my third marriage.
Anyway,
How long you been with her, Walker Bay?
2 years.
How did you, if you don't mind, how did you guys meet?
Well,
no, we're not. No, I know what you're doing.
No, I promise I'm not doing
No,
because
no.
this.
Listen. I got to go. Okay, really. My head is spinning.
Dr. Denali, Mr. Denali, you can walk away. I'm really, I want to know.
Because you know what? I'm irritable, and then that's not a good space for me to be on the show when I'm irritable.
Can I at least find out how Walker Bay met
No,
this
you
woman?
can.
On the next row.
Okay, listen, everybody. I don't mean to be rude, but
Yeah,
I'm
go eat
hungry.
this Snicker bar, man.
Yeah.
Right, go in the kitchen and get something to eat.
I don't want to do that. I want to debrief my head. I've been here since 12 o'clock. Please.
Okay.
Maybe 1 o'clock
back
because I was here 1 o'clock my time and you wasn't online.
That's fine. Whatever you say, I was here.
You're not coming back tonight?
I am, but I gotta go because
go.
No, what time are you coming back?
my head. If you guys care about me,
I said, what time are you coming back?
no, I have to go eat. My head
Right,
is.
we're about to let you go, but what time are you
Thank
coming
you. I
back?
don't know. Probably in 2 hours. I gotta go. Please don't.
Okay, Walker Bay, send me a message. I'm curious of how
snap.
long you and your girl known each other.
Yo, please help me, Yo.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.